Welcome to another thrilling edition of Premiere 2. My name is Peter. Thank you for joining me for day 2 of Policenauts on a very cold, very windy day here in Tokyo, Japan, as I will endeavor to entertain you for the day. So everyone bundle up because it's cold outside as we get cozy and play a Hideo Kojima classic. That's, you know what? Let's take a time out and say what's up to the FSU Kid 93. Thank you very much. Putting in the 10. Arigatou gozaimasu. So perfect day to be cuddled up inside playing computer games. That's the truth. And this is one of my favorite games. And look at these cool thanks coming in. The holiday spirit. We got people saying, thank you very much for the gifted sub. Christmas was great. Yesterday, I spent most of it with my extended family. You know, my wife's parents and my son and my wife. And then we did some cooking. We did some presents opening. I did some technical stuff. Not really sure it's going to work today, but we're going to try. And then we're going to, figure it out and play some more of Policenauts. Hey, Pete, real quick. My manager officially banned earbuds in the kitchen today. Whatever shall I do? Quit. All right, well, look, here's the thing. Are you a line cook or are you doing the dishes? Or what do you... Okay, you know... I'm not going to get a lot of credit for this. Like, I'm not, no one's going to be on my side. I'll die on this hill. It's fine. I don't care. I actually liked communicating at work with my coworkers. And number two, when COVID was like shutting down everything everywhere, I was still in favor after the pandemic was mostly back to normal. Like when we were back, I was kind of in favor of at least 3 or 4 days a week at the office. I don't think working from home is particularly good. Wait a minute. You know what? Coming from a place of privilege as I stream from my home every single day, I retract my statement. I've seen the error of my ways. I guess I was wrong. Okay, so I boo this man. When I was a teacher or when the job was something that required a bit more teamwork, I genuinely preferred being at the office most of the time. Now, if we could figure out a way where companies, and they should, pay for commutes, they should pay for lost time. Like when you're traveling, that's on the clock, in my opinion. That should be factored into within a certain distance. Like if you live an hour away, that's on you. But if you're like within a normal 20-minute radius, that should be paid for. So like, but I found that a lot of people who did end up working from home, this is anecdotally speaking, I'm generalizing from my own experiences, nothing more, nothing less. They ended up, the work suffered. The communication skills suffered, the collaboration efforts suffered, and everybody, it almost got worse with awful meetings and Zoom bullshit. So I've found, and also if you're trying to be a teacher, online lessons are brutal. So difficult. So other than that, other than me backtracking, taking down all of my statements, realizing I was wrong, I now agree that you should be able to do whatever you want. It's your job. Hey, look, as long as the work gets done optimally, fuck it. Let's go. As long as you can do your job, that's actually all that matters. Like I prefer seeing people, as long as you are exceeding or meeting your expectations, we're good. No one is engaged in online classes unless it's language. Even if it's language, they hate it. I have to be like, excuse me, Nimru, please turn on your camera. Nimru, please turn on your camera. Nimru, your mic is off. Nimru, okay, let's try a different kid. Heat Dragon, please turn on your, fuck this. So it was like one of those things. But, the other, oh, look at that. We got some Hanses running through. Thank Pukahare. It was one of those things where I'm glad that we learned that being at the office 5 days a week is mostly a waste, but I do like some hybrids. I like the hybrid. I do. I like the hybrid. That's why I mix in the IRL. That's why I enjoy the RV streams and the cyclothons and the walk and talks when I have a guest and the drinking with Rob. I'm a hybrid fan. But yeah, I'm sorry that headphones were banned. Can you just put the stream up on the TV? Can you change it so that the stream is played at every Chili's, every Applebee's? Just put me on, instead of like Buffalo Wild Wings, they have like 75 different sports no one's watching. Just have one TV of the Premier 2 Super Show. Is that so much to ask? Why they got to have, okay. Why does it have to be sports ball and everything? I don't understand that. I don't get it. So somebody was saying that their job as a chef, their headphones were canceled. Let me give a real big shout out to Adamash76, Hurricane Barca, who's the man with the legend, the twins, looking good, feeling good. Thank you for your constant sound equipping. That's not the right word. Sound clipping. Thank you to FSU Kid for the 10 gifted, Heat Dragon 29, Wispy Frost got the resub to work, Sidekick, Mod Sasaki 01, Hebby, never been happy in his life, coming up on 2 years, and of course, thank you to Voluntold Friend, a nice little level 5 ho 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 Merry Christmas to start at Pondizzle. Merry Christmas to you. Get in your subs now before Hebby is female. Well, thank you very much. She is the happiest person on the channel. Before, you know what? Because when the game starts, we're going to lock in. We're going to do some voice acting, quotation marks. We're going to spend Boxing Day under the covers, all comfortable and cozy, as I blow out my voice and get a sore throat for you. Oh, that's funny. There's my guy. You just got conked, Brenna. Pretty Lies. Rosette, Fire Sister Puppy, and switching the gear from conch to cow, 5, 10, stack them if you got nothing better to do. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me hydrate. I found out that the old man voice was the one that was hurting my throat.
And to my surprise, I stumbled across a secret sexy
Excuse me?
club.
What's up, Nazo? The tier 3. That's right. Your eyes do not deceive you. That is a secret sexy club member. Merry Christmas, Pete and chat. Merry Christmas to you too, man. Merry Christmas to you too. There was a message I saw. Plus, help me, Pete. I need a way to lock into dish work without my podcast. I got nothing, man. First of all, I'm just glad. Thank you guys so much to being here. I wish that you could see my big smile, but the mods hate me. They don't want you to see, wow, if you take away my face, it really just shows you how much fat I've gained. Whoop! The face balances it out. I found that the long hair kind of also
This is a present from me to you.
Whoa! Live and let live! You place too much trust in your magics. Farewell. Live and let live! Live, laugh, love! All right, God, you know, I added this song to the playlist so that when it hits on that random note, it just feels good. Like when this track comes on, I can't help but get hyped. Farewell. You know, every time I hear it, I just want to go back and play Final Fantasy X. I love it. Love it. Thank you, Chad. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas to you and yours. Here's the thing. I've been a dishwasher before. Like I've had to do that job. It's pretty thankless. But you know what's funny is that I don't hate it.
Okay.
Like I kind of found it the scalding hot waters. Like it's not, it removes a little bit of the stress from the line cook section, which I've also had to do, which is, it's not like it's soothing, but the alternative at a restaurant is pretty brutal. Waiting tables is good money if you got it. Bartending's the best. But waiting tables, if you get double booked or whatever it's called, double sat or whatever, I can't remember the terms anymore. That can be a bit sucky. Or if you have no customers, or if you're not getting tipped well, front of house kind of sucks because you don't get paid enough and it's pretty boring work because you're just sitting people down. And then you've got the dishwasher just gets in there, sprays hot water everywhere, and then you just kind of throw it into a thing where the steam just goes. And you're like, oh, okay. Bartending is fun. You get paid the best. Everyone sucks up to you. And it's a relatively easy job. If I could open up, like, I would never want to open up a restaurant, but I do really, 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 really might consider in my 60s opening them up. Baking my way, George. Opening up a kind of small little speakeasy for the love of the game. Those industrial dishwashers, kind of cool. I don't dislike them. Yo, thank you, Potato Dalek. Are you kidding me? Are they edging us with a 99%er? Get that shit out of here. That's just Twitch going, yeah, live and let live. You can't have level 9. It must be level 8, 99%. There's some Grinch adjusting the dial. That's ridiculous. Where's your Christmas spirit? Unbelievable. I mean, Shinigami fixed it anyway, but I think it's ridiculous that they put it right there on the 99% mark. I think it's incredible, though, that H. Frank came through.
That's funny.
10, 5, 3, 2, 1. Thank you, guys. I got you, boss. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Did you guys get any good gifts? Girlfriend got me a Mega Man model kit and Lego Game Boy. Goated Christmas. First of all, I think most people were already upset that you started with girlfriend. Like, they're like, fuck you. I'm happy for you. Really nice. And then you chased it with 2 pretty cool gifts. Bro, it's winter time. You can't just be going around flexing that your feet aren't cold in the bed, all right? This is like the melancholy, lonely time of the year. However, I just want you guys to know I've been there. Even when I'm in a relationship, or even if you're in a marriage, sometimes you can still have those pangs of melancholy and loneliness when the winter hits. Because nothing is perfect. Nothing is ever perfect. So, whoa. Silent Abel.
Merry Christmas for Missouri.
From Missouri or for Missouri? I think it was from. First of all, thank you, Missouri. 1,000 bits from the Ozarks. Much appreciated. But like, it's not that life is shit. It's just that sometimes the winter brings out those feelings, and it's okay. Which is why when I go live on this channel, I will try my best to bring you guys some positive vibes and some good times. What's up, Unholy Foxo? Merry Christmas, Pete, family and chat. Also 7 months baby. You were mine. Like, thank you. The 7 months baby is pretty cool. I love him to bits. Thank you so. Merry Christmas to you. I got some cool gifts. I got my Doraemon sweater, some Doraemon socks that my wife took, and then a Yakult Swallows.
That's funny.
Silent Abel, arigatou gozaimasu. Little hype train go choo choo choo. I've got friends and family visiting in about 36 hours. So today I'm putting in a little overtime in on this one. I'm trying to get you guys some really cool video game action with Policenauts. Tomorrow, who knows? Either finish Policenauts or go out on a walk and talk, or who knows. And then it's like a week of I don't know. I'm going to try to do walk and talks during the day until I can meet them. But then we're boozing all night and hanging out and catching up and being long lost friends. Both of us. Okay, very good. Happy, 7 months to our children. So it's just one of those things. So I'm trying to get in on top of it here. I know I was in the UK for a week and I was neglecting all of you guys so we could spend time with the abroad wedding. Whatever happened to the house searching? Well, I'm trying to, and thank you again, Abel, for the 5. Thank you for Missouri. Trying to figure out, the people I'm working with are kind of busy right now during the holidays, so I'm not probably priority number 1. I'm kind of somewhere down on the totem pole in that regard. However, it's hard to get a house in Tokyo in a place that you're looking for. It just ain't easy. So it's a challenge. But right now the kid is 7 months. I can't believe. No, he's 5. He's 5 months. It's just that this is going by so fast. He's a week away from 6 that I thought I had like years to find this home, but he's already 6 months old. So I'm like, damn, this shit's going so quickly. 6 months old. Time flies by. So if worse comes to worse, when he's like a year from now, I might have to get a separate studio so that he can have this room for himself. Not a bad room for a kid, if I'm being honest. Pete, please give me the motivation I need to keep this kitchen job. This is the best paying job I ever had, and I don't want to mess this up over the earbuds issue. Brother, I've been talking for 20 minutes, and you're still on this earbuds shit? You got to lock the hell in, all right? You don't even need me to pick you up. You said it's the best paying job you've ever had, and you're going to throw it away because you have to do your job? Look, if this is the line in the sand that you're about to draw, it's going to get worse when you get to corporate America or the world. It doesn't get easier, brother. You need to swallow your pride and acquiesce to the job at hand. You just gotta talk. You just gotta think, start doing sums in your head. And by the way, level 10, 60%. Thank you very much, guys. I have a neurological issue. No, you don't. I mean, you might. 69 subs and 1,050 bits. Thank you guys so much. Let me get to the neurological issue in a second. Okay. Thank you guys. Seriously. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year coming up. Here's the thing. I also have a mental issue. I am patient 0 of ADHD. I've been in and out of this shit my entire life. If your earbuds are what's stopping you from doing the dishes, that is something that you've got to self-correct on your own, brother. I'm giving you the truth. I'm picking you up when you're down. I'm sending my hand out. I'm saying grab on because this advice is going to do you well. You just gotta lock in. You just gotta do your own shit. And sometimes jobs suck. A lot of times they do. But there is something called the bare minimum. And the employee definitely probably has some expectation of what they need you to do. If it's extremely serious, talk to your employer. Talk to your boss. Explain it to them in terms that why you need it, when you need it. Find some sort of compromise if able. Say, listen, I've got this neurological issue. Here are the things I've done to try to correct it. Here are the medications I'm on. If it's possible, can I have a situation for 20 minutes out of the hour where I can use my headphones? Or is this a non-negotiable thing? Start talking about it. Can you give me some advice for locking in, especially for the incoming American troops like me? Sure. Well, I mean, no, but things like, I feel like your mind is, let me put it this way. The thing that I found the most difficult when I was a teacher wasn't the lesson planning, which was hard, wasn't the classes. It was what the British say invigilating, or in English, we call it proctoring. That is when you must stand in a room for up to 2.5 hours, and your only job is to watch the kids take a test. There is no phones. There is no music. There is nothing. You are left alone with your thoughts. That was legitimately my worst nightmare. ever when I was doing any sort of, and I had to do that like 8 or 9 times a year. And you can't talk, you can't whisper, you can't sleep, you can't do anything. You have to make sure that the kids, the most exciting thing that can happen is someone knocks a pen off of their desk on accident because you get to pick it up and hand it to them. What if you farted in front of the class? You should have just left that one in the drafts. You know I hate the word fart. You know I do. You know I hate it. It's not, I don't like poo-poo, caca, toilet, fart. I just not my thing. But here's the thing. Nate, you got to go into that mental prison and you got to find some things to think about, some stuff. Rank your favorite RPGs. Start singing music in your own head, because if you do 10 tracks, that's 30 minutes. Even like you just got to find those cheat codes, because brother, it's not going to get easier. And that'll be a skill that you can cultivate for years to come. Most embarrassing Pete teacher story. I think it was my first time teaching high school, and I was really trying to make a difference in joining the kids for as much as possible. The school had instructed me, you're not their friend, you are their teacher, but you kind of occupy this middle ground where they want you to like eat lunch with them sometimes, or join them on clubs, or do all of these kind of activities. And I quite like to play basketball. I'm a decent player. Don't ask Ian; he'll say I'm bad. But like I can shoot a hoop. I can dribble. I can pass. I can rebound. I quite like basketball. And I joined some kids during lunchtime, and I had a class after lunch. But I already done all my planning, so I wasn't too concerned about that. So for like 25 minutes in my chinos and my dress shirt, and I took off the tie, I was running up and down the court. I was passing, I was scoring, I was doing all kinds of crazy shit. Kids were very impressed. When I got back to the classroom to start, you get that. I was fine during the game, but my face was tomato red. And it was just like, even though I was no longer moving, it was just kind of like hot and sweat, and it's that awful feeling. And I remember I went to draw on the blackboard my keywords of the day, kind of my lesson plan formula. And as I'm writing, I hear some snickering, I hear some laughter, I hear some hushed comments. And then I just go through with it. I wipe off the sweat. I do everything I can. And then I end up going to the bathroom. And because I'm wondering, well, do I just look awful? Yeah, there was ass crack sweat. Because how could there not be? It was all the way on my lower back and around the ass, and everything sucked in my life. That is a very humbling and awful experience. I just played 30 minutes of basketball full court, and I'm wearing tan chinos. It's not like that's just a normal human thing. That's like anybody does that, they're going to have that. And I felt like for that to happen, it's just tough when you're in that middle ground. So that was the most embarrassing. What's up, Fluffy Water Coon? Peach traumatic tan chinos, ass crack sweat memory. Oh yeah, I remember it. Probably 12 years ago. I never touched a basketball again. I can tell you this. That kind of thing, when it happens to you, you're constantly aware of your body sweat. You just like, now you know where to check and what to do. Another thing, here's my advice. If you are of the age of 16 to 30, anybody in the age of 16 to 30 here, I have some news for you. If you've been gaining weight, which is okay. Even if you've gained weight, that's normal. Maintaining a svelte body figure is kind of tough. But here's the thing. Here's my advice. Now that you have a phone that you can just like set it on something and spin around. when you look in the mirror from this angle, when you're doing like this, when you're checking this and you're like, okay, this looks pretty good. This looks pretty good. What you need to realize is that you live in a three-dimensional world. So if this is looking good, you also need to make sure that from the side, it's not too tight on the love handles, or that your back isn't just blubber nation. You also need to realize that from this one angle that you always look at in the mirror, that is your optimal viewing angle that you've looked at your entire life. So that means that you're looking at yourself in your best possible situation. So what you really need to do is set up your phone so that it's like on your kitchen counter, put on the thing that you look awesome in or that you think you look awesome in, and do one of these. Go through all of those motions so that you can see how your body moves in space. Because also, the minute you have your first beer, like right now, I'm kind of like tightly, not holding in, but I'm making sure that I have some, that shit you just relax completely. Then the other thing I want you to do is this. Why? Because when you sit down, the illusion is over. Because when you sit down, all of your clothing gets scrunched and ruined and morphed, and all of a sudden it looks like you have a keg instead of a six-pack. You got to know what it looks like when you're sitting down. You got to know what and then once you figure out all of these things and you throw out 90% of your clothing, that's when you start to realize that getting well-fit clothes is the most important. It's tough. I mean, I've got one guy in here who says I'm a never sitter based. I've got another one saying I go full shrimp mode. Another thing is that the thing I've learned with my hair being long is that I often will look like from here, my hair is okay, but on the back, it can look like a bird's nest because it doesn't sit right. Like, I don't even know what it looks like right now. But this is Pete's fashion tips for as you get older as a male struggling with their weight. Because I have body dysmorphia, but it's the fun kind. So there's what if I'm built like Jack Skellington? Well, then you've got your own, personal demons that you're fighting. You always look kind of like a strong wind will knock you over. So there's my advice. Turn around and show us your hair. I don't know how it looks today. Today, like at Chris's wedding, it looked bad. And I was like, shit. And I had to go to the bathroom and try to fix that stuff. It's not the amount of hair. It's like, it's the way it was flared out. I feel offended that someone with such beautiful hair would call it bad. No. I like my hair, but I meant at that, it was like all tangled and frayed and flippy dippy everywhere. Looked really bad. I have the body dysmorphia where I stare at myself in the mirror at the gym and ask, where is he? Like Creed did in Creed 3. That's not the fun kind. I've heard you say a lot that you have the fun kind of body dysmorphia, but what does that mean? I mean that I'm way more critical of myself than I think other people are critical of me. And I try to take that in a positive way and just know that like my body dysmorphia manifests itself by spinning in front of my iPhone, making sure that my shirt fits in a funny way or that I can sit down. So it's like, it's just one of those things where I'm glad that it hasn't like been a debilitating issue, that I can find the humor in my own little self-conscious prison. By the way, I just bought the mane and tail. Dude, that stuff is the best. Thank you. It's very good, but it is very thick. I mean, if it works for, you know, Hadu Udada, it works for me. So it's one of those things where I enjoy it. It does give me a lot of anxiety though, because I mean, when like right now, the camera's here and I can see myself in my peripheral looking like an idiot. Also, as you may have remembered, when I joined Lud on stream, I was Phase Pete. As soon as I joined, everything went to shit. So I guess I'm leaving too. Or I might be the last member. I didn't know. I mean, I always figured this would happen, but I was hopeful that those guys, hopefully they keep streaming together. But Phase Pete era has come to an end, sadly. Which is brutal. Okay, what else do we got? Is there anything else that we need to go over? I hope streaming has helped with the body dysmorphia because you put yourself out there and it's a lot more positive than you might believe in your head. I'm fine. House hunting is going, pew! Peter, I have body dysmorphia. I'm 197 centimeters tall. Sometimes I'll notice small things, how small things are in the world. I'll pick things up and it's so small in my hands. I'll stand by people and notice how I tower over them. I feel like giant when I'm average height. 197 gigachad. I mean, that is, and you know, you might be lanky and awkward, but I totally understand, man. What did Yuki get? What did Yuki and P3 get for Christmas? Oh, lots of clothing and bags of cool stuff and a couple of Anpan Man toys and, you know, just stuff. How do I stay awake for 2 more hours despite being awake for upwards of 29 hours with the calluses on my hands for riding for a majority of it? Wrong channel, buddy. I have no idea. Go to bed. Just get some rest. Get some rest. You deserve it. Merry Christmas, Pete. I hope you had a great day celebrating P3's first Christmas. It was awesome. Thank you for asking. Nah, I can't. Okay. If you can't, then try reading a book. That'll put you to sleep. But if you want to stay awake, then hang out with me here. I'll keep you awake for a while. Exams in January suck. Yes, they do. I see we have a dude in here. We have Velo Devian. What's up, dude? It is my dream to someday have a raid from Maximilian Dude, because I don't think we'll ever have a chance to collab. Dude, this song, when we beat Final Fantasy V this year, this was one of the bangers. I love it.
Enjoy time.
Yo, what's up, Ausmeister? Thank you. I'm in Dude's chat quite a bit. I shine on with the best of them. I loved this track. I loved this one and... Oh, yeah. That was another Final Fantasy V banger. And this one. Great one. What's up, TC Sherlockian on the case? And thank you, Slowman408. Also, low key, I've been big on this track lately. Final Fantasy V was awesome. I did the 4-job fiesta, which means you don't get to change your class. You just got to be smart with it. Really fun time. What's up, Chad? It has been a minute since we've seen you, Sherlock. Hope your holiday season's been going well and that you can put your feet up on the table. Ah, now you've got me. Attention, lad. I knew Heggy was here somewhere. I just have to play the Windurstian theme. Final Fantasy VI soon. I'll tell you what. On the year of our Lord 2026, I think it is time we throw down Final Fantasy VI. The only downside is that Connor will not be able to voice Shadow. Which I think he absolutely, that was like canon. His voice was canon for Shadow. And he talked mad shit about Shadow. And I was like, that's one of my goats. Dude. Love it. Love it. Pete versus Kefka. Merry Christmas, mister. Wait. Love it. Great track. All right. You're my favorite second monitor streamer. Thank you. I appreciate that. This is a very nice track. It's a Naoshi Mizuta. It's one of the Seekers of Anduin tracks called The Pioneers. But if I know you guys, like all you guys like to do your emotes when I play this one. You guys prefer this shit more. I mean, this is a pretty good track though. The world awaits you. Banger. I think this is a Christmas track. Live and let live. This is Final Fantasy X. This is when you fight Jecht, when Connor died like 3 times. Also low key on my top 5 tracks of the year. Okay. All right, hold on. Top 5 tracks of the year from Premier 2 Radio in no particular order. Definitely this one. This was added on January 6th, 2025. So I have a list here. This was the new tracks, top 5 we added this year. Love it. This was a big one. I would say also another one that got a whole lot of play, if you've been listening to the channel for a while, was this one. Not this one, this one. I played this a lot. Like, I played this, like, to start so many streams. And it's Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Have you played Where Winds Meet? No. This is a great one. I would say another big one for the year was this. Little, are you okay? Terrence Bogard. Love that. And then number 4 that I quite enjoyed was our Breath of the Wild official track because it didn't have music. This was from Dynasty Tactics 1 and 2. It's the Shu Empire's theme. Big fan of this one. And the final song that I think kind of captured this year was, where did it go? You guys always use your weird wide vibes hamster thing here. That's kind of like an that thing. There it is. Yeah. Who is this? Wide vibe. Yeah. You guys love only this song. Do you guys use the wide vibe? That's a rabbit? Yeah, it is. But my favorite track of all time that we have on the list is that's my goat. That's my goat. Wait. Okay, there we go. I got out to Japan for the first time ever this October. I miss it so much already. Your walking channels helped me forget the minus 25 weather. You know, that is a thing I've noticed a lot lately is that, wait. I've noticed that a lot of people coming back from Japan recently, unlike in the past year, it's like as soon as they get back, they have that feeling of pain in their heart, this pang of longing that they were in some place they want to stay. I sympathize with that very much. When I first visited in 2003 or whatever it was, it blew my mind. I just wanted to go back so badly. And then I went back again in like 2005. No, that's the blood pressure from the salt. Okay, never mind. and then I finally moved here 6 or 7 years after, 5 years later. Yeah, but then I remember I don't have to work 80 hours a week. Hey, it's whatever. Hey, look, find a place where you can live, where you wake up every day and you're happy. That's it. Because you're going to have to work. And if that means you find a place in the Appalachian Mountains or a place where you have a lot less work, or if it's a place where something always is going on like Tokyo, so be it. But like for me, waking up in Tokyo or Japan every day, that is for me something I will never likely be willing to trade in. Except for the summers. All right, so I think it's about time we jump into the video juego. Wow, an hour we burned. Sorry. Okay, guys, here it goes. Who's ready for this to not work? Who's ready for this to not work? It's not working. Everything's broken. Hey, it opened in window mode. Nice. Okay, that's step one. Add shaders. Load preset. CRT Royale with cheese.
Okay.
Okay, wait. We had this problem yesterday. The white thing is back. I don't mean me. Okay, let's try this. Sega. Hold. Okay. The next thing we have to do is load up. Which can be confusing. Wait. Sick OST. And then we got to say insert disc 2. This can get tricky. Let's look at the summary. Act 1, Beyond. Jonathan's ex-wife, Lorraine, requests he look for her husband, Kinzo Hojo, but shortly after is murdered by an unknown assailant. Jonathan returns to Beyond, taking the 4 capsules and the leaf he got from Lorraine with him. Having obtained Ed's help, Jonathan now begins his investigation. They head to Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals, Hojo's place of employment. All right, to fill in some of the gaps here, we were a part of a government agency that was one of the best policemen from around the planet. Yo, what up, guys? Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. How you doing, Notorious? Hope you had a great collab stream today with White Paladin, a double raid of epic proportions. My friends, I would highly encourage you to check out both of these up-and-coming streamers. They're putting in the hours. They've got the talent. They got the skills. They got the ability. They just need more eyeballs. So please check out White Paladin and Notorious Monster TV. They're great. They're wonderful. And they've made a huge impact on this channel. Thank you so much. I'm just going over this Policenauts intro. So the year is 2010, but it's in the future in this particular story, where the best policemen on planet Earth, there's about 6 of them who get formed into an ultimate group called the Policenauts. And their job is to go to space and act as kind of the cutting edge, forward tip of the spear kind of organization to help police space expansion. Our character, Jonathan Ingram, gets blasted off into space and gets sucked into a cocoon that preserves his life, but he's basically frozen in time for 25 years. When he awakens, everything's different. Like, Mars has been colonized. There's a brand new kind of planet called the Beyond. We still live in like this crappy part of the world called Old LA. And we are a private detective now that the Policenauts have been kind of dissipated. So my ex-wife, who obviously left me because I was in a frozen cryogenic pod for 25 years, remarried a guy named Kenzo Hojo, who works for a pharmaceutical company who basically runs this space colony on the Beyond. She comes to me, 55 years old, but honestly, still a babe. She was like, please help find my husband who's missing. Here's what he left. He said, if something happens to me, please try to look for me. He gave us 4 medicine capsules and a half cut of a poppy opium leaf. And that's it. And then he disappears. As we question whether or not we should take this case as a private eye, Lorraine leaves and her car explodes right before she gets in it. We chase down the assailant, but he gets away on his bike, and we're left with her dying in our arms. We travel to the Beyond. We go cash in an old favor from one of our Policenaut buddies, whose name is Ed, who's also in his 50s. He's like 57 now. And we're still like 30. So we said, hey, we need you to help me crack this case. And the police force gives us the okay as long as it's on the QT and very hush-hush. So now we're going to Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals, where Kenzo Hojo, my ex-wife's husband, lived. And we're going to try to find a little bit more information. Now that I've set the game up, I want you to sit back in your recliner, put your feet up on your desk, grab a comfy Coca-Cola, coffee, cognac, whatever you're drinking, and because this is going to be a very, 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 very slow burn. It's a point-and-click adventure, a precursor to the days of Dispatch. This is a sequel-esque to Snatcher 1996. Let's take a look. This is the police station that I just got clearance that we could take the car. Now, these like Gundams you see, these are like the new RoboCop police force, but they're not manned by humans. They're these guys called Frozeners. So Frozeners are artificial humans that have this special blood that have been used from the sperm of like the best policemen and astronauts ever. I think that's going to play into the story later. So they're the best of the best, but they don't suffer from as many ill effects being in space. So they can do a lot more. So it's made regular policemen kind of useless and vestigial. They're like cop Evas. I will be voice acting majority of the characters when there is not spoken dialogue. I do need you to lock in when you do see cutscenes because all voice acting is in Japanese. This game never came out in America. Okay. So for a lot of the viewing population today, this is the first time myself or a lot of people have ever had access to see this game. This was lovingly fan translated by a dedicated group of Konami and Kojima enthusiasts. So hopefully you guys dig it. It's very, very text heavy. It's very, very slow. But I think that ultimately when we walk away from this game, all of us will feel like that was a really cool experience. Now, from that, I will be not taking many breaks during the actual voice acting because I'm trying to stay on target. So if you do resubscribe or you do follow or you do throw in a bit, thank you so much for joining my stream. All right, let's go to it. So let me, you move around like this. We have a massive glossary that we can look up. The acronyms alone are dizzying. We can look at culture and sports and all kinds of ridiculous shit. Like, what's moonsalt? Moonsalt, a high-proof vodka cocktail popular on Earth. Called a moonsault because drinkers say it makes them feel as if they're performing a somersault on the moon. Created accidentally in Kobe, Japan, when a pharmacology student attempted to see how much alcohol the human body could tolerate. Caught. This is the same cocktail the main character in Snatcher drinks at the nightclub Outer Heaven. Oh my god, there is a Snatcher reference! Oh! Holy shit! So, Snatcher came out 2 years or 3 years before this in the Sega CD.
Sounds like it's a rough place out there.
Gee, Metal, I didn't know that Snatcher would get all up in this game. There's moonsaults and more.
Gillian, please. Make sure you don't drink too many of those at Outer Heaven. We have a crime to solve.
Alright, so. Cool. What's Picno 8? Picno 8, the latest model of the Picno series of graphic tablets first released by Konami at the end of the 20th century. Its built-in solar cell makes it convenient for on-the-go use, and it can connect to a printer. Features various drawing models, such as watercolor and oil painting, as well as privacy mode and also G stability for use in zero gravity. Specifications: 64-bit bus with custom RISC CPU, including 1648-bit DSP chips, 1536 by 1152 resolution, 48-bit color screen, real-time 3D rendering, wireframe modeling, and a variety of graphical effects. So wait, just so I'm curious, can anybody confirm from yesterday, is this the same? Are the graphics same? Am I having a little bit trouble reading today? Or it seems like it's still the same, right? Or do I have the wrong CRT on? This is Sega Saturn. This came out about 2 years before Metal Gear Solid. Okay, it's the same. Gotcha.
DCP の最新型ポリスカーだ。ビヨンド内では向こう外車両しか走行してはいけないことになっているんだ。排気ガス0、電気6、ソーラー4の併用車だ。それでここにはガソリンスタンドがないのか。充電スタンドならあるがな。ホームと違ってバッテリーの重金属回収も徹底されている。
He was a forward thinker. It's a PCP police car. She's fully charged and ready to go. The process takes just under 3 minutes. Caught, me too. On a great day. Oh, the car. All right, let's go to Hojo's house first. Might as well investigate the crime scene.
ダメだ。北条の住所がわからん。どうして？
住所わからん。
BCP のデータバンクで簡単に。徳川系の社員情報は BCP のコンピュータからはアクセスできないんだ。徳川に関するあらゆるデータは企業秘密として法律で守られている。だから 名簿にも載っていない。
バカな。この時代に。
この時代に? What the fuck is this Elon Musk's wet dream? We can't look at any ad data on X employees. That's crazy. It's a mega... So Tokugawa runs this whole situation.
ジョナサン、乗れよ。
何年ぶりかな。江戸の無茶な運転を体験するのは。
ホームのスポーツカーとは違う。そんなにスピードはない。安心しろ。コンピューターのサポートシステムを搭載した。
This was translated a long time ago.
ちょっとは安心だな。
Just so you know, this was translated back in like 2008. Hence we're still using the word pussy back in.
なんだ？
あれが最新のパトロールの方法だ。コロニー内をわずか数十分で巡回できる。
Whoa!
俺たちはまさに時代遅れだな。
さあ、俺たち流の捜査に出かけよう。ジョナサン、タバコはダメだ。
禁煙者か？
コロニー内での喫煙は禁止なんだ。
このタバコは副流煙の出ないものだ。肺がんになるのは俺だけです。
ここはホームとは違う。ここでの喫煙は立派な犯罪だ。しかも肺を提供するドナーにもなれん。道徳的にも恥じる行為だ。
火はつけん。口に加えてるだけだ。
しかしいつからだ？昔は吸わなかったろ。
迷惑はかけん。
ここにしばらくいればやめられるさ。
そうかな。
そうさ。必ず吸わなくなる。そのうちな。
I think it's heavily inspired by Lethal Weapon.
ここが徳川製薬のビヨンド研究所だ。まずはここから捜査に取り掛かろ
う。Look at this place.
A funny looking building. It looks like some kind of palace or something.
I've seen this design before in ancient Japanese architecture.
This is the Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals R&D building here. That's the Tokugawa Aoi, the hollyhock leaves. It's the Tokugawa Group's logo, borrowed from the Tokugawa family crest.
Look at how big they've got it up there. You can't miss it. Seems a little lacking for a corporate logo. Could have done with more time at the drawing board. Look at all the trees they've got here. It's almost a small forest.
Jonathan, these trees are privately owned. They all belong to Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals.
How do you know?
All plants on Beyond have control plates on them, since they're monitored by computer.
I bet these cost a fortune. It's a lamppost.
That type of lamp has a built-in light sensor with automatic shutoff. All energy on Beyond is conserved whenever possible. Nothing goes to waste. It's a lamppost with built-in light sensor. It'll come on automatically when it gets dark.
This is what is so fucking cool to me, is that you get a taste of this in Metal Gear Solid as well, which for a lot of people was the first Kojima experience. I loved being in Metal Gear Solid and eating like a calorie mate or taking a picture of it and then calling somebody on my codec, which is essentially what I'm doing now. It's all just codec. It's all world building. It's all just stuff. And I love that attention to detail. They'll be like, Snake Calorie Mate was first introduced in Japan after the fall of World War II. When nary a person could get enough consumption of calories, the government stepped in and made an ad hoc system for nutrients. And you're like, that's crazy. And then Snake will be like,
Yeah, but Colonel, can I eat the calorie mate on a full day's diet? Don't I need something like lettuce and vegetables? Snake, the calorie mate is everything you need for at least 1 week survival time. Huh, I guess they couldn't improve the taste. Like that kind of shit is so cool.
That's funny.
Like, I spent so much time, thank you, Simply Luis, please, calling Master Miller, who'd be like, Snake, right now you're in the Alaskan wilderness. Temperatures can drop up to minus 44 degrees at night. It's better that you find an insulated area before the rats make it their domain. Yeah, but Master Miller, this suit prioritizes heat. I don't even have to break a sweat. My body's being controlled remotely. Nothing's ever out of order. Like there's hundreds of hours of Metal Gear Solid stuff like that. I'm reading about lamp posts because Kojima thought it would be necessary. I bet you this lake right here.
Well, look at this. They've got fish in here.
They're koi. It's not uncommon for Japanese to spend money on things like this. They definitely don't skimp on the amenities around here.
Well, this is a space colony. It isn't like home. You have to stimulate the economy any way you can.
Yeah, it's a pool. Pond with koi in it. Like, that is so cool. All right. This must be the front entrance.
Hey, it's open. Let's go.
ヨナさん、それじゃあ中に入ろう。
ここは徳川製薬の研究開発ビルだ。関係者以外の立ち入りは禁止になっているんだ。悪いがお引き取り願おうか。
Ooh, look at this place. Secure. I bet Ed's gonna be like, that's a security camera. They delete the tapes every 48 hours. Anything after that is lost. A surveillance camera?
Lately, companies and whatnot have started monitoring surveillance feeds through computers instead. Oi!
What do you think you're doing? Wait, what's this guy? Fuck off. What do you think you're doing?
It's a security camera. Looks like they've got them in every area.
Oh shit, mate. What?
This door looks pretty thick. You wouldn't be able to force it open.
That's the type of door you get with a walk-in safe. Whatever's back there must be important. Oh shit, mate. What do you guys want?
Look, a magnetic lock. The security level for this area must be higher than the others.
Only the real eggheads get back here. Oh, that's not a museum, mate.
It looks like a research lab. It says DDS on the glass.
Oh, you guys don't work for Tokugawa, are ya? So what are you doing here?
That's a second floor walkway. It's probably used for giving tours or for the guards to move about.
The place feels kind of like a military base with this layout.
He must be security guard here. He's a little short, but he's well built.
He looks like the kind of guy who's done a martial art before. You guys are starting to annoy me. What do you want? Say something.
He probably thinks we're here to steal something. Why don't we tell him while we're here? It's a security booth. The security guard's sitting behind it.
Terrific. Where's the cute girl?
BCP のものだが、ここで働いている北条健三のことで話が聞きたい。
警察？なんだ BCP か。すまねえな。 俺はてっきりライバル会社のスパイかと。
なるほど。儲かりすぎると色々あるんだな。
俺はここの警備兼受付を任されている斉藤ってもんだ。で、どういう要件だ？
Dude, this game is so fucking cool.
この研究所に北条健三という男が勤めてるはずだが。
ああ、確かに北条さんならうちの社員だ。何年も前からこの研究所で働いてる。俺なんかよりもずっと古いさ。
実は北条氏の捜索願いが出てるんだが。
捜索願い？そうか。それじゃあもうオープンなんだ。
ん？今なんて？
いや、会社の方から信用問題になるからしばらく様子を見るようにって言われてね。
マスコミに騒がれるとまたイメージダウンだからな。
まあ早い話がそういうこと。うちほどのグループになると色々と妬まれたりするから。
それで北条氏はいつから？
それがもう3週間にもなるかな。
3週？
北条さん連絡もなしにぷっつりと来なくなったんだ。それでこっちも困ってるんだ。どうしていいものやら。家族の方からも問い合わせがあるし、会社からは口止めされてるしでね。
Interesting.
Where does Hojo live?
Oh, the most exclusive area of Tokugawa Hills. You can't miss it. Each place at the end.
Tokugawa Hills, huh? That's a high-priced residential area. A lot of Japanese live there.
Well, Tokugawa-related information is protected by law, right? I'd think anyone desperate enough could get hold of an address.
Well, it's not like I didn't have a clue where he might live. It's just better to get their permission. You have any idea what happened to Hojo?
Well, I was a real workaholic. Maybe all the stress finally got to him. I was cooped up in there almost non-stop in the weeks before he disappeared. I could have gone back home. A lot of terrestrials do that.
You mean return syndrome? That's when someone who can't cope with living on Beyond anymore leaves their family, job, and everything else behind and disappears to home.
Oh, it happens a lot more in our company since we have so many Japanese employees. Japanese people are prone to that. Not shying away from the Nihonjin issue.
Okay.
That's not karoshi. Karoshi is death by overwork. I would say it's more like AWOL, right? Well, I'm sure there would have been word if they'd been involved in an accident or something. Maybe he really did just want to get away from this place.
What does Hojo's job involve?
Oh, he's head of the DDS development here, and also the sales rep for DDS products. The latter involves distributing information to hospitals and doctors about new drugs developed here. Why did I give this guy this fucking voice? I didn't know he had a million lines! I didn't know he had 75 pages of dialogue. I can't even keep it consistent. Played yourself, you hate to see it. It's Meekins all over again. Yeah, I didn't know. Oh shit. What am I supposed to do? I'm switching this guy's voice. I wonder what kind of voice he'd have. He's a martial art, tough. Just a tough guy.
That's funny.
Just a regular old tough boy. Yo, what's up, Zimness? Hojo's behavior.
How did Hojo seem before he disappeared? Anything unusual about him?
Like a Texan? All right, there we go. We'll go Texan. We'll go Leroy King.
Well, he just finished work on a new product. Everything went well, as far as I know. Did he ever appear worried about anything? Well, if he was worried about anything, I'd say it would be his daughter more than his work.
His daughter?
Yeah, he said she was very ill, that she needed a bone marrow transplant, something like that. Her name's Karen. He said drugs couldn't cure her. Cruel irony for him. Mr. Hojo loves his daughter very much. He never stopped thinking about her. He would always talk about how great she was and beautiful. Shame she has such a serious illness. What's this DDS you mentioned? Well, it stands for Drug Delivery System. DDS development looks at new ways to deliver drugs. Before, all drugs had to go through the process of absorption, distribution, metabolism, and excretion. That meant only a small amount of the drug ever reached the target area. You with me so far? For a security guard, I happen to have a lot of information. Yeah, I'm with you. So the goal of any DDS product is to ensure the necessary amount of a drug is present in the target area at all times. You get all that?
Not really.
They did this in the past through ribosomes and microspheres, in the case of cancer drugs, for instance, with their numerous side effects.
This guy's a walking encyclopedia. Okay, so it's not just me. It's not just me thinking it. It's like in Wayne's World where they asked Chris Farley about Mr. Big. He's like, well, Mr. Big usually starts up in New York City, goes all the way down through El Paso, then goes right back up through Chicago, and then he makes his way around Aurora, Illinois. That's where you're gonna want to meet him. Like, and he's like, for a security guard, you're very well informed. Okay, I'm gonna go put some tea on Pete. Bro's got Pete's forehead. Fuck you. Thank you. I'm guessing he was a lab tech who couldn't play by the rules, so he got reassigned to guard. Everyone take a quick break, because I'm about as angry as this guy is. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Hey guys, sorry. I'm making the tea, and I'm not using the microwave water. I'm doing the real way. So I'm gonna go. Give me a second. I'm adding some honey to it. All right. What's up, chicken boy? Chicken boy. All right, so let's get back to the game. Thank you guys for being here. Merry Christmas, happy holidays. Look at this cup. Isn't that cute? I bought this at, it is metal, but I almost put it in the microwave and my wife freaked out because I'm an idiot. And then she, that's bad. And then I didn't know it was metal. And then we got this at the Museum of Natural History. Okay. Here we go. Let's ask more about the disappearance.
Well, in other words, a DDS treatment is like a targeting system that sends a drug exactly where you want it to go. It's also called the missile treatment. So it delivers a drug straight to the diseased area. Is it accurate? Of course, what's more, you can control how much is released and when it's released. The artificial bones made out of bioactive cement used in people with osteoporosis and certain rheumatic disorders also have a type of DDS.
Jeez, what isn't DDS?
Well, you're thinking of BBL. That's very different. Well, but it does cover a wide area. Injections and oral medications can be DDSs as well. Though I should mention that we don't conduct research on pro-drugs or anti-drugs here. What's the new product Hojo is working on? All I can say or tell you is that it's the newest product in our DDS line. Sorry, officers, but the rest is sensitive. There's a lot of competition in this industry, and I have a job to keep. Please, if I told you anything, my job would be the least of my worries. Can't you give us something? Even the littlest detail could help. We won't tell anyone you talk to us. Well, All I'll say is its code name is K9.
K9?
What is it you guys do here? This is Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals Research and Development Facility on Beyond. Our main focus here is our DDS work. The other area of interest is the factory where we manufacture drug samples.
I think the 4 capsules that we have are samples of a revolutionary product of K9. That's what I think.
I've mentioned everything I can. The rest is sensitive. Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals pioneered made-in-space drug development. We're now the world leader in pharmaceutical technology with a track record that speaks for itself. We're a true colony-age business. I suppose our Japanese management style is one of the reasons for our success. We're also involved with the production of designer foods and functional foods. The company holds a large shares of markets besides pharmaceuticals. Are you an actual Tokugawa employee, or are you with the security company? I was originally an assistant here, but with my physique, they decided to put me on security.
One of the chatters had that. One of you guys said that. +2 for chat.
I'm still a salaried Tokugawa employee. That's why I hold a certain level of knowledge about our operations. You couldn't call me an expert anymore, though. Were you born on Beyond? Yeah, I'm Beyond, born and raised here on the colony. My parents are Japanese terrestrials.
You look like you're in pretty good shape. You do any sports or anything?
I've practiced judo and karate for a number of years. Why do you want to know so much about me? Yeah, I know the picture. Our president was one of the Policenauts. So we see it a lot. Yep, that's Mr. Hojo. The woman next to him is his wife. He has the same photo in his work area. I hope you can find him. For his family's sake. Now, it's definitely Mr. Hojo. This is you, isn't it? What does this have to do with Mr. Hojo? She actually does resemble Mr. Hojo's wife a little.
So 北条の研究室 DDS ルームの中を見せてもらいたいんだが、北条の足取りを探りたい。
頼む。何か手がかりがあるかもしれん。あんたら無茶言うな。無茶は承知だ。
こいつの言う通りにした方がいいぞ。かえって面倒になる。
待ってくれ。面倒はごめんだ。
悪いようにはしない。
参ったな。参ったんなら入れてくれ。DDS ルームだけなら構わないが、会社には内緒にしてくれよ。俺はビヨンズなんだ。こんなことが会社にバレたらここで働けなくなる。大丈夫だ。約束する。それじゃあロックを解除するから。さあ DDS ルームだ。北条さんがいなくなった時のままの状態だ。あんまり触らないでくれよ。
Damn. I mean, here's the other thing is that, I ask you to transport yourself back to 1996. You live in a small-ass Japanese apartment or, video games are still on the cutting edge. And it's basically you just got given an interactive novel that just oozes originality on your Sony PlayStation or PC 98. It's so fucking cool. I can easily imagine it's like 8:30 at night and I'm just listening to the music and I'm investigating all these things and I'm just kind of, I know I've got work tomorrow or it's Christmas holiday. It's just fucking awesome. I've got a lot of different machines here. Just what you'd expect for a place like this.
And Mr. Hojo used these in his research. I don't know what's what, to tell you the truth. Well, there's a master-slave manipulator, too. These cost a lot of money. Sure do, nothing but the latest and greatest. It's not easy getting your hands on this stuff. Big difference from Victor's setup.
Well, they got a lot of... okay.
He's got a 2D photo here. Mr. Hojo always keeps pictures of his family around. That's unusual for a Japanese in the workplace. That's his wife, next to him. He talked about her a lot.
This is the same photo Lorraine gave me.
As you can probably tell, Mr. Hojo was a jealous person. He was very protective of his wife. Kenzo Hojo. He seems like a down-to-earth guy. Where could he be?
Lorraine.
Well, that's Mrs. Hojo.
Thank you very much, Anonymous, for giving it to Merry Christmas! I don't think she was as happy as she tried to look.
それは北条さんが使ってたホワイトボードだよ。あの人几帳面だったからいつもそこに予定を書き込んでいたんだ。
これは北条の筆跡か？
間違いない。北条さんの字だ。
確か北条が消息を絶ったのが15日。15日。予定が書き込んであるぞ。この100の下は日本語か？
それはセットだ。
15日 K9 BCCH 何の略だ？
うちが薬を卸してる病院さ。
この下の落書きは何だろう？なんかのマークかな？猫の足跡みたいだな。ちょっと待った。K9100 セットだって？ K9 ってまだ商品化されていないんだろう？どうして病院に100セットも？
新製品は許可が下りた時点で発売までの間にサンプルテストを行うんだよ。テストといっても副作用とかじゃなく二次的なデータを集めて生産や営業への参考にするためさ。
それで100セットっていうのは腑に落ちんな。その病院で確かめてみた方がいいな。そのサンプルはどこで作るんだ？
ここの試作工場さ。
そこを見せてもらえないか？
No.
それは無理だ。
Ooh. Oh crap! Never a bad time to be generous with your holiday spirit. Thank you very much for the 20 gifted subs. Merry Christmas. Happy holiday. Much appreciated, buddy. I'm keeping a close eye on the metrics for these three streams. If you guys think games like Policenauts, Snatcher, Monkey Island, Dispatch are cool, fuck it. Let's keep running it because I love it. All right, so let me get the story here. So this guy disappeared. Just in case you're just tuning in, we're looking for this guy, Hojo Kinzo, who was the husband of my ex-wife. And this is kind of tricky where he was developing a new drug called K9. 100 sets of it were produced here, and he sent them to the BCCH hospital, not for more testing, but to start figuring out a marketing strategy. His daughter suffers from a rare disease of like bone cancer. And he's missing and has been missing for 3 weeks. All he left us was, well, he left his wife 4 seemingly prototype pharmaceutical pills that were of normal variety and a black poppy opium leaf that was perfectly cut in the center that was developed on the Beyond. Very interesting.
That's Mr. Hojo's whiteboard. I'm pretty sure what's written here is in fact what Mr. Hojo did that day. This display has holograms of various K-series products. They're all Mr. Hojo's work. That was K3. It uses a transmucosal delivery system where the drug is absorbed through ocular mucus membranes.
And remember, the it's like a delivery drug system. So instead of taking a pill and having it enter your bloodstream, it immediately targets the weak point and like goes to where it's needed instantaneously.
K5 is a DDS that takes the form of a patch. It uses a transdermal delivery system where the drug is absorbed through the skin.
So it's like an ordinary electroporation patch.
Well, the advantage of a transdermal system is you can supply the drug for several weeks with one application. The K6 is a DDS where the drug is absorbed through the buccal mucous membranes. It's frequently used to treat problems like stomatitis. In the past, this was mainly used for delivering nitroglycerin and angina medication. They also use it to treat osteoporosis and asthma now. Give me that shit. It was the first product in our DDS line. It got a lot of attention at the time. Now that one is a little different from the others. That's a mosquito type micro machine that we tried to use for administering injections. The medical establishment fiercely opposed it. However, so right now it's only used for drawing blood in certain cases. Companies used to make a number of self-propelled micro machine capsules for certain parts of the body, but it was too difficult to further miniaturize them for the circulatory system. Micro machines aren't very common in medicine, at least when it comes to the general public.
Honestly, I bet you that micro machine was further retconned to nanomachines. You know? It's not Micro Machines the toy. Because this came out before Metal Gear Solid. Nanomachines. Hold on a second. A little throat coat. All right.
The use of Okay.
Never mind. All right, so I was seeing the big picture here. Like, I got retconned within one sentence. So they were proto-nanomachines. How is Kojima live updating this game while I'm playing it? Jesus Christ.
Well, the use of nanomachines is even further down the line.
What's this blank one for? K9?
That's reserved for K9. We haven't revealed it to the public yet. We're still gathering data at the moment.
Oh, this is Hojo's latest success. This is where K9's gonna be added.
That's a partition. When DDS development started, this area was quite big. Each K-Series product had its own team. These were used to separate them. Recently, K-Series development has become more secretive. So only Mr. Hojo is involved. We don't really need these anymore.
Never let one guy be in control of all of your most secret and important developments. Well, they've got a lot of different machines here, just like you'd expect for a place like this. What's this?
That's the Tokugawa Group's network terminal. It's called the T-Gear 99. All the computers in the group are connected via network. It's used by employees for correspondence and work. It's a special type of hardware not available to the public. If this wasn't connected to the network, it'd be totally useless. It's a T-Gear 99, the Tokugawa Group's network terminal. You mind if we check it out? I can't permit that. You would have access to sensitive information. Of course, you'd need to pass the security checks before you could get online anyway. You can't use it, officers.
Well, they got a lot of different... Okay. Can't have a lab without chairs.
Well, these are Mr. Hojo's chairs. I guess it helps having more than one.
Okay.
We can see the reception area from here.
Why is that security guard uniforms always look the same?
The colors of our uniforms change depending on your clearance. They get darker the higher up you go.
Is that your ID card?
Every room in the building requires an ID. You can't go anywhere without one. This card is used throughout the group. Every employee has one.
Even his uniform's got the Tokugawa logo on it.
You see this everywhere you go here. Everybody knows it. It's the Tokugawa logo. It's based on the Tokugawa family crest.
That is one ugly tie.
Well, they give us the ties we have to wear. We don't even get to choose the color.
That's just like a Japanese company.
Well, it's to prevent anyone from bringing in hidden cameras, microphones, and such. Security guards like I have to strip down to our underwear when we get here every morning.
That's fucking nuts. Which is also true. The word for uniform is for seifuku. You know, even in today's modern Japanese 2025, a lot of companies have a very strict or mandatory uniform that you would wear. I did an episode on this on NHK's Cool. Now I sound like Kojima. Colonel, tell me more about these uniforms. Snake, when I worked for NHK, I had to go to several places of employment, and I saw that each person had their own uniform. In fact, men and women had separate locker rooms where they would change into their uniforms to do sudden daily work. Colonel, that's crazy. Even for a low-labor, blue-collar job, they still had to wear uniforms.
That is Japan.
But that's very much, I mean, it's cool that this made the observation for Kojima back in the day. I'm now an anime exposition guy? Is that what they're called? I love, what about the belt?
The color's the standard clearance level. The only area I can enter besides reception is this room.
He's got a bit of a receding hairline, but it's a sharp-looking cut.
Well, it's designed to match Tokugawa's image.
What do you mean?
Company regulations stipulate the hairstyles employees have to keep. I like my hair this way anyway. Look, he's got cauliflower ears.
He must have been into some serious training for them to get like that.
He's an Asian. They say Tokugawa hires mostly Asians.
Well, Asians tend to stick together wherever they go. Just look at all the Chinatowns you go on home.
Japanese don't need to make an effort to group together on Beyond. They practically run the entire place themselves. He's your typical jock. Real straightforward.
I see why they reassigned him to security. That's not racist. I mean, it's an observation on Japanese behavior at this time. In fact, one of the things, I got more exposition for you. When I was a college student on 2 different campuses, I was not in charge. I was a part of the International Culture Committee, where we had people from all over the world take classes and oftentimes live together and spend time together. Japanese were the most likely, anecdotally speaking, this is circa 2003 to 2011, were the most likely to pair off on their own and kind of stick together and have their own kind of events and their own kind of, and they were the hardest culture in our groups in Missouri and Kansas to get out of their shell and be more open towards other communities. Not that they were racist or anything, it was just that they felt more comfortable with the other Japanese students. And of course, they made other multicultural friends. But I mean, that was a common stereotype for the international culture committees because they just felt they often linked up together and studied together and did things with one another. Pretty cool that the game also acknowledges that. Oh, I should save. I think we're good. We got... It's all medical texts and pharmacology files. I wouldn't have a clue what they say.
Sir?
He's even more intimidating standing up.
Yeah, what is it? The BCCH stands for Beyond Coast Central Hospital. It's the biggest hospital on Beyond, making it the single biggest market for us. Yeah, I'm familiar with it myself. Several of our employees work from there. We have a very close relationship. We get most of our product data from them. The importance of our relationship with BCCH can't be understated, least of all Mr. Hojo's work there. So according to the whiteboard, Hojo on the 15th of last month went to BCCH, right? Yeah, he just left after lunch and never came back. That's the last time I ever saw him. So we know Hojo went to BCCH that day.
And hopefully we can pick up the trail there.
Are you finished? I can't believe they give them the ties they have to wear. You can't just waltz in there, even if you are with the police. It's a different story from the DDS room. Don't even ask.
よし。北条の足取りも分かったことだし、失礼しようか、ジョンさん。
いいか。くれぐれも会社には内緒にしてくれよ。俺が署内を案内したなんてな。分かってる。助かったよ。
Well, we're outside Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals. Okay.
Let's go to Hojo's house.
いいか、ジョナサン。北条家へ向かうぞ。
北条の家か。
どうした、ジョナサン。
気が進まない。触れてはいけないのかもしれない。
ジョナサン、もう片足を突っ込んでるんだ。引き返さない。
はあ。
避けては通れん。
分かってる。北条家。ロレインの家。
ロレンの家。
ここが北条家らしい。
Damn.
ここにロレインが。
娘の
Huge.
カレンがいるはずだ。彼女に話を聞こう。ジョナサン、娘のカレンは BBC の人気キャスターだ。カレン北条。聞いたことがあるだろ？
ロレインがそんなこと言ってたな。ニュースキャスター？もしや。
彼女はロレインの生き写しだ。
ロレインの娘か。
いいな、ジョナサン。30年も経っているんだ。お前にとっては3年前のことに思えるかもしれんが、冷静に受け止めるんだぞ。
These are some beautiful trees.
Jonathan, these trees belong to the Hojos themselves. Wow.
No control plates?
Right. These don't belong to the colony. They're privately owned. Must be nice having a piece of nature you can call your own.
I can't see inside for the adjustable glass.
With the colony shaped like a cylinder, normally both neighbors are able to see inside your house. It's one of Beyond's biggest problems. Look at all the windows they have. This place faces the central axis. It must have a nice view. You wouldn't normally have so many windows. These windows are made from adjustable glass. You can't see in at all. These columns look like they're cypress. Normally, we use reinforced lumber on Beyond.
Some special kind of wood?
Wood that doesn't burn or rot. It's to prevent fires. Any fire on the colony could threaten the entire place. They must be really well off if they can afford real wood.
By the way, if you know how rich people is rich is Tokyo, they have an open yard. Just like Tsuneo's house in Doraemon. I do not have an open yard. I don't even have a yard.
This building's got a hint of Japanese architecture. This is just stunning. You don't see many houses this big on Beyond, especially ones with non-standard architecture.
What's that? Goes beyond the columns?
All residential buildings in the colony have to follow certain architectural regulations. Even if you own the land, you can't just build anything you want.
Well, sounds like fun. So, is this place breaking the law?
Well, they'll get away with it because they're with Tokugawa.
They make exceptions then.
Everything about this place screams Tokugawa. They'll be among Beyond's elite. Jealousy can make people do crazy things. Tokugawa employees must make even more than they say.
After seeing this, I'm not sure we can rule out he was kidnapped.
Well, Tokugawa employees do earn a lot, yeah, but no one would ever touch them. Beyonds know what happens when you screw with Tokugawa. It's a magnificent structure. Well, out of reach for people like us. It has a real extravagant construction. Extravagant meaning wasteful. Wastefulness is the biggest luxury here. Could you really call this extravagant? This is like cramming a couch into a spaceship. It's the front door.
They've got a security camera.
You ready? I'll ring the doorbell.
BCP のものです。ちょっとお話を伺いたいのですが。
BCP? ちょっと待ってください。セキュリティを解除しますから、ID をカメラに向けてください。
こうかな？
ロレイン！いや、カレンさん？
ええ、カレン・ホジョです。あなたは？ジョナサン・イングラム。あなた、イングラムね。
ああ、そうだが。
帰って。どうして私たちの家族につきまとうの？これ以上私たちを苦しめないで。お願いよ。
カレンさん、そんな気はない。俺はただ、地球でロレインに、君の母親に頼まれたんだ。父親を探し出してほしいって。
その母さんもあなたに会いに行ったばっかりに。どうして父や母が。どうしてなの？あなたよ、ジョナサン・イングラム。いつもあなたが原因よ。あなたが母を殺したも同然よ。つきまとうのはやめてください。父は私が探します。帰ってください。
カレンさん、あなたはジョナサンを誤解してる。
あなたは？
私は BCP の風紀家のエド・ブラウン。ジョナサン同様、君の母さんの古い友人だ。ジョナサンがロレインや君たちを苦しめるなんてとんでもない。俺はこいつと古い付き合いだ。こいつのロレインへの気持ちは誰よりも知っている。
知ってるわ。母さんもあなたのことをずっと思ってた。母は父にいくら言われてもあなたの写真いつも持ち歩いていたもの。父さんかわいそうだった。母さんは忘れなければならなかったのよ。そのことで父と母は喧嘩が絶えなかったわ。私はそんな二人を見て育ったのよ。幼い頃から。ジョナサン・イングラムを恨みながら。
知らなかった。すまない。
カレンさん、君の気持ちはよくわかる。だが、ジョナサンを恨むのは間違っている。こいつはつい3年前まで宇宙をさまよっていたんだ。
カレンさん、聞いてくれ。君も君の父さんも大変な事件に巻き込まれてるかもしれない。俺は君たちを助けたい。君たちの力になりたい。
カレンさん、どうか分かってくれ。
分かったわ。うるさくされると迷惑だから。中に入って。
ありがたい。
さーて、どうしましょう、刑事さん。
外観もお金がかかってたが、へえ、内装も素晴らしい。
Damn. Look at this place. Let's do our cursory investigation first. Do I have hungry eyes on my, There we go. We do have it. We do have it. Okay. Investigate respectfully. Bro, that's your wife's daughter. Bro, it's my ex-wife's daughter. Okay? That cigarette is a paid actor. You learn how to use that with the cigarette when you watch Ghostbusters. Because Dan Aykroyd did that when he sees Slimer for the first time. He turns the corner and he goes like this. I practiced that. crack. This is not a candy cigarette. I upgraded, guys. I upgraded. Fake puff cigarettes. They're a little bit better because the other one looked like I was doing crack cocaine all the time. They don't light up. They don't do anything. They don't taste like anything. No smoke comes out, but like the other ones were like way too much sugar and they always left all this crap on my lip. They don't even fake puff. They're just a prop. They're just a prop. Stay close. Stay close. Get her! Get her. That was scientific.
Look at this. Man, a high-fidelity all-in-one home entertainment system employing 3D sound mapping and VR. With this system, composers are able to create a truly immersive sound experience that blows that old surround stuff right out of the water.
It's made by Tokugawa Electronics. Dad was able to get it at a reduced price.
This system revolutionized the home entertainment industry. You can set the sound map however you want, right?
Yes, that's right. You mean the 3D equalizer.
That's it. The 3D equalizer. The sound map automatically adjusts according to your location.
It's got sensors that detect where you are. Okay. It also has an optional feature that increases alpha wave activity in your brain. It does this by mixing in high-frequency sounds with whatever media it's playing.
Well, it's a wall-mounted plasma HD TV. It's got a chaos system, too. You can set the hue to change according to how you're feeling, like if you're laughing or crying, for instance.
I remember things heading this way in the 20th, when they brought out the washing machines and ovens with neural networks and fuzzy logic and so on. You're welcome to turn on the TV.
Damn! It's a wall-mounted plasma HD TV.
Toasty!
What do those speakers belong to?
They go with the entertainment system. They work with the TV as well.
Are these those new cordless speakers with biomaterials?
Right. It's an infrared system with no dead areas whatsoever.
They're ultra thin. You can even hang photos or paintings over them.
Yes, but Dad has never been one to do that. So it's Bluetooth. They're all-purpose home entertainment speakers. We've got them in every room.
The speakers are positioned high like that for the 3D sound, right?
Yes, it's also to prevent vibrations in the inner walls.
Holy shit, an armoire!
That's a makeup stand. Mom gave it to me when I turned 20. In Japanese culture, you're considered an adult when you reach 20. The mirror that used to go on top is broken, though. Now, I just use it for the drawers. Cool. What's this?
It's a biosphere. It serves as a model of the Celeste. Celeste stands for Closed Ecological Life Support System. You don't need to supply it with any food or oxygen. It's totally self-sufficient.
Like this model, if the colony's balance were disturbed, it would become unable to support life. That's a coral fragment. The water is filled with a bacteria soup. The temperature is maintained at 25 degrees Celsius. The bacteria oxidize the inorganic waste, producing carbon dioxide in inorganic compounds. That's seaweed. The seaweed uses the carbon dioxide, inorganic compounds, and sunlight to carry out photosynthesis. That water is filled with the bacteria soup. Is that a kotatsu?
It's a marble table. I've never seen anything like this on Beyond before.
It's an import from home. The only problem is it doesn't really go with the sofas.
Oh, looks like a comfortable sofa. Nice color, too.
It's one of those chaos sofas. Its firmness and texture change depending on who's sitting on it. It has built-in sleep sensors as well, of course.
Chaos again. Built-in sleep sensors. Well, I'll be.
So that's basically memory foam, kind of. This is a nice view you have here. You don't have any screens for your windows? Well, there are hardly any insects on Beyond, so window screens aren't that important.
The only bugs you find here are ones like bees for pollinating flowers, flies for decomposing waste, and earthworms for enriching soil.
We never need to open a window either, really.
Every house on Beyond comes complete with its own life support system. They're as self-contained as any spaceship. You never know when a leak in the colony could occur.
Okay.
I like opening windows, though. There's something relaxing about it. You can see outside perfectly. That's adjustable glass for you. That's crazy.
Are these plants real?
Yes, they're selectively bred to absorb large amounts of carbon dioxide. It's nice having a room full of fresh air all the time. Mom liked these.
That's an antique lamp. Twin lamps, I should say.
They're connected to the sleep sensors in the sofas. They also have chaos systems, so their lighting changes depending on who's in the room. Seems like everything's chaos. So, this is our color? Yes, they give off ambient light even during the day. Damn!
Chaos, 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 chaos.
That's one of Mom's flower vases. She did a lot of flower arranging. Lorraine always did like flowers.
Well, this isn't a zero-gravity ceramic, is it? That's unusual for Beyond.
Right, that's porcelain. Mom probably ordered it from home. Flowers and plants reminded her of home, I'm sure.
Karen, you seem... how should I put it? Different in person than on TV. You're just as charming, of course.
They use CG to make me look better on camera. Same. I mean, hey, why do you think I look a lot better with these lights? They were using Instagram beauty filters already. Kojima called it. That's crazy. He called it. She's basically burnt peanut when she's on TV. Kojumbo strikes again. That's crazy. Actually, I have no filters on me. What you see is what you get. Unfortunately for you. I do have nice lighting. What do you mean? Think of it as a digital makeup. It's to cover up my complexion.
Are you sick right now?
Actually, my problem is more than temporary.
Well, it's an honor to meet you in person like this, Karen.
I'm used to being looked at through a camera, but I feel kind of embarrassed when people stare at me in person. It totally feels like I'm back with Lorraine. Can you check out, like, her bracelets? What are those? These are medical bracelets.
You having problems with your health?
You could say that, yeah.
A pager? Now what's that you got there?
This? It's my cell phone.
You news anchors are pretty busy, huh?
That's not the main reason I have it, actually. It's her medical cell phone for an emergency.
Look, this is the first time I've seen you in anything low cut, Karen. You always cover up on TV.
Yes, it's a news program after all. It's the station's policy. News Order isn't some raunchy soap opera. I like to wear something more casual at home.
Damn. I had no idea.
About what?
That you were concealing such considerable assets.
Bro! Ed! Ed, what are you doing? You're 57, brother. Is this first of all, Ed is my partner. Jonathan is Lorraine's ex-husband, and this is not his daughter. Ed, please.
So, do you choose your outfits yourself, Karen?
Almost all the clothes I wear on camera are CG.
Your clothes are CG too?
Well, I'm not naked during filming, of course. I do wear something. They alter it with CG in real time. She's a VTuber! She's onigiri cooking with, like, her green suit! Kojima predicted VTubers? That's crazy! She's a hybrid VTuber. Whoa!
So that's why you always seem to change so fast.
They also make slight adjustments to the colors of my clothing depending on my condition and the day's news.
Wow, I didn't know they did things like that.
Man, it totally feels like I'm back with Lorraine. They use CG makeup on me when I'm on camera. Do I seem that different?
No, you're even more beautiful in real life.
Nice try, Ed.
The camera doesn't do you justice, Karen. You look just like your mother when she was your age.
Yeah. Tell me about it. Well, I am her daughter. Totally feels like I'm back with Lorraine. Your hair looks like your mother's when we first met. Peak hairstyle 90s.
Your hair is even more vibrant off camera.
Keeping long hair is hard work in space. Yeah, I haven't seen many women with long hair here.
It explodes under weightlessness.
People say it's my most attractive feature, so the station kind of insists I keep it long. There's even an insurance policy on it. Well, now I've heard everything.
「こんにちは。ニュースオーダーの時間です。ビヨンド建設記念日を間近に控えた今日、地球へ帰ろう運動の決起集会が行われました。集会には約1万人以上のリーペイトリエイティストらが徳川ビル前に集まり、 BCP の間に衝突もありましたが、怪我人は出ておりません。 BCP では建設記念日に向けてテロ活動への警戒を呼びかけています。以上、 BBC からお伝えしました。
So, the repatriate?
これも CG ですね。
ええ、そうです。私のデータからコンピュータが作り出した本物そっくりの映像です。
They're using AI? Kojima's done it again! What the fuck? No wonder this game never came to America. We weren't ready. So, the repatriates, Colonel, what's the repatriates? The repatriates are people who live on the Beyond, which is this space colony, who want to return back to home, Like, I think it's planet Earth.
Is it all right if we ask you a few questions?
What would you like to know?
This can't be an easy thing to talk about, but it is necessary for our investigation. What can you tell us about your parents?
My father is a terrestrial who immigrated to Beyond shortly after it was completed. Your mother told me they met at Tokugawa's festival for Japanese people. Yes, that's correct. He said Mom was inconsolable after your accident. Lorraine. He devoted himself to her. They married 6 months later. Mom couldn't let go of you. The stronger Dad's love got, the more his jealousy grew. That's when their relationship turned sour. Mom still kept all the pictures she had of you. One day, Dad found them and burned every last one. She had no pictures of you left after that. Damn, hater. He was essentially, they argued constantly, but they stayed together for my sake. It's a real Japanese thing to do. That's true. Honestly, I didn't really understand them myself.
What does your father do at Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals?
All I know is he's involved with developing new pharmaceuticals.
To your understanding, what kind of work is it?
I don't know. He never talked much about it.
He never discussed his work at home?
Not with me, anyway.
Did he say anything you think might help us?
Well, one time, I can't remember when exactly, he broke down in tears, saying he wanted to quit Tokugawa. He said, "They lied to me. I hate my fucking job." Holy mackerel. That was it. That was all he said. He never mentioned it again. He never swore, which made it even more unusual.
Well, for someone here to say something like that, that's almost unheard of.
I don't really know what he did. He was forbidden from discussing his work for confidentiality reasons.
He never talked about a certain new product he was working on?
No, nothing specific. I don't really know what he did. Okay, sorry.
Did you notice anything unusual about your father before he disappeared?
Well, he'd been acting kind of strange lately. Maybe things weren't going well at work. Your mother said he would have these breakdowns. Yes, he did, now that you mention it. He's normally a calm person.
So he definitely was different than usual.
Yes, he does have a tendency to worry at times, but nothing like that. Wait.
Please try to think. Even the littlest thing might make a difference. In what other ways was he different?
He would become very pensive and emotional. He was like somebody else altogether. I think he talked to Mom about something, but he never said anything to me. So, Lorraine did know something. Mom didn't tell me anything either. Dude, do you know how many times I have to switch this voice because Ed's taken a major active role in speaking? I'm getting a workout just moving my hand over to the deep voice button. I'm so shocked there's no re-release of these yet. Konami leaving money on the table for no reason. Not only re-release, first of all, this game never had an English translation. I do love Ed's voice. I also stole that voice from Ghostbusters. Which, there's this cool cop who goes,
"The walls in the 53rd precinct are bleeding. How do you explain that?" That's
like his only line in the movie. And, but how is it English then? This entire translation was done by a dedicated group of fans who did this 15 years ago. So claps in chat for them. That's crazy. Like that is a passion project. Me getting this to even work took 8 or 9 hours, plus part of yesterday's stream. I started working with these guys, and I'll tell you something. I have seen shit that'll turn you white. That's Winston Zeddemore, my favorite Ghostbuster. It's an amazing job, and look how much text is in this game. All right, let's go to Hojo's hobbies, and let's hope it's not breeding. What are they called? Nanaki and Aerith or whatever it was, ancients, like Hojo in Final Fantasy VII.
What are your father's hobbies?
Hobbies? Well, he likes listening to CDs.
Compact discs?
Yes, he has a lot of CDs he got when he was younger. Unusual, I know.
I understand how that is. We come from the same time.
That's his only hobby per se. He doesn't have any friends.
So, he would spend his days off here.
He was almost never home since he and Mom didn't get along. Their relationship made him into a workaholic. Whenever he was home, he would spend his time listening to music by himself. Dad's CDs are over on those shelves. Go take a look if you'd like. I'd say his work is his real hobby. I suppose he's your typical Tokugawa employee. Mom probably wasn't satisfied with that kind of husband.
Do you know someone called Michael Saito? He works at Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals.
Saito. No, I've never heard of him. That's a Japanese name, right? Actually, I do remember hearing it now. But there are a lot of people here with Japanese names, so it could be common. Even if I did hear the name before, I never met him.
ロレインのことは
母の仮葬儀は終わりました。母は友人も少なかったし、私だけの寂しい葬儀でした。
遺体は
難しいみたい。せめてお骨だけでもって思うんですけど。
残念ながらビヨンドへの遺体の持ち込みは許可されないでしょう。
父が知ったらどんなに悲しむか。
遺留品は
遺留品も無理らしいです。
そうですか。お気の毒に。
ロレインに君のこと頼むって言われた。
そうですか。
そうですか。You were the only one she really loved. And then she was so glad when they found you. But I wasn't very nice to her. I felt sorry for Dad and everything. Mom didn't know very many people. I don't see how she could have had any enemies. Who could have done such a thing? Well, the police in OLA are treating it as a terrorist bombing. That's ridiculous. It happened right in front of me. That wasn't some terrorist. It has to be related to your father's disappearance. I'm a news anchor with the BBC.
Yeah, we always watch your program at my house.
Are you off today? I'm taking some time off because of my health. I don't think anyone will realize it's CG they're watching. They're using a CG double of me right now. I don't think anyone will be able to tell the difference. Your mother was worried about an illness she said that you have. Do you mind telling me about it? I have aplastic anemia. Aplastic? 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 It is. You know what? I thought it was aplastic, but then I thought it's probably not aplastic. I did not say a plastic enema. I said enema. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. I mean, look at the second word. I have anisol.
Okay.
The hematopoietic stem cells in my bone marrow, the ones that create new blood, have become damaged, and I can't produce blood cells properly. I can become anemic, or get hemorrhages, or be more susceptible to infection.
And that's why you're so pale, is it?
I've got a plastic anemia. Anemia. Basically, it's a disease where you become unable to produce new blood. How did you get such a serious illness? Well, in my case, it was exposure to cosmic radiation here. I have secondary aplastic anemia.
Unlike home, the surface of Beyond gets hit by a good deal of radiation.
So the government must offer some sort of compensation, right?
Unfortunately, they haven't set up anything official yet, no.
Anti-space groups like the Repatrius do offer financial support, but I don't want to end up being used by the likes of them. Yeah, they were talking about them on the news. It was your show, actually. How do you treat something like that? Something at your father's work was saying you need a bone marrow transplant? Yeah. Dad talked me into getting immunosuppressive therapy. I can see why he wanted me to try it. But it's not doing much. Apparently, in moderate to severe cases like mine, hormone therapy has no effect either. Not bad, huh? My only remaining option is a bone marrow transplant. What does a bone marrow transplant involve? They replace my damaged marrow with marrow from a healthy person. But in order to do the transplant, they need marrow from someone with the same HLA type as me. We still haven't found someone with my type. The transplant costs are enormous too. The transplant costs, hospitalization fees, immunosuppressants. I don't know where I'm going to get all the money even if we do find a donor. You don't look like you're being strapped for cash or anything. It's more expensive than you think. Until recently, my priority level on the waiting list was 7, which is for people who can't even pay for the transplant. But last month, I finally got some hope. That's why I'm always checking my phone here. It looks like Dad got me moved up. I'm so grateful for everything he's done. Okay.
Do you have any theories about what might have happened to your father?
He's not the type of person to disappear and not tell anyone. He must have become involved in something. Did he ever mention anything in particular before he went missing? Actually, yeah, the word Plato several times. I don't know what he meant by it. Again with this Plato or Pluto or whatever it is. So, you don't know what he could have meant by this Plato or Plato or Pluto thing. Your mother mentioned it too. I wish I knew. There's nowhere with a name like that here. Maybe it's some sort of a code name. He used to show me this. I brought it with me to prove who I am if need be.
Karen, この写真。
この写真。
ロレインとの写真だ。処分は君に任せる。
どうして？
ロレインはここにいる。このビヨンドに生きている。俺のところじゃない。処分は任せる。
わかった。
Dude, the music in this game is so peak. What up, Epic? Thank you. Thank you, brother. That's a picture of Mom and Dad. Where'd you get it? Oh, your mother gave it to me on home. I'm sorry. We still need this for the investigation. That's okay. I have another copy of it. Interesting. Where's the the CD case? Let's see. These are the CD shelves. This is Dad's hobby. Listening to music is probably his favorite thing in the world besides work.
I can see why. With this setup, he must enjoy it a great deal.
He's got almost every genre you can imagine here.
CDs are an antique media nowadays.
Right, but Dad doesn't like the quality you get online. Well, this is some collection.
Your dad seems like a real audiophile. These CDs will use a 3D data codes, right?
Yes, that's correct. Would you like to put something on? So, interestingly, you know, Kojima still adheres to like using a Walkman. So he's probably lamenting the loss of that kind of media. The title is Home. Written and performed by La Nakamura. Oh, Jesus, don't tell me I can look at all of these. The title is Nobody Knows. Oh! The title is Snatcher, One Night in Neo Kobe City, Unreleased Remix. Written and performed by Motoaki Furukawa, Kukeiha Club. Can we listen to this? Sure, go ahead. Ba-na-na-na, na-na-na-na, ba-na-na-na-na-na. So cool. Look, I honestly, if I could get I would pay money for the vinyl of Snatcher and Policenauts. No fucking bullshit. I'm so jealous that I missed it. Very, very disappointed. I don't know what Discogs are or how to get them. That's so cool that you can listen to One Night in Neo Kobe from Snatcher.
Sounds like it's a rough place out there.
Gee, Metal, this really brings me back to the Christmas spirit. You ever want to go for that Neo Kobe ramen, you just let me know.
Gillian, please. Wrong time and wrong game. We're here to solve the disappearance of Hojo Kinzo.
I suppose you're right, Metal. But I sure do miss playing Snatcher. I think that should be a once-a-year special. I do, like... Snatcher is on the VODs channel. I really miss Gillian Seed. Okay, sorry. So sick. 28 years. Written and performed by Ika-chan. Girls, Girls, Girls. Written and performed by La Nakamura. You mind if we put this on? No, not at all. Okay, VOD watchers, skip 2 hours. The title is Beyond Coast. Shadows. Tappy. Tappy cooking. Wait, I'm going to go to Animate this week, though, and go take a look for Snatcher and Policenauts. Oops. Title is Dear Friend. What's up, Ingvald? I feel like there's going to be a hidden message on one of these. We just got to find it. BCP. So BCCH is the hospital. Good humor. Still walking. Lavender. Owlcat. Polynet Warriors by the Decade. I got to hear this. Peak. Tokugawa. We got to hear Tokugawa. Okay, not what we're looking for. Children of the Dream. My Love. Let's try My Love. That seems like he might be...
Hey there, chat. Christmas sure is cold outside. Why don't we make a little fire in here? Oh, melt the snow between our bodies.
Okay, weird lyrics, but we'll go. The title is Bike Ride. Doing just fine. Tappy my goat. What is a Policenauts? If would explain, please. Well, it's a video game made by Hideo Kojima, and it's like a visual story. It's not just a record collection. It's just taking me a while to look through all the clues here. Tokyo Mambo. I love a little mambo. It's like an astronaut, but a police force. Too Late Blues. Fling Girls. Dude, this game's gonna take me fucking 70 hours. Home Sweet Home by Ika-chan. Anna's Theme Part 1. Living in the Real World. Okay. Festival on Beyond. I know there's one that's going to work here. Not Made in Texas.
Well, goddamn it, I guess I should come clean. I had what I thought was the winning hand. A straight flush. Can you believe my goddamn misfortune when that son of a bitch put down a royal flush to outkick me? I tell you, I could have bought it all, but instead I ended up with nothing.
That is kind of like life at the Chocobo Farm. Missed, the sequel to Riven. It's the other way around. Old LA 2040. Guy has quite the collection. Criminal investigation. That's from this game, right? So this is the game's soundtrack. No, no, no. Hey, this one doesn't have a title.
The cover's blank. Maybe it's a part of something else.
Can we listen to this? Sure, go ahead.
おかしいな。音楽が鳴らない。
変ね。ほんと、ノイズばかりね。
Maybe it got damaged? I don't think so. Okay, so that's a clue. Tappy's works. Nakamura Blues, Legendary Faces, Love Theme, Beyond Morning, Sweet Hippo. Okay. Let's listen to the main one too. Okay, so this is the big question mark. The blank CD. That's going to be, put that in your mental, let's remember that for later, okay?
次の話題です。ビヨンドコースト誕生30周年記念の催し物が各地で行われている中、ビヨンドの老朽化が深刻化しています。中でもミラーの老朽化が特に進んでおり、就航率の低下が危惧され、早急に対策が必要とされています。これに対し宇宙推進事業団では10年計画でコロニー内の全パーツを取り替える方針を検討しているとのことです。以上、カレン北条がお伝えしました。
Gotta love the Japanese news reporter voices.
I'm gonna try looking closer next time. May we ask you some questions?
What would you like to know? I guess it's time for us to leave, guys. To Hojo's room.
部屋を見せてもらえないかな。
父の部屋。ああ、書斎なら。
書斎があるんですか。
ええ。
それじゃあ書斎を見せ
Couldn't
ても
take
らえ
the
ますか。
CD.
どうぞ、こっちです。ここが父の書斎の日本間です。
Japanese as fuck. This is JP.
そのカードは
父の ID カードじゃないかしら。それは確か予備のコピーカードです。 父は用心深い人でしたから。
徳川製薬のガードマンが持っていたものと同じだ。カレンさん、ちょっとこれ預かってもいいかな？
いいですけど、徳川には内緒ですよ。コピーがあったなんて知れたら大変ですから。
This is the Abroad in Japan studio.
What's in these drawers?
Well, there was Sumi and Suzuri in them before, but they're empty now.
There was what?
Sumi and Suzuri, ink and ink stones. You use them in calligraphy. Dad hadn't been using these drawers lately, so there's nothing in them.
This is an odd desk. Where's the chair?
It's a zashiki desk, a desk you place on tatami. You sit on the floor with your legs folded under you. That's where Dad drops his things when he gets home from work. That's a Japanese colored paper, or irogami. Dad wrote one of his favorite words on it.
What does it say?
Oudo. It means the high road. He used to say one should always walk the high road. Dad told me he owes his success as a scientist to living by this philosophy. That's a hanging scroll, or a kakejiku.
Is it a talisman?
It's a Japanese custom to decorate the alcove with art and writing.
And what's written on it?
My doctrine is that of an all-pervading unity. Dad said it's part of the Analects of Confucius. Shrine?
ロレインの？
母さんの仏壇。まだホームから遺体が届いてませんけど。
遺体をビヨンドへ入れるには手続きが非常に難しいんだ。
母さんも日系人だから仏壇に。
ロレインが死んだのは俺の責任だ。彼女は助けを求めてきた。俺を頼って。しかし俺は彼女を追い返した。辛かったんだ。
でも母さんは幸福だったはずです。あなたに会えて。それが何よりもの慰め。
This is actually the Hojo family altar. I never imagined I'd need to use it for this so soon. Yeah, so a lot of Japanese families still have this. Like, it's an incredibly touching sentiment where you light incense and you can have a picture of your parents or your grandfather. And it's wild because it takes up a fair amount of space in a country where you don't have a lot of it, but it's their adherence to being respectful towards, you know, for those who came before. We do not have one in our personal house, but we do have a little area dedicated to Kupo, where we have his ashes and some pictures and some flowers that we pray to and say thank you to him. But her parents have one. Yuki's parents have it. This is actually the Hojo family altar. I never... Oh, wait, that one. Wait. Actually, let's save our game. This game's pretty good. It's very slow, but pretty damn awesome.
Is this artificial?
No, it's real. It's a home fern, if I remember right.
Oh, this is a nice pot, too.
Mom took good care of it. You don't come across this variety very often on Beyond.
You've got plants in the living room as well.
We've always kept a lot of plants around the house, thanks to Mom. Tatami.
Now, what's all this on the floor?
These are tatami mats. You lay them on the floor of Japanese-style rooms, or washitsu, like this one. These ones aren't real straw, though.
They smell nice.
They say tatami mats have become more popular as a result of the eco boom. Here's the sliding doors that I forgot the name of.
Is this adjustable glass?
That's a shoji glass. It's made to resemble shoji. It's another high-tech glass that lets you control the amount of light that passes through it. Shoji are Japanese screens or doors made out of Japanese paper called washi. Doesn't break as easily as real shoji since it's glass.
日本古来の家紋標です。父はどうしてこんなものを貼っていたんでしょう。家紋の下に大役が書かれているわ。
No Sanada clan. The Tokugawa logo comes from their family crest, right?
Yeah, he had to have a reason for putting this here.
Let's see if one of them's the Nobunaga.
Let's see what this one says. Dosan Saito, the Nade Shiko, or fringed pink. It says he was the one who originally made this flower into a crest. Let's see what this one says. Ieyasu Tokugawa, the Tokugawa Aoi, or hollyhock leaves. It says this became the Matsudaira family crest from their relationship with the Kamo shrines, and was later inherited by Tokugawa.
So we have them to thank for that eyesore of a logo. What's kind of interesting is that Nobunaga said he believed in like a famous poem that I was talking to Yuki's dad about this yesterday. It was essentially that Japanese life ends at 50, so do as much as you can. So because they had the life expectancy during the Edo Jidai was around 50 years old. However, Ieyasu Tokugawa lived actually quite long. I think he was like 73 or 78, somewhere in those range. But most people died before they were 50, so that's like your life is 50 years. What are you gonna do with it? It's kind of cool.
Let's see what this one says. Toshie Maeda, the Kaga Umebachi, or Kaga Plum Blossom. Maeda designed this to stand out from all the other plum crests that were around at the time.
Some people think he was a descendant of the Sugihara clan, or so I heard. Yukimura Sanada's was the coolest. It was 6 coins with the little circle in the middle, and that was so that he could pay his passage to hell.
Let's see what it says. Mitsunari Ishida, the Kuyo. It says the Kuyo were heavenly bodies originally used for fortune-telling in ancient India.
This one looks somewhat familiar.
Yeah? Nothing comes to mind. Alright, this one's the Nagamasa Asai. Kin Hanabishi inside Mitsumori Kiko, or flower diamonds inside 3 tortoise shells. This is from the Itsukushima Shrine in Hiroshima Prefecture.
It came from the shape of a large boulder in front of the subordinate shrine, or so I heard. Dude, these are very hard to pronounce.
Alright, let's see what this one says. Hideki Kobayakawa, the crest of the Katori clan, originally from the Katori Shrine in Chiba Prefecture.
The Katori Shrine also uses the Goshichi no Kiri, a Paluania flower pattern, or so I heard.
Let's see what this one says. Shit, this one's just the Triforce. Soin Hojo, the Hojo Udoko, or scales. It says the scales came from a dragon.
Well, this isn't my father's family crest. Even though his family name is Hojo, it's not the actual crest he uses. This is speaking in general terms. You know, there's a legend about this crest's origin. One night, the regent of Kamakura, Tokimasa Hojo, went to pray for the prosperity of his descendants at Inoshima when a half-human, half-snake woman appeared before him and gave him 3 scales.
Okay.
He tried to ensure that prosperity by making the scales into his family crest.
So these are snake scales?
The Lamia.
Okay.
All right, let's see what it says. Let's see what it says. Takatsuna Sasaki, the Meiyui. This belongs to the Omiginja clan, of which Sasaki was a member.
It's supposed to represent a dying pattern. Well, that's what I read anyway. Interesting. have to excuse my appearance. I just got up before you arrived.
Are you feeling all right?
Yes, don't worry about me.
Karen,
What would you like to know? Okay. I think we're good. Dewa.
カレンさん、どうも役に立ちましたよ。
カレン、すまなかった。
私、真実を知りたい。だから約束してくださる？どんなことが分かっても父に関すること、私に隠さないで教えてください。母に代わって依頼料は払います。
いえ。
分かった。約束しよう。
He
しか
promised.
し金はいらない。この件はロレイン本人から頼まれたものだ。依頼人はロレインと俺本人だ。
Okay.
ジョナサンって呼んでもいいかしら？
ああ。
ジョナサン、私、さっきは言い過ぎたわ。ごめんなさい。
Okay.
カレンさん、ロレインがあんなことになったんだ。あなたも安全とは言えん。何かあればすぐ BCP まで連絡してください。部下を送ります。
ありがとう。
じゃあ、カレン。
あ、ジョナサン、
なんだ？
あなたずっとタバコ加えてたわね。
こいつは病気なんだ。気に障ったのなら。
いえ、母からはそんな話聞いたことないから。
大丈夫。このビヨンドにいればやめるさ、きっと。
そうね。じゃあ。
失礼するよ。
Shidishio. Okay. I don't think it's a fake Jonathan. I think he started after he came back.
きっと彼女も分かってくれる。
だといいが。
だといいな. All right, let's take a quick break so I can hear the baby crying, and let's rehydrate. Let's enjoy a little quick. We're 3 out. I'm also gonna turn off the sound effect that keeps saying okay. Done. Can we have Tappy in the background? No. But I will give you the next best thing. Gee, Metal, why don't we play one night in Neo Kobe City? All right, be right back, guys. Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha!
Hey Pete, my mom said alcohol is the enemy, but Jesus said to love thy enemies. Therefore, cheers everybody.
Fair enough. Thank you. Speaking of, I'm going to crack open the first of the day.
Aru free this.
All free. No alcohol. Just the bad memories of a hangover from before. All right. Okay, holy shit. What a lot of talking in this game. Am I going to smoke like the main character? Why not? Why not? This is an insane amount of dialogue. But it's fun. It's just like Kojima unrestrained. I do love world building. It's not a real cig, it's a fake puff. Thank you, True Storm. Appreciate you. Let us move to the BCCH, which is the hospital.
BCCH へ行って北条の担当していた薬局員に話を聞こう。
俺は病院と注射は苦手なんだが。
俺だってそうだ。患者じゃないんだ。気を楽に行こうぜ。
True.
しかしあの DDS の話からするとこの先注射はなくなるかもしれんぞ。
そうなると困るな。
どうして？
病院を嫌う口実がなくなる。看護婦に甘える口実が減る。
悪魔しいやつだ。
Classic. He likes his nurses. That's our John.
ジョナさん、これがビヨンド1のマンモス病院。ビヨンド中央病院。BCCH だ。
でかい病院だな。
さあ、北条の手がかりを探そう。
All right, now we're looking for the DDS is the drug delivery system, which targets where you're ill and it immediately creates like the medicine, a pathway to with the medicine. So this guy Hojo Tinzo, who's been missing, he created several variations of these, whether they're needle based or some sort of a thermal sticker or whatever. The recent one that he built was a K9, which I can't remember how it was taken or what form it was derived from, but he created 100 batches to be sent to this hospital, and it's not out for the public yet, and then he went missing that day. So I think it's going to tie into the Frozoners, who are the artificial, like, android-ish people. I don't know if there's a PC version of this game. There's a PC 98 version of the game, but I don't know if that's the PC we can talk about. There was a PC 98, which was a very Japanese-centric piece of hardware, a 3DO, the Sony PlayStation, and the Sega Saturn. The PC 98's more of like a console. Yeah. There's no Windows 6.7. Kampai, guys. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. The PlayStation 1 version does have mouse support, I believe. I can't get over the size of this place.
You won't find a better hospital here, not just in terms of treatment facilities, but patient capacity. Numbers of doctors, nurses, you name it. I don't know the specifics, but apparently the building was designed by some famous architect from home. This is the hospital foliage. They've planted trees and bushes all around the building. The layout was designed to make them viable and visible from every room in the hospital.
Yeah, it's soothing having other life around you in space.
It's the hospital sign.
Beyond Coast Central Hospital. Just like you said, and I believed you. And thank you guys for the hype train. Much love. Enjoy your discounted subs and your ad-free viewing of this legendary title. Tuck into your favorite blanket, grab some pizza or order some Uber or DoorDash and relax to the max. And I'll try to do the heavy lifting today on this winter break. Stay a while and pay me.
Appreciate you, buddy. It's the BCCH sign. It's foliage planted for the patients. That's the main entrance. That's the linear elevator that goes to the 0G ward.
What's that?
It's a zero-gravity ward set up in the center of the colony. Weightlessness is a good environment for treating patients who are bedridden or have burns over large areas of their body. They also perform certain operations there since blood doesn't squirt out in zero gravity.
What about over there? What's that entrance for?
I'd say it looks like an employee entrance.
よし、領域に入ってみよう。BCCH のロビーだぞ。
これだけのマンモス病院だ。北条の知人を探すのも一苦労だろうな。
しかし今はそれしか道はない。気を持ち直して北条の手がかりを探そう。
Must be here waiting for something.
Hey, he's pretty nice from this angle.
Man, these people won't know Hojo. Check out that Chinese-looking dude.
Yeah, he's got a hand towel tied around his head. A lot of Asians do that to keep warm. Why would anyone in their right mind be doing that here?
Yeah, come on, man. Quit staring at him. Guys like him start something soon as you make eye contact. Look away the same way you'd avoid a shady dog.
All right. Ed, chill.
Yeah, it looks like another patient.
It looks like he's got some kind of mental illness. Balding is not a mental illness. Balding is natural. It happens to everybody. Thank you, Harvia. That's not an illness just because he lost the top of his hair. Balding is not a sickness of the mind, so your hair floats away.
Man, why you gotta talk about people like that? I mean, these people won't know Hojo. Seems to be another patient. None of these people look too good.
Well, those two look like they're together.
Well, you know, these are hospital patients. They won't be able to help us. Okay. He's talking to the receptionist. We should try inquiring at the reception ourselves. They're all patients here. That guy looks like he's been hospitalized here.
Yeah, he seems pretty healthy to me. Maybe he's here for surgery.
Right there, that's a board for people waiting for appointments or medication. What? Run out of your pills? It's a sign giving directions around the hospital.
Where do you suppose all these sales reps hang out?
Won't say anything on this. Let's ask at reception.
The seats in any hospital waiting room I've been are always cold and hard.
Not here. These are all fitted with chaos systems. The seat alters its feel to match the patient's condition. They're seats with built-in chaos. That's the hospital's information counter. Why don't we try asking about Hojo?
Yeah, good idea.
Excuse me, may we speak with you for a moment?
はい、今日はどうされましたか？
いや、実は
初診の方ですね。こちらのアンケート用紙に症状を詳しくご記入ください。
違うんだ。俺たちはどこも悪くはない。
は？
俺たちはビヨンド警察のものなんだが、ちょっと聞きたいことがあるんだ。
警察の方？なんでしょう？
Alright, let's take a look. Her hair's pretty. It almost looks like silk. It's a nice shade of blonde. Really sexy. Yeah, I like her hair. She must put a lot of work in on it. She's cute. I wouldn't mind getting a shot from her.
Smart idea putting girls like these out front. She wearing lipstick? Okay. Would you look at that? God damn! God damn, that's hot! That's so funny. A double goddamn. Bro has been floating in space for 25 years. All right?
Man, show a little control when we're out.
Please don't be a butterface. Please don't be a butterface. Please don't be a butterface. That's unhinged. That is actually awful. That's the 90s for you.
Just give it a rest, will ya?
Look, she's pretty cute too.
Well, she looks like she's calculating a bill for somebody. It's a microphone for the PA. And I want to say thank you to keeping that hype train alive and moving.
It was a different time, and also Kojima, this is no surprise. If when we played Snatcher, there was a whole lot of sexual innuendo. Gee, Metal, I'm gonna go try to pick up a girl here on Christmas Eve. Gillian, please!
実は人を探してるんだが、北条健三という人物だ。徳川製薬のプロパーで、この病院にもよく出入りしているらしいんだが。
徳川製薬のプロパーの方ですか？
知らないか？
プロパーの方は関係者用の通用口から出入りしますので分かりません。
誰ならわかる？
そういう件でしたら当病院の理事長に相談されては。
理事長？
理事長ね。
どちらにせよ理事長の許可が必要ですから。
Well, he would have been here a number of times. You honestly don't know him? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, but I don't remember meeting him. I only deal with the patients. I don't know anything about sales reps from Tokugawa or anywhere else.
All right, well, where do we go to see the director?
The director can be found in the director's office.
Why do I feel like an idiot? So what's the director like?
She's young and extremely charming. Of course, she used to be a model, so that's to be expected.
She? The director's a woman?
Well, we all love her here. She's got brains and beauty, and she's famous too. This is the largest hospital on Beyond. We've also been designated as one of the colony's emergency response facilities in the event of an accident or disaster. In addition, our organ transplantation technology is the most advanced in the world. We're well known even on Earth. Many people come from all around Earth just to receive treatment here.
It's easier to obtain organs here on Beyond than it is on home, you see.
I don't understand. Why is that?
Well, we've established a centralized organ distribution network and transplant coordination system here. There still isn't a consensus between the countries on Earth on how to handle the organ issue. You have to go through a lot of red tape to get anywhere there. The first floor consists of outpatient examination rooms, while the second floor and above contain patient rooms and ORs. There's also a zero-G treatment ward located in the center of the colony.
Yeah, we saw the elevator outside.
We have approximately 800 doctors working in 25 departments.
So, is there a name I can put to this beautiful face?
Are you trying to hit on me?
Well, destiny has obviously brought us together for some reason we've yet to understand. I'm just trying to get to know you, that's all.
Yeah, those lines will get you nowhere, buddy. If you were hospitalized here, I suppose you might get to know me a little bit then.
So is that a no? Would I be treated by nurses as breathtaking as you?
Of course, you'd get the very best care, but they wouldn't be indulging in any fantasies of yours, I'm afraid.
Man, she'd make sure you got all male nurses.
Damn, Ed throwing the water on it. Man, I mean, I don't blame her. What up, Sensei? Thank you for the raid, brother. Party of 58, your table is right this way. Ed is my goat. Ed is absolutely my goat.
Man, it's enough with that. We're representing the police here.
So where's the director's office?
It's at the end of Block B, here on the first floor. I'll let her know you're coming. If you follow the green line, that'll take you straight there. That's a Tokugawa group ID, isn't it? That's a really old picture. That's from before I was born.
Hello. I hope everyone had a Merry Christmas and a Happy Holidays. I hope you did too, buddy, and thank you for the raid. Genuinely, walking your way through Japan one step at a time, and you've landed here. My apologies. Damn. You know what? This happens to me a lot more than I care to admit. Not that I'm showing people old pictures or hitting on anybody, but the amount of people that I meet that say X wasn't around because it's from before I was born is actually brutal. Or they won't know my references, or they won't know anything like that. It happens at like Starbucks or restaurants or bars. You're trying to find some common ground or like something to talk about or nothing. You're nothing but a robo hooker.
Okay, let me think. I'm sorry, I still don't recall seeing anyone like that. He certainly isn't a patient here.
Excuse me?
She's busy at the moment. I can help you instead.
Yoo-hoo! Sweet cheeks! Are you deaf or what?
Do you not want to speak with me for some reason? They're busy right now. Probably best that we
walk away from this situation. Let me save my game. Dude, we've played, okay, for real, we've played nearly 6 hours of this game, and legitimately speaking, I've done almost fucking nothing. I had one action scene at the very, very beginning, and the rest has been Pete's talkathon. 6 fucking hours of no gameplay. That's kind of cool as hell. No, we've picked up like one item. Point and clicks even still have more things that you do. But I do enjoy it.
Look how well you can see outside. This must be adjustable glass.
I did want to know what the HLA was.
HLA, acronym for Human Leukocyte Antigen. Histocompatibility antigens are proteins used by immune systems to differentiate self cells from non-self cells. The system of histocompatibility antigens found in humans is collectively called HLA, with one's HLA genes determining which one's HLA type. HLA proteins can be found on the surface of all cells except for red blood cells, and if a transplant recipient receives an organ or tissue with a different HLA type, this will cause a rejection, whereby the body will attack the cells of the graft organ or tissue, which it considers an invader. There are numerous antigens and virtually millions of possible HLA types due to the nature in which they are inherited from one's parents. HLA types are particularly important regarding bone marrow transplants. Histocompatibility tissue tests are conducted to determine whether a donor and a recipient share an HLA type. This is done by examining lymphocytes in the subject's blood.
Okay, so that's what's wrong with Karen Hojo. She's looking for an HLA donor match. Let's look at culture and sports. An amphibian, if I recall correctly, is someone who can go between beyond and the home.
Amphibian, slang for a person who travels between Earth and outer space, has replaced the antiquated astronaut in common usage, though the latter is still used for scientific and historical purposes.
Nailed it. Grunge metal?
A music trend that emerged on Beyond Coast in 2040, said to have been born from infusing the carefree decadence found on Earth into progressive metal, which had undergone a revival in a new wave of 20th century nostalgia, popular mainly among younger Beyonds. Besides the music itself, the rugged look of artist clothing has become into style as home fashion. Beyonds find the relaxed nature of grunge metal attire a welcome change from the strict dress code they were made to follow growing up. Before the emergence of grunge metal, most popular music on Beyond consisted of high-frequency instrumental songs. But now, vocal songs and band-style music have made a comeback after a decade-long absence. Many lyrics of grunge metal songs feature Earth's nature, personal relationships, and love, contrary to the political themes of other recent music, and are often sung at repatrious gatherings. Notable bands include Small Marcy and the Vocal Cowboys. The Policenauts Private Collection, a digital book on Policenauts based on the limited edition pilot disc released for the 3DO. a limited item containing additional development materials and previously unreleased behind-the-scenes information. Okay. What's the Kuntz Bill? The Kuntz Bill, a gun control bill introduced by Robert R. Kuntz in 2013. It abolishes civilian firearm ownerships on space colonies and bases, including beyond coast. Originally intended as a gun control measure on Earth, it has made possible the total abolition of civilian firearms in outer space, with space's unique environment particularly benefiting from such a measure. There is a growing movement on Earth calling for certain countries to approve this bill, particularly the United States, where guns are still easily obtained. Known on Earth as the Kuntz Bill instead of law because it is yet to be passed there. Oh boy. Space fireflies. Space fireflies, the phenomenon whereby human waste ejected into space is hit by sunlight or another light source, causing it to glitter and resemble a group of fireflies. Astronaut John Glenn of Project Mercury famously reported witnessing this phenomenon during his first trip to space. It is seldom seen anymore, however, due to the strict legislation that has been enacted to prevent the littering of space, such as the Outer Space Waste Regulations and the Outer Space Environmental Standards Law. Survival Ball? Survival Ball, a one-man rescue pod designed to offer a lifeline to its occupant in the event of an accident in outer space, also known as a rescue ball. Devised during the shuttle era, all small spacecraft are required to have one. Per the Outer Space Safety Regulations, life pods designed to hold 30 people and found on space planes and other spaceships also contain survival balls as backup. Originally created only to shelter someone adrift outside Earth's atmosphere until they were rescued. As mankind's activities in space expanded, organizations began installing them with long-term life support devices employing cold sleep. The surface of the sphere is covered with norbordiane, a metal that absorbs solar radiation, allowing the ball to semi-permanently store energy and support its inhabitant. The survival ball used by astronaut Jonathan Ingram, that's us, during the first test of the Yuri was a prototype containing an experimental cold sleep module. The Yuri and the survival ball were connected by a special umbilical cord with a two-way network allowing for the transfer of power and data in the event of an accident. Upon activating a survival ball, the occupant must connect an attachment on their spacesuits to the ball's life support system and curl up into a rather uncomfortable position before entering cold sleep. Japanese astronauts liken it to the attainment of a Buddhahood and look on with an added degree of anxiety. The Yuri accident was us. We'll read that later. Okay. Sorry, I was curious, guys. That was a lot of reading.
あなたたちが刑事さんね。受付から連絡もらったわ。
あなたがこの病院の理事長？
そうよ。女だとは思わなかった？
いや、受付で聞いてはいたんだが、少しホームなまりがあるな。
私は BCCH 理事長のクリス・ゴドウィンです。
私は BCP 風紀課のエド・ブラウン。
俺はジョナサン・イングラム。OLA で。
ああ、そうだ、やっぱりそうだわ。どこかで見た顔だと思った。あなたたちポリスノーツのエドとジョナサン？
どうして？
私よ、覚えてないかしら？一度少女雑誌のカバーを一緒に撮影したでしょ？もう30年も前だけど。
おう、あのモデルのクリスちゃん？そうか、女らしくなって。
あのクリスか？モデルか。受付でも言ってたな。
もうすっかりおばちゃんよ。そうね、あなたたちなの。会えて嬉しいわ。で、どんな用件？
Okay, so let's take a look at all of the surrounding room. Sorry, I was still deep voice. What's this? It's potpourri. It has a lavender fragrance. I get it sent to me by a friend on home. Go ahead, smell it. Yeah, it does smell like potpourri, like a lavender. She did the Fatal Attraction! She did the Fatal Attraction! You can't do that. Basic Instinct! My Fatal Attraction! That's the one. Yeah, it's the cover of a teen magazine from 30 years ago. They got us and the other Policenauts on the front. Seeing you guys brings back so many memories.
Man, I was just a kid back then myself. Now there's Tokugawa. He never smiles for the camera. There's Gates. Oh, he was Mr. Popular. And there's Salvatore. He always joked around when we did pictures like this.
Well, this was me before I lost everything. I remember how cute you were, Chris.
Yeah, real cute.
I would have been 14 then. It's another Kojima classic.
This magazine had the largest circulation on Beyond at the time. It's called Beyonds. It's a general interest magazine.
Chris の子供？
それは他人の子供よ。
君の子供じゃないの？
ジョナサン、よせ。
悪かった。
It's a newborn baby. I don't even remember his name. You seem a little sad for someone your age. I was 19, if I remember right. It's Chris in her teens. She's holding a baby. He's a cute little guy. Well, what are all these papers? I've got things like my medical license and the hospital's accreditation up there. There are documents hanging all over the walls. The place really feels like a director's office.
These are books on organ transplantation.
And that's my area of expertise. They're all books about organ transplantation. I wrote a few of them myself. They're really old, though. I'm probably the only doctor on the colony who keeps so much paper media around. How could anyone understand this stuff? You're amazing, Chris. Is this a fireplace? Yes, but I don't use it. You're not allowed to use fireplaces on Beyond, it's just for decoration. This is marble, isn't it? Pretty extravagant decoration. It's a fireplace. It's funny, you feel warmer just looking at it. Save and light. So, we can't light it? Sorry, but it isn't built for actual fires. Are you listening to me at all? You know, if you told me you're still a model, I'd believe you.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone look this good in a lab coat before.
Oh, Ed, you've been taking notes from Jonathan? Would never, ever guess you're in your 40s. And what would you guess? Late 20s? Tops? That's awfully nice of you, Jonathan. Smell! It's a nice smell. The same as that potpourri, isn't it? Yeah. It's lavender perfume. I just hate the smell of drugs. That's the only reason I wear it.
Man, you got as many people wearing fragrances here as you do smoking cigarettes.
Hey, nothing wrong with either.
実は行方不明になったある人物の足取りを追っている。北条健三という。
北条？聞かないわね。ここの患者なの？
その男、徳川製薬のプロパーなんだ。徳川製薬でこの病院に薬を卸してるって聞いたんだ。
ここの薬関係の担当者を紹介してもらえないか。
ああ、それなら薬局の薬剤師に聞けばわかるはずよ。ここの薬の管理はすべて彼に任してるから。それで？
So you don't know anything at all about Hojo. The littlest thing could help. No, this is the first time I've heard of him. I'm sorry. You have your own pharmacy here? Beyond has the same medical system you find in Japan, where a doctor can also serve as a pharmacist. When people get their prescription in a hospital, they'll receive their medication from its pharmacy. We have our own pharmacy since there's no separation between prescribing and dispensing in our medical industry.
The profit margin for drugs here is astronomical. Doctors rake in extra 20 to 30% by dispensing themselves. Hospitals and drug companies make a killing in this system because the price of drugs for patients is so high. One of the reasons Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals has become so successful is because it lobbied for the implementation of the Japanese system on Beyond in the early days of the colony. Plus, there's the fact that people here prefer to take a drug for something even if they don't actually need it. All this has led to overprescription, a high drug profit margin, and a medical industry that benefits doctors and hospitals instead of patients.
Personally, I'm against doing things this way. We should be working on separating the industry like places on home. But as a businesswoman, it's great for us. The hospital wouldn't be where it is today without this system. Yeah, I get all that. But what about the pharmacist? Oh, yes, the pharmacist. You mean Jun Ishida.
And what can you tell us about Ishida?
Jun Ishida is an employee of Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals assigned to us here at the hospital. He can be a bit of an odd character, but he gets the job done. He works for Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals. We have an important relationship with Tokugawa. A number of their employees work here. We could never just shut them out. He's a Nisei Beyond. He hasn't got much of a personality, really. None of them do. I only talk to him when it's work-related. Well, where's the pharmacy located? Through that door there. The two rooms were originally one. It's a little inconvenient, I know. We split this room up, and that's where we put the pharmacy. The window's out in the hall, of course.
You mean You make sure no one steals anything, huh?
I guess you could say that. We're planning on moving it soon since it's been a pain having it like this for so long. So, how did the first Miss Teen Beyond wind up in charge of the colony's biggest hospital? I quit modeling 20 years ago. My parents were doctors here, but then they were killed in a spaceplane disaster, and that's when I inherited this place. I'd gone to medical school, and this was the only thing they left me. I'm always busy with something, whether it's here or somewhere else. You're married, Chris? Nope. I've never had much time for relationships with work. I've devoted my life to my career. Guys stopped showing an interest in me a long time ago anyway. I find that very, very hard to believe. Are you saying you'd be interested? So, let me ruin this moment by asking whose child is that in the photo? Son of a friend. John Fumble if you need him. Before I forget, I don't mind when you say things like that to me, but leave that poor receptionist alone. Okay? You heard about that already, huh? You must have more important things to talk about than me, don't you? My main job is running the hospital, but since my area of expertise is organ transplantation, I help out a little with that as well. For instance, I'm a consultant for the Beyond Coast Organ Distribution Network, the Beyond Coast Organ Procurement Network, and various other transplant groups. I also volunteer as psychiatric nurse, working between transplant coordinators, donors, and recipients. Okay. Are organ transplants really that important in space? Yeah, they're absolutely essential to us. Space's environment has massive effects on the human body. What with the weightlessness and cosmic rays? We still aren't ready for transplanting artificial organs. All medical science can do at the moment is transplant them from other people. Oh boy. So what about using artificial organs? We're a long way from developing organs that can be used long-term, function as a complete replacement for the failed organ, and be small enough to be inserted into the body. We do have machine organs, bio-organs, but the only replacements that can currently be classified as complete are artificial bones, teeth, and a type of blood used exclusively for transporting oxygen. You're talking about the artificial blood AP uses. There are machines that can function as supplementary hearts and kidneys outside the body, but there are problems with internalizing them. Hoshi Kudaki, thank you for the 10 on the 10, brother. Thank you so much for supporting the stream, as always. The most advanced artificial kidney I can ever see us developing is continuous ambulatory peritoneal dialysis. Fucking text. Are there any organs that you could never replace? I'd say the liver. Fuck! The pancreas and the gastrointestinal organs. There are hybrid types in development that combine organic tissue and synthetic materials, but they're still testing them on animals right now. Which organs are affected by cosmic rays? The ones with rapid cell division rates are affected the most. For instance, bone marrow, lymphatic tissue, and mucosal epithelium of the digestive tract, the reproductive organs. That's what happened to Karen. Then come the kidneys, the liver, the lungs, the skin, blood vessels. The effects on sperm and fetuses are the most pronounced. Yeah. I know about that. You had to avoid conceiving for at least 6 months after returning from space before. The time frame's been reduced, but amphibians still have to be careful with that. This doesn't have anything to do with our investigation, but how complex a procedure is a bone marrow transplant? A bone marrow transplant? Well, all transplants are complex procedures, but bone marrow transplants in particular? You can't perform the transplant without a donor whose HLA matches the recipient's. Everything depends on them matching. The problem doesn't hinge on the procedure itself as much as finding a donor. Yeah, we know someone who's waiting for a bone marrow transplant. Do they have any siblings? None. Well, in that case, it won't be easy. You need a donor with the matching HLA. You can't do the transplant otherwise.
Well, you look impressed, Jonathan.
I guess. That's a Tokugawa ID, right? I'm surprised they lent it to you. Wow. I remember this photo. This is a photo of Hojo. I may have met him before. I'm not sure, though. He looks like your typical serious Tokugawa employee. May? Can you talk about the lab coat? I would never ever guess you're in your 40s.
その手に持っているものは？
マスキートよ。
マスキート？
ええ。小型の採血マイクロマシンよ。このマスキート、プログラムがいかれちゃって制御できないの。ようやくさっき回収したのよ。
This type of medical micro machine is used in the colony for drawing blood. I got a wrist. I was gonna. You've got legs from here to some wonderful place. Well, I can tell you they're not as nice as they used to be. Certainly nothing compared to any young girl out there.
Man, I wish she'd keep them in one place.
Oh, come on, don't do this to me. I promise you they're not as nice as you think. The perviness of Kojima knows no bounds. Please don't tell me you can check out her rack. I simply can't get over how beautiful you are, Chris. You've aged like a fine wine. You're a sweet guy, Jonathan.
I must say, you're just as charming as when we shot that photo.
No staring, okay? You'll see all my wrinkles. Jesus! Okay, time to go, boys. Yeah, lavender's a nice smell. Just like Chris's perfume. Let's go to the pharmacy. Oh, come on. We haven't seen each other in years. Let's catch up on everything.
Doctor?
Go ahead. Oh, mosquitoes. It's a mosquito-type robot developed by Tokugawa Heavy Industries and Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals. It's designed for drawing blood from people and animals and administering shots. With this, you can draw blood without the subject feeling a thing. It can also be used for donating blood. They've received a lot of criticism, but these guys are one of the reasons we've been able to prevent AIDS and other diseases here. They fly by flapping their wings. They were designed through biomechanics. I don't know the details.
We saw a hologram of it at Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals.
大変！みんな捕まえて！血を吸われるわよ！ジョナサン！壁に止まったわ。そっと捕まえて、外に出すと大変だわ。
どうやって？カーソルでクリックするんだ。慎重にな。くそ、逃げられた。 じっとしてるんだ。動かないように。
早くして。
また逃げられた。
Damn it!
ダ
God damn it! It's on your upper.
美味しいところに泊まりやがった。ジョナサン、俺に任せろ。断る。俺が頼まれたんだ。
I got it.
また逃げられるのがオチだ。
二人とも早く捕まえて
よ。申し訳ない。
Okay, I got it. Just let me reach for it. Don't move. I got it.
そう、また逃げられた。
Don't land on the.
刺されたわ。やだ。こんなとこ
ろに。おお、今度は胸だ。5章だから、ジョナサン。俺の役目だ。俺は人生を恨むよ。くそー、また逃げられた。ジョナサン、真面目にやれ。
お願い、早く捕まえて。
くそー、また逃げられた。ジョナサン、真面目にやれ。
Am I supposed to do? Okay, wait. I think I'm supposed to do something like.
お願い。
I think I'm like failing my QTE.
やった！触った。
ありがとう、ジョナサン。
いや、こんなことならいつでも。ジョナサン、お前な、後で感想を聞かせろよ。
本当におかしな人たちね、ポリスノーツさん。まるでバディ映画から抜け出たみたい。
まあ、大事に至らなくてよかった。
そうね。さあ、これからどうする？お二人さん。
That's funny. Ah, Kojima, you just don't know how to stop yourself. You dirty dog. Okay. That is a nice chair. It better be. I spent half my life sitting on it. That's why Kojima's Kojima, brother. I was just trying to stop her from the nano injection, all right? I was just, that's not my fault. I was doing my best.
じゃ、薬局を見せてもらうよ。
どうぞ、そこの扉よ。あ、ジョナサン。
なんだい？
そのタバコ、なんとかならない？
これか？
医者としては黙認できないんだけど。
香水好きの女性としてなら黙認できるだろう？
オッケーよ。脅迫がうまいわね。
男と女の駆け引きさ。
何の用だいあんたら。薬なら窓口で。心配はいらない。俺たちは BCP のものだ。理事長の許可は得ている。警察？
石田さんでしょ？薬局の責任者の。
はあ、僕が石田純だけど、一応ここの薬局を任されてるけど。で、どんな要件なんだい？
I don't like him. Okay, so in the 6.5 hours I've played, we shot a guy, or tried to stop a guy outside, and I've smacked some boobs. That does not look like the Triforce. It looks like the Tokugawa emblem. Very cool game, right, RTS? It's an absolute banger game. All right, I gotta check on the Familia. It's 4:30. I also want to get a hot drink. I'll be right back, brothers. I just watched your shopping for a house in Tokyo vid. You think you're doing good on your health goals? No. I'll see you guys in a few. Let's play for you guys. Let's play for you guys. See you guys in a minute. Hey! Hello! Hello! Yay! Ouch! Tummy time! Goosh, 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 goosh. So cute. Oh, I gotta order the thing. Hold on a second. All right, thanks for waiting, guys. I'm ordering a spicy pork burrito for Yuki and myself for dinner. She was like, if you order, it's got to be here by 5:30 p.m. I was like, okay. So I'm hoping that they're open today. Hold on. Yuki. Okay, sorry. Braska, you should take one for little Yuna, too. All right. Hey, or wait. Why don't you go home and wait? He goes, wow. All you do is cry. Hey, Oron, don't be such a stiff. Wow. Sorry, I needed a break just because we're 4 hours in of non-stop talking. And these streams, the visual novel ones, they often feel a little bit longer than the other ones. Like 4 hours in Megabonk is like 2 maps. 4 hours of Policenauts is significantly more. I have a lemon drink here. Okay. Okay, 4 hours to touch some boobies. All right, progress save. Let's talk to Mr. Ishida. But let's look around. Look at all the drugs in this place. We got almost all of the hospital's drugs here. I take them over to the window whenever someone needs something.
And how do you manage so many?
That terminal there, not something you see every day, huh? We handle all the data by computer here. So what did you want to see me about? Well, they've got an incredible supply here. So what can I help you with? Can we keep the chit-chat to a minimum and get down to it, officers? This is the same thing they had at Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals, isn't it? Of course, this links to the Tokugawa group via a network. It's called the Tiger 99. Everyone in the group uses it. Only Tokugawa employees can log on to it. Can we keep the chit-chat to a minimum and get down to it, officers?
It's a one-touch quick tie. Young people today are more about function than form. It's made with shape memory alloy fiber. You can tie the knot simply by running a low-voltage electric current through it.
The group makes everyone wear the tie. Kinda old-fashioned, if you ask me. Did they give you that? No, this is mine, but they specify the color we have to wear. Well, at least it's better than what's-his-face. So what did you want to see me about? His hair looks really dirty. When was the last time you suppose he took a shower? So what can I help you with? His hair's so
oily, like he just washed it.
What I do with my body is my business. So what did you want to see me about? He's got one of those real Japanese faces. Can we keep the chit-chat to a minimum and get down to it, officers? He reminds me of that otaku crowd. Can we keep it down? It's a Tokugawa employee ID. You can't move about any Tokugawa facility or use any of our equipment without one of these. Talk about a bitch. The guard at Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals pointed it out too.
So you must need that for the terminal, right?
Yeah, I can't log on without it.
I want to be sure people remember who you work for, huh?
Everything changes when you see this. So what can I help you with? What are you staring at? What's that I smell?
You mean
like a rat? No, I mean like... God, what on earth is that stench? I guess it's the drugs. You really think it smells in here? Come on, what are you two doing here? Now I see why Chris wears her perfume. Is it that bad? I'm sorry, bro. It's a lab coat. Looks a lot cleaner than Victor's. This company gives us these. You could call it a uniform, I guess. It's got the Tokugawa logo on it, too. The smell's making me sick. Okay, well, maybe I'm just used to it, all right?
Today, 伺ったのは徳川製薬の北条健三氏に関してなんだが。
北条さん？あの人が何か？
行方不明なんだ。
そうなの。そういえばここんとこ見なかったな。
知ってるんだな。 ええ、知ってます。
What kind of personality is Hojo?
I couldn't tell you much about him. We only knew each other through work. It's a traditional type of guy, different from Beyond's like me. It's not like him to just disappear. You might say he's a little too serious, and that turns people off. For something like this to happen. We aren't that close. We've always just stuck to business.
You have any idea what might have happened to him?
Not really. He's not the type to take off like that, but a number of the terrestrials who come here end up going a little screwy and skip out. The rate of mental illness here is several times higher than the bases in Antarctica. Yeah, the guy at Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals brought that up too. Look, I'm a Beyonds, okay? So I don't get it. It's been a good while since the last time he was here. I wonder what happened to him. Us Twitch guys, we've got all the mental illnesses lined up. We chatters and streamers are just a big box of crazies. But we're in it together. Have you tried checking the spaceplane passengers list? If he hasn't left beyond, something real bad must have happened to him. It's harder for someone to stay hidden here than on home. Close to impossible, really. But maybe he really did go back home. No one ever stays missing for long here. This is a colony. They find you sooner or later. It's Tokugawa's Pharmaceuticals' newest DDS, a capsule that's distributed throughout the body, even in weightlessness.
But how does it work?
Well, it uses the difference in osmotic pressure between areas of the body to control the release of the drug. Gravity doesn't play a factor at all. Hojo was bringing samples of it over. I wonder if that's what I got from Lorraine.
Is it that big of a development?
Oh, yeah. Well, something that uses osmotic pressure isn't that new, but the one in K9 is by far the most effective.
May we take a look at the K9 you have here?
Unfortunately, there's none left.
When was the last time you saw Hojo?
Let me think. It was the last K9 delivery, so that would have been on the 15th. Delivery? I thought K9 wasn't on the market yet. Well, they're only samples for data gathering.
その日の北条は？あの時は K9 を3セット持ってきて。
ちょっと待った。3セットだって。徳川製薬のホワイトボードには100セットって書いてあったぞ。
そんなバカな。ただのサンプルですよ。100セットもどうするんです？患者に配るんですか？発売前の薬を。なるほど。おかしいな。残りの97セットはどこへ？彼に変わったところは？そういえば何か怯えていたような。いつもは冷静な人なんだけど感情的だったな。これから徳川会長に会ってくるって本人はそう言ってましたよ。
Tokugawa was a Policenaut. Was there anything else? He definitely acted different, but that's all that comes to mind. It's a worry for me too. We haven't finished the K9 study yet. The company won't talk to me, then the hospital's been on my case about it. This thing's all kinds of trouble. At least now I know why Hojo hasn't been around.
徳川会長？あの貞興か。
会長は僕らには雲の上の存在だよ。面識もほとんどない。でも北条さんは違ってたな。よく会長に食事に招待されてたみたいだから。会長は大の日本人びいきなんだ。
相変わらずレイシストだな。
昔からあいつはそうだった。人種に偏見を持っていた。北条さんのことを会長なら何か知ってるかもね。
Damn. I've never spoken with him at length. We chatted briefly when I joined the company, but that's about it. Hear stories about him. You can't always believe what you hear. We certainly don't have a direct relationship or anything.
貞興にはどこに行けば会える？
会長なら徳川ビルにいるよ。コロニーの支柱が徳川グループのシンボリックビルになってるんだ。通常は支柱プロップって呼ばれてる。会長はいつもそこにいるはずだよ。
そのプロップなら知ってる。ビヨンドで有数の名所だ。
エド、そこへ行ってみよ
う。Ooh, what up, filthy drongo? The plot's thickening. K9 is a capsule that uses osmotic pressure to control the drug's release. Me? Not much to say, really. I was born and raised on Beyond, graduated from university here, got my pharmacist license, then joined Tokugawa.
Yeah, I noticed you don't have a home accent.
Well, we still don't have a separation of the medical industry on Beyond. Pharmacists like me aren't held in very high regard here. Our only options are to join either a company or a hospital pharmacy. Fortunately for me, I was able to join Tokugawa since I'm a Nisei. But then they go and send me to this damn hospital. Fucking insult. What does my life story have to do with Hojo? I bet folks on home would be surprised to hear about what goes on here. The only ones who benefit from this system are people like Tokugawa and the doctors. They pump Beyonds full of drugs they don't need. And those fools are happy to keep paying for them. The more drugs we dish out, the more drug companies and hospitals make. Not to mention the insurance companies. That's the way the whole system is designed. Then, this is what happens to guys like me.
だか、徳川に不満があるようだね。
不満？そりゃあるさ。俺は北条さんとは違う。
徳川の人間でも不満はあるのか。
徳川には徳川にしかわからない内部事情があるんだ。
They stick pharmacies and hospitals purely for the money. Who'd want to spend their life working at a place like this? Yeah, the Tokugawa building, it's the headquarters of the Tokugawa group on Beyond. It supports a set of the colony's surface stripes and windows, figuratively if not literally. I'm hardly ever there, got no reason to be. If you're headed that way, be sure to ask about Hojo. That's where he met with the president that day. Yeah, it's the same kind of card as the one I got. Where'd you get that? That looks like Hojo's ID, or copy anyway. Yeah, I know that. That's President Tokugawa in the middle. Yep, that's Hojo. That his wife? First time I ever seen his wife. Not a bad-looking woman. Yeah, don't mind us. We're just gonna poke around a little. Yeah, nice try. I don't care if you're the police. If something got out, it's me who'd be on the chopping block. And they didn't let us use it at Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals either. Well, what do you expect? That's our research and development, for Christ's sake. Sorry, privileged data.
邪魔したな、薬屋さ
ん。随分と長い間邪魔しちまったな。
ああ、もうこんな時間か。
時間は無駄にはならんよ。
そう。それじゃ。
Pick up any leads? You were in there for quite a while. Most medical products used by Beyond are made by Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals. I'd be lying if I said we don't have some sort of relationship. You ever heard of something called K9? K9? Maybe it's part of the Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals K series? I know about the ones up to K8, but this is the first I've heard of a K9. Tokugawa's DDS drugs became particularly famous after they developed the first SAS medicine for astronauts. It's a patch you stick behind the ear. I think we're good. See you later, Chris.
Oh, we're back in the lobby.
I think we... Can you believe Chris runs this entire place?
I don't envy her.
All right, I feel like let's go back to the BCP. Although we need to go to the Tokugawa building, but let's go check back at the HQ. Just so we can kind of get, check in with Meryl and Dave. Oh, dude, any developments? Dave? Yeah? Nothing. What? Okay, she said we can have them if we beat the shooting range, but I don't think we can handle it. Back to the lobby. We're gonna leave again, and it's time for us to get to the Tokugawa building.
Jonathan, 徳川ビルに向かうぞ。行けばわかるが、文字通りこのビヨンドを象徴するところだ。ビヨンドへの観光客は必ず見に行く。
Really?
徳川の力に圧倒される。見えるか？あの支柱が徳川本社ビルだ。
なるほど。確かにあの支柱にこのコロニーが支えられているように見える。
コロニーの地表面とウィンドウ面をつないでいる。
お前の言う通り、徳川は俺たちの手には負えんかもしれんな。
おじけづいたか、ジョナサン。
俺はビヨンドについても徳川についても何も知らない。
その分俺が知ってる。そのためのパートナーだ。
相棒。
その根性なら安心だ、相棒。
That's what I just fucking said!
ここが徳川本社ビル。通称プロップだ。
コロニーの天と地を支える支柱、プロップか。
Damn. So the way that this place is set up is that you can see each other because it's like a 360. I think that Kojima always wanted to be a director of stuff more than, but I think that he does really enjoy the atmosphere of like building a world and having you play it instead of just experience it. But I think he does definitely love it.
There's the Tokugawa lettering. That's the Tokugawa logo. They borrowed the Mitsuba-aoi, or the three hollyhock leaves. Pretty overwhelming, isn't it? As you can see, it's more or less built into the colony, a pillar in more ways than one.
Chris was right. There's no denying it's an incredible place. It's obvious why it's so popular.
Prop's a good name for it, don't you think? Beyond's the only place in the world where you look up and see something like this.
I think they meant the galaxy. You couldn't blame someone for thinking the prop's structurally necessary. Ishida was right on the mark.
It is like standing at the gateway to another world.
So じゃあ、徳川ビルへ入るぞ。
Let's go!
ここが徳川ビルのフロントだ。建築史上有名なところだ。
何か騒がしいな。なんだろう。
It's a scale model of Tokugawa's moon plant. This was the first permanent moon base established by a corporation. There's the Tokugawa logo again. That's a byobu, a Japanese folding screen. They tend to have pictures or writing on them. I guess it would be a gilded byobu since it's covered in gold leaf. Most Japanese-run buildings like this have at least one byobu inside. These are 180-degree holographic portraits of the former heads of the Tokugawa group. They're holograms of Zenzo and Tadashi Tokugawa, the first and second heads of the group. There's something on the wall.
There's something over there on the wall.
Maybe information about the building. It's a multi-vision showing media related to the Tokugawa group. That's a jumbo multivision. It's an ad for Hotel California, Tokugawa Space Hotel. It's the world's first hotel in low home orbit. It has 64 rooms, each with a capsule bed and bathroom. There's a doctor on call to treat SAS and makes 3 rotations a minute, creating artificial gravity of 0.7 G. A 3-day, 2-night stay costs 5 million yen, or about $50,000. Going to space is as easy as this now.
Definitely our future. Well, what have we got here?
This is the atrium, one of the main features of the building. It goes straight from one end to the other.
Imagine falling from up there.
Oh, you move into weightlessness the closer you get to the center of the colony, not the upper side. It's nearly 2 miles from here to the center of the colony. There's the front desk. Why don't we go talk to the receptionist? That's the terminal the receptionist must use. She could pull up all sorts of information on the building in an instant. There's the girl sitting there. She must be the receptionist. Why don't we go talk to her?
いらっしゃいませ。ただいま徳川製薬新製品発表会を行っていますので、一般の方はご遠慮願っております。
ということは、貞興はいるってわけだ。
Of course. Mother! I knew there'd be at least one. That's the reception. That's the display of select Tokugawa group companies. The Tokugawa group is divided into 138 companies. Its main divisions include Tokugawa Heavy Industries, Tokugawa Electronics, Tokugawa Construction, Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals, Tokugawa Foods, and Tokugawa Mining. If you would like to know more, I would be happy to talk about them. That's a multivision behind me. It shows information pertaining to the Tokugawa group.
Funny how it's only showing the 2 places we've been to, isn't it?
I agree. Very funny.
It's displaying images of Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals and this building.
You just can't get away from that logo on this place. It's an interesting outfit. This is the uniform they make us wear. I wonder if Sadaoki came up with these.
Doesn't really match Tokugawa's personality, does it?
Our uniforms change every month. Each one is created by a noted fashion designer. A lot of women keep their hair short here. Shorter hair is more dynamic in zero gravity. Well, that kind of boyish haircut suits you. You think so? She's got a flirty face, like the kind you see in teenagers. It's always hard guessing the age of Asian women.
Yeah, they look younger than they actually are.
Just like me.
You know what I meant.
It was a joke, Ed. Jesus, lighten up, old man. It's true, though. That's the commonality of Asian people. Men, too. It's very hard to guess their age. Those earrings look heavy. If you look closely, you can see they have the Tokugawa logo on them. Your earrings, too? Wow. They're earrings with the Tokugawa crest on them. It's a holographic print of the Tokugawa logo. Yeah, just in case you didn't see it on the way in. She's like a walking advertisement for this place. Why don't you just tattoo it on her face while they're at it? Our logo has become a fashion item here. Somehow that doesn't surprise me.
Tourists from home often buy clothes and stuff on it when they're here. Oh, okay.
BCP のものだが、ちょっと聞きたいことがあるんだが。
警察の方？はあ、なんでしょう。
Tell us about President Tokugawa.
The president came to Beyond as one of the Policenauts, later becoming head of the Tokugawa group. He's also currently director of the International Space Promotion Agency, a very important man.
And what's your opinion of the president?
Some don't speak very highly of him, but they're just jealous of his success. I have complete faith in him. He stops and talks to us all the time. He's very nice. Bet you've got them wrapped around your little finger, Sadaoki.
We'd like to speak with the President Tokugawa. Where is he right now?
President Tokugawa is currently attending a party being held in the garden. President Tokugawa is in the garden attending a launch party for Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals' newest product. It's gotta be that K9.
We'd like to know about a man called Kenzo Hojo.
He's an employee with Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals. We need to know when he was last here. A Mr. Hojo? Sorry, I don't know him. Do you know his employee ID number?
No, but we do have a picture of him.
We also have his card! We have his card! I'm sorry, but I honestly don't know him. We get over 100 visitors a day here. Is he one of our employees?
Yeah, he's been posted to the BCCH from Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals.
Name doesn't ring a bell. The prop, in addition to functioning as the Tokugawa Group's headquarters here, is also one of the most widely known examples of space architecture, likened symbolically to a pillar supporting the colony, hence its name. The surface side contains employee offices, the reception hall, the all-purpose hall, the auditorium, the situation room, and the president's office. It also has the garden, one of the main features of the prop. The building's air conditioning, heating, lighting, disaster control system, and employee management system are all run by computer. Well, maybe Hojo's entry was automatically recorded. The garden is our zero-gravity event area located in the center of the building. It's accessible via linear elevator. There's a party going on there at the moment. It consists of an open air, covering 20 floors, offering unobstructed views of the entire colony. It's often used for parties and other functions.
This man is Kinzo Hojo. Do you recognize him?
His face doesn't stick out in my mind.
Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, those are the Policenauts. They are the Policenauts. Our president was one of them. I know all about it. That's a Tokugawa ID card, yes? What about it? Why are you showing me one of your IDs? He doesn't look familiar, no, but I couldn't be sure. Oh, what about records of any visits? Yes, I would be able to check those.
重要なことなんだ。15日の午後、北条健三という人物がこのビルに来てるはずなんだが。
待ってください。何しろ来客が多いもので、一人一人については来客記録を見てみます。ここから中に入る人は必ず来社時間と退社時間を記録しているはずですから。
He never left.
ありました。はい。確かに15日の16時に北条健三さんが来社されています。記録によるとそのまま会長室にお通ししています。
ということは、貞興もその時間にここにいた。
退社時間は？
退社時間はあれ？おかしいですね。消えています。退社時間は記録にありません。この記録によると北条さんはまだこのビルを出ていないことになりますね。
他に出口は？
非常用の出入り口はいくつもありますが、チェックシステムを抜けることは容易ではありません。
つまり北条の痕跡はここでぷっつりと切れているってわけか。
このビル内に幽閉されているか、あるいはただならぬ方法で外に出たか。
ロレインが言ってたように、この状況で会社から捜索願いが出ていないのはおかしすぎる。
徳川が臭いな。
そんな、おかしいですね。
This information is absolutely correct.
The system reads each employee's personal ID card. It doesn't make mistakes. It also performs a voice print scan, retinal scan, and fingerprint scan. This could very well be the first time this has happened. Oh, we knew that was coming, boys. So, Hotel California indeed. You can check in any time, but you can never leave. Let's go. Sadaoki's in the garden. Stop! The building is off limits to the general public at the moment. We're old friends of Sadaoki. Stop it! I'm going to get angry.
I don't think I want to test her.
Can you please let us through? Sadaoki's a friend of ours. You expect me to believe something like that? Besides, the party is a formal occasion. This is my formal wear. I sleep in it too, right, Ed? It's all purpose.
Come on, Jonathan, show her proof we're friends with Tokugawa.
これ俺たちなんだ。徳川と知り合いなんだ。ポリスノーツでね。そういうこと。
どうも失礼しました。すいませんでした。そちらのおひげの方はわかりますけど、あなたの方は？
若すぎるか？
ああ、長寿保証遺伝子の手術ですね。テロメアなんとかっていう。
違う。ちょっと寝坊しただけだよ。
Save, 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 save. 6 hours, 7 hours playing. Okay. And I do need to, I've drank so much liquids today, guys. I'm sucking down teas to make sure I don't get, my telomere is lengthening right now. I gotta go to the bathroom again really quick and check on Baby Chan. I'll let you guys enjoy this. Okay. 行こうか。
エレベーターに乗るぞ。
どうぞ、そのエレベーターで中心部のガーデンへお上がりください。
悪いな、無理言って。
いいえ、ガーデン内は無重量ですので、宇宙酔いには気をつけてくださいね。
大丈夫だ。今君に会えて夢心地だから。
まあ、お上手。それじゃあ、
お上手。
ポリスノーツさん。
Still got it, boys. I can riz when I need
モ
to.
ーターエレベーターだ。ホームのロープ牽引式や威圧エレベーターと違って超電導モーターを使っているので、標高速
Superconducting
度、
motor.
乗り心地、着地精度も優れている。
All right. So, what do you guys think so far of the game? Are you guys enjoying it? It's pretty crazy, right? Like, I think that the story's pretty interesting. I'm anxious to see where we're going to go with it. My voice modulator was on. Sorry. I don't have a deep voice. Sorry. My telomeres were lengthening. I have no clue what's happening, but the thematics are peak. So basically, we're trying to solve a disappearance of a man. We live on Earth, and we used to be a police. I mean, that's pretty much it. I mean, like, that's essentially, we're looking for a missing person. And he works for a major pharmaceutical company, which runs a space colony by effectively, they're like in control of it. And we used to be, one of us is a policeman. The other one's a private detective. That'd be the main character. And we used to be Policenauts, which were like the world's greatest policemen 30 years ago, sent to space to kind of be the tip of the spear. Except when we were doing a particular like setup or some sort of space mission, my character got disconnected from the rest of everybody, and I was in cryo sleep for like 30 years. So like 25 years passed, and then 3 years since then. So it's kind of like And it seems to have a lot of Japanese undertones of like Japan not being the best and how they're running business. And I'm very, I don't even know who disconnected us or if it was an accident, but all signs are starting to point to Satoaki that he's not a friend.
It's an ad for the Tokugawa shareholder tour. They show you around the Tokugawa moon plant. There's one every month.
That sounds absolutely thrilling.
This is the elevator's control panel. It's a window. We'll get a bird's eye view of the colony from here. That's the elevator's floor number display. Thing goes up to 3 digits. It's off at the moment, but that's a monitor that shows live images of the building's exterior. Also works as a video phone. The elevator moves through an area of extremely high pressure, so it's built with the same kind of glass you find in spaceships. Garden, here we come.
It's kind of crazy. Imagine it does stop on the 68th floor just for Final Fantasy VII references. It's going to stop at 50, I think.
Miro, コロニー内が一望だ。すごい。この疑似世界を我々人間が作ったんだ。この希薄な宇宙空間に。
人類の生命力は種の進化を超えているかもしれん。
いや、そうとも言えんよ。人類は十分自然の疾病返しを食らっている。今の人類には宇宙はまだまだ厳しい。気を抜けない危険なところだ。
俺たちが今の姿であろうとすればするほどな。
40, I meant.
コロニーの中心部に着いたぞ。ここは無重量だ。宇宙酔いには気をつけろよ。
わかってる。もう体が浮いてる。
Oh, we're floating. Now this is my kind of party.
ここが徳川ビルの 0G ホール。ガーデンか。
まるでハーレムだな。
さあ、徳川を探そう。
Okay. Maybe I am Jonathan. Maybe I'm just Jonathan. Maybe I'm just saying what we're all thinking. Wow, look at this. This is basically when you become a partner plus level 2. This is the real parties. The no gravity harems.
I've seen that guy before. That's right. He's that political hawk that's been making a name for himself lately. He's got a lot of pull in the BCP, too.
Politicians.
He's a young politician. They say he's pretty cutthroat. That's one of the higher-ups of the ISPA, the International Space Promotion Agency. That guy's from the ISPA. The ISPA are the other power brokers on Beyond.
パーティーのコンパニオンだ。噂によると彼女らは徳川が作り出した再生者リバーサーらしい。
リバーサー？
一種のコピー人間だ。これまでの映画女優やモデルとかの保存されてる遺伝子から全く同じ美人を作り出してるらしいんだ。オリジナルの死後20年経てばリバースの許可が出るらしい。もちろん相続権は認められない。今のところリバーサーはいわば徳川グループの血族同然だ。彼女らには何も話してはもらえんだろう。
That's fucked up. Genetic deepfakes, yeah. That's wild. There's one beautiful ass. Where's a quarter when you need one? I don't think that's an arcade machine. Man, nothing but hot girls here. He's got good taste in women. I'll give him that. This is killing me. They're wearing next to nothing. Kick back. It's a party.
And don't get too distracted. Remember why we're here.
Yeah, I recognize all the faces. Man, nothing but hot girls here. He's got good taste. Check out those two there. Let's go say hi.
Oh, they look like regular escorts. Maybe they'll talk to us in that case.
Not rebirthers, huh?
Let's try calling them over.
Look at this little mega table.
What are they doing here?
What are they doing here? What are they doing here?
Friends of yours?
Yeah, they're from the various mafias on home. Why are they here? That's... What's-his-face Garcia from the Spanish Mafia. He's with the Triad, but I don't know his name or where he sits. That's Wakayama Kumicho. He's Yakuza.
That's a special glass and straw for drinking and weightlessness. I'm guessing that's a cocktail. Alcohol and zero gravity don't mix, but try telling that to someone from home. She one of Tokugawa's escorts? That's some nice service they're getting.
Yeah, she's taking good care of them all right.
It's probably one of Tokugawa's escorts. Doesn't seem like one of their girls.
He's with the Triad, but I don't know his name or where he sits.
Yeah, those guys don't look like the best of friends.
Well, they are from rival organizations. They almost never meet up like this.
Must have been an offer they couldn't refuse.
Very funny.
Exclusive hobby, bringing together all these famous women.
Whoa, the military grade?
Its armor is clearly different from the Goddard's. It's been coated with chaff, too.
What's that?
EMP protection. It's a countermeasure for disrupting electronic equipment. With this, they can turn it into one giant jamming device. A lot of the other machines that use it are also yellow. I'd say you're right. We're looking at military EMPS.
Oh, last thing space needs is a war. What are you planning to do with this, Sadaoki?
Now that's a really big gun.
Oh, you wouldn't want something like this going off in zero gravity.
It'll have an onboard computer to suppress the recoil, just like the Goddard.
This isn't a lift gun, then.
I had no idea they were developing a military EMPS. He could be from a hospital here. Looks a little familiar.
That pervert's old enough to be her father. Look at that shit-eating grin.
He's probably from one of the hospitals connected to Tokugawa. A movie fan would go nuts here. She's with that doctor. You can see his glasses steaming up from here. That guy's from the ISPA too. Tokugawa serves as its director at the moment. Check it out, he thinks he's Superman or something. I think he's from a hospital here. Are all the doctors perverts or something? Look at him.
Well, he's having himself a good time, all right. I didn't get up close and personal like a movie fan here. She's busy with that doctor.
There it is again.
It's like I'm in Nito Komon.
What the hell's that?
There was this TV show I saw in Japan once called Nito Komon, period piece.
Yeah, plastered wherever you go and beyond.
What about that? What's that balloon for?
Maybe a model of Hojo's new DDS? Looks like a balloon designed to unveil the new capsule. It's a table with a built-in propulsion device.
Hey! You two!
Hi! 何でしょう？
よかった。どうやら好意的のようだ。やはりリバーサーじゃないようだ。
We gotta go to the garden. We gotta go to the garden, guys. Is that what those mafia guys were having? This is a packaged moon salt. It has a stopper on it to prevent the liquid from escaping. I've been dying for a drink since I got here. The pack and the straw are edible, so you can eat them should the mood strike you. Kind of no biodegradable. I could float here all day with this view. I wish I could just disappear into those legs forever. I feel like I'm back in high school. Thanks, you're sweet. What's this thing she's holding? Is that some kind of propulsion device? It's a portable attitude adjustment unit. You can move around easier in zero gravity with this. That's so hot the way her hair's spread out like that. It's like she's lying on a bed. That must be that explosive hair everyone's talking about. She has a nice, even-featured face. She's got a sort of intellectual quality about her for an escort. That swimsuit really flatters your legs. The swimsuit, eh? I wish I knew where all these girls are hiding. Alright, so he is down cataclysmic indeed. He's like beyond down. Please don't have a foot comment. I see that you're not wearing any shoes. You can hurt someone wearing heels in zero gravity. I wouldn't want to do that. There's something incredibly sexy about a barefoot woman. Okay, let's talk to you first. Hey, how's life treating you? What can I do for you? Any idea where Tokugawa is? President Tokugawa? Probably saying hi to everyone. He'll be here somewhere. Seen Tokugawa around? He should be somewhere here in the garden. You know a guy named Kinzo Hojo? Hey, Mr. Hojo? I've never heard of him. They throw these every now and then to unveil some new product that's coming out. It's turned out to be a drag. The guests seem to be enjoying themselves. People usually like it here. So, what are your measurements? That kind of talk is considered sexual harassment, you know. Yeah! Tell him! 1996! Shut the fuck up! Sexual hara! Don't bend the knee to this pervert who's cosmically down. So, what would the dimensions of this fine figure be? There's so much more to a woman than mere numbers. Oh! Shoot him up! I like a guy who knows when to give up. Hey, look, how about you give me a call if you hear anything about Kenzo Hojo?
But you don't have a phone, Jonathan.
Yeah, you're right. Say, how about you just give me your number instead? Yeah, nice try. I don't give it out to strangers anyway. What's with the imps for? Some sort of event? I don't know exactly. They didn't mention it to us before the party. I don't know anything about it. Why don't you try asking the president? I'd tell you where he is if I knew, but he's definitely here somewhere. Is that the Policenauts? That's the president in the middle. Who are they? I haven't seen either of them here. Alright. She might be better. Oh, no. She might be more interested. Hey, beautiful. What is it, sweetie? You know where we can find Tokugawa? President Tokugawa should be here somewhere. My advice is to keep on looking. Same talk. My measurements, 34, 23, 35. All measured under 1G. Only if you're 5'3". So what would the dimensions of this find? I just told you. My number? You don't waste any time, do you? Are you really that interested in me? Yes! Maybe you know what the imps is for. I don't know anything about it. This is the first time I've seen it here myself. Here you go.
Jonathan, you want to be drunk on top of having SAS?
I feel fine. Besides, the place is full of doctors.
Man, we should get back to looking for Tokugawa.
Alright, so not a lot of information gleaned from... Uh-oh.
There he is, Jonathan. Let's go talk to him.
Hold on a minute.
Man, he's not gonna hear us from here.
Alright, this is a big one. Marilyn Monroe, Tokugawa. Okay. Chance あるよ。
おい、貞沖、行ってみよう。貞沖、久しぶりだな。ジョナサン・イングラム。お、サルバトーレか。エド・ジョナサン、久しぶりだ。
あら、お二人さん。
こちらはドクター・ゴドウィン、BCCH の理事長。
クリス。
どうして？
奇遇ね。
ところで、用件はなんだ、ジョナサン。何か嗅ぎ回ってるらしいな。
さすがに情報には早いな。
Bro, by the way, he said holy shiitake, which is my line. I've been using that line for like 4 years. They stole my shit. I've been saying that forever. I'm not a massive plagiarist. That's mine. I think Kojima updated this game like this year. I was hoping Salvatore would be a good guy. You look even more beautiful today, Chris. You're too nice, Jonathan. My face is a little swollen with the zero gravity, though. Not at all. I don't know why, but it only makes you look younger. Women must really love you. I don't think I can adequately convey how awestruck I am by your loveliness. The compliments never stop with you, do they? Oh, that necklace must have been expensive. It was a small gift. I have no shortage of jewelry from my modeling days. Look at this little numbered dress. That's a smoking dress. It was practically made for you. Well, thank you. You really know to talk to the ladies. Any woman can wear black, but when you wear black, you own that thing. I appreciate that, Jonathan. You look dazzling, Chris. Ah, thanks. It's nice to hear that at my age. Nice suit, Sal. Doesn't look like you've got any money problems these days. What do you want me to do about it? I owe this to Tokugawa. I owe everything to him. You ever thought about leaving BCP, Ed? Who in their right mind ever wants to be a public servant nowadays, eh? Shh. You got a bit of a pot belly now, don't you? Yeah, you think so? Maybe it's just a zero gravity, eh? You don't seem to have changed much. Yeah, I guess I always did look kind of old for my age. Come on, give a guy a break, eh? It's just the way I'm built.
Just a tiny bit older than you, remember, I'm sure.
Sado, Oki, and Salvatore didn't get any younger.
And neither did I. Neither did Chris or I. A lot happened while you were taking that nap. If you've got something to say, then spit it out.
You look even more serious now than before.
Running an ordinary business is difficult. Imagine what it's like for me.
He's got the face of a politician. All hail Lord Tokugawa. This is the type of outfit you usually see him in.
「実はあんたんとこの徳川製薬の社員が先月の15日から行方不明なんだが。うちの社員？誰だね？北条健三、徳川製薬技術研究所 DDS 開発チーム主任。北条君が行方不明。初耳だ。それで？
Bullshit. Tokugawa, what are your thoughts about Hojo's... It was a cold night. What are your thoughts about Hojo's disappearance?
Hojo is one of my employees, yes. But I haven't heard anything about him being missing. I don't really know him that well either.
He's one of your employees?
Yes, but we have tens of thousands of people working for us on the colony alone.
Now, what kind of person was Hojo?
I remember he was serious about what he did. Real dependable guy. I ran into him a few times at meetings and parties and such, but that was it. I wonder what's happened to him. I'll have someone look into it right away.
It seems you were the last person to ever see Hojo. On the 15th of last month, right here in this building, as a matter of fact.
The 15th? I have no recollection of that. We haven't had any big meetings down at Pharmaceuticals lately either. I guess it's been maybe 6 months since I last saw him.
You expect me to believe that? Or have you gone senile already?
I told you I don't know anything about it.
The 15th, Hojo was here, wasn't he?
Enough, Jonathan. This is outrageous.
All right, well then what's all this party for?
It's a get-together to unveil the latest product from our pharmaceutical division. We've invited various associates and clients.
Well, doesn't look like your average bash to me. What's the EMPs doing here?
Go on, enjoy yourself. Don't forget you're at a party. I left BCP and took over Tokugawa 20 years ago. I finally feel like I've gotten the hang of things. It's far more entertaining than my previous career, anyways.
Yeah, I saw the holograms in the lobby. Nice family tree.
I'm a businessman now. No more police work for me. I don't plan on retiring anytime soon. I've got plenty of steam left in the engine yet.
What's with the EMPs? Trying to start a war? What's it doing at a party?
That's a prototype military EMPS developed by Tokugawa Heavy Industries. It's called the Von Braun. It's going to be officially adopted by the military in 2 years' time. We invited several military officials here as well.
Yeah, and the Mafia? How about them?
Well, it wouldn't have been possible without the data gleaned from AP's years of experience. What you see there will set a new benchmark for all future weapons development. It's no ordinary machine. It represents the pinnacle of Tokugawa technology. It's going to be the new symbol of the group.
We took a look at the visitor log at reception. On the day Hojo disappeared, the 15th, he came here to Tokugawa building to meet you.
To meet me? Well, I never met him. Are you sure it's not some mistake?
The way I see it, there are two possibilities. Either your staff's incompetent, or you think I'm an idiot.
I won't stand here and take that, Jonathan.
I know that you know that I know you're lying.
Go ahead, search the entire building if that's what you want.
What's all this new product, anyway?
It's a new drug capsule Hojo developed, a capsule for both terrestrials and beyonders. It allows you to evenly distribute a controlled amount of a drug throughout the body. Weightlessness. Its osmotic pressure system is more advanced than any other drug on the market. It's also extremely heat and corrosive resistant. You'll always assume I'm guilty, no matter what I say. I have nothing to say with you about that.
Did you know Lorraine? Did you know Lorraine was murdered on home?
Lorraine? Who's that?
Hojo's wife. And my...
I'm sorry to hear that. He has a daughter, doesn't he? I'll make sure she's taken care of. I'll get someone out there tomorrow.
But that's it?
Best to leave it to the police. This isn't something amateurs like you or I should be sticking our nose into.
The wife of one of your employees was brutally murdered. Why aren't you more concerned?
Emotional as ever, I see. Some self-control, for crying out loud. Try not to embarrass me, all right? We were both Policenauts. I don't need to see his picture. I told you I don't know anything.
Maybe I didn't choose the best words. Why don't we try changing the subject?
久しぶりだな、サルバトーレ。ここでお前に会うとは思わなかったよ。いつからビヨンドに？ゲイツに聞いたら地球に帰っとって。今俺は月にいる。今日はパーティーのために古巣のビヨンドに戻ってるだけだ。どうしてこのパーティーに？徳川とのしがらみさ。徳川について教えてほしいんだ。変わらんな、お前の短期は。そうそう徳川と喧嘩か？これは俺の持病だ。
Oh boy, the plot thickens, boys. All right. I heard you quit BCP. What do you mean, man? I wasn't cut out for it. Police work ain't my thing, to be honest. You know, one day I decided I'd had enough, huh? Bada bing, bada boom, 15 years ago. What do you mean do? I was married twice, but neither of them worked out. Yeah, I don't got any kids either. Yeah, what do you mean do? I'm just sitting here on the side. I only came because I happen to have some time off. Yeah, it's a little shindig Tokugawa's put together for everyone. Relax and enjoy yourself. And what are you up to these days? Yeah, Tokugawa got me a job at his moon plant. I'm the head of security there, eh? Glad I ain't no cop no more, but it's not like I got a PhD or nothing, you know? It's a pretty basic stuff, just keep watching over the place. Less pressure since you ain't wearing a badge either. I also oversee the mining and transport operations. Not like we got a lot to worry about in terms of security. I mean, it's the moon, for Christ's sake! Place ain't exactly crawling with thugs. Yeah, well, you know, I'm not really familiar with it, eh? That's Tokugawa. I ain't into that stuff, alright? I got my hands busy with all the broads anyway, eh? What do you mean do about it? You see these broads? They cut them up to look like them famous movie stars. Ah, there you go. What are you getting, eh, Johnny boy? Relax, those guys ain't got a chance here.
You're better off not saying anything. You might give these two the wrong idea.
Hey, this ain't that tough. Probably just came to check the place out, eh? Yeah, it's one of Tokugawa's made-in-space factories. Made in space. We mine lunar minerals and make drugs and rare metals under microgravity. It's located in Mare Imbrium.
That's enough!
Yeah, let me know if you're ever in the area. I'll give you a tour. Hey, it's us from back in the day, eh? I still think about those great times we had, eh? I'll never forget all that fever. Yeah, who are these people? Eh, never met him before, eh? It's so nice. Lavender, right? It's not too strong. Odors tend to hang around in one place in zero gravity. No, not at all. Women on Beyond never seem to wear perfume. It's nice to see someone doing it.
まさかこんなところで会うとは。
私もよ、ジョナサン・エド。何かの巡り合わせかしらね。
貞興を怒らせちまったみたいだ。
私が後で機嫌取っておくわ。
Damn. I heard it's a launch party for their new drug capsule. I've seen all sorts of people here, journalists, entertainers, politicians. I'm a little disappointed there aren't that many medical professionals, though. I've been wondering myself whether we should carry this new product to the BCCH. Sorry for being so personal, but it's your relationship with Sadaoki. Well, he's a business partner, a mentor, and I guess you could say my puppy, too.
Don't go telling him about our private lives.
Ah.
私は失礼するぞ。お前の空想話に付き合っておれんのでな。
逃げるのか、貞興。
いいか、私が戻ってくる前にここから消えておくことだ。
貞興、おかしいな。
何がおかしい？
北条の失踪、このうさんくさいパーティー。何もかもおかしい。
どういうことだ？
どこまでも白を切る気らしいな。いいか、徳川製薬の看板開発者が行方不明なんだ。会社にとってもあんたにとっても大きな損失のはず。それにしてはあんたらは妙に落ち着き払ってる。
何が言いたい？
匂うんだよ。このパーティー、客人たち、北条の失踪に白を切るあんたたち。
ジョナサン、私を誰だと思ってる？私は徳川グループ3代目の。
そうだ、だからなおさら匂うんだ。プンプンな。
エド、こいつをつまみ出せ。それはできん。できん？エド、私の言うことが聞こえなかったか？もう一度言うぞ。この身寄りのない浦島太郎を連れて帰れ。今すぐだ。
俺が怖いか、貞興。
あまり調子に乗らんことだな、ジョナサン・イングラム。今の私はポリスノーツの頃の私ではない。徳川グループを、この宇宙を動かす徳川だ。
脅しか？
脅しではない。情けだよ。同じポリスノーツとしてのな。
お前はもうポリスノーツじゃない。金と権力に溺れる亡者だ。待ってろ、貞興。お前を切ってあげてやる。その化けの皮を剥いてやる。
どうだ、少しは落ち着いたか？奴らを怒らせると今より動きにくくなるぞ。
奴は何かを隠してる。絶対に北条の失踪やロレインの件に関与しているはずだ。
だが証拠がない。手がかりも。
手がかりならある。
なんだそれ？
たった今種をまいた。もし奴らが何かを隠しているんなら、北条の失踪に関係しているんなら動き出すはずだ。
それまで俺たちの命があればな。
すまないエド、巻き込んでしまって。
いいんだよ。俺もこのまま窓際で朽ち果てるわけにはいかん。それよりうちで飯でも食ってくか？娘の料理は最高だ。
いいのか？
もちろんさ、歓迎するよ。食事は多い方が楽しい。娘たちも喜ぶ。
エド、
それにお前が帰ってきてくれて嬉しい。
Such a cool idea for a world. Act 2, baby! Act 2!
ここが我が家だ。
いい家じゃないか、エド。
地価の高いホームじゃこうはいかん。30年間の血と汗の賜物だ。北条の豪邸とは比較にならんが、交通の便はいいんだ。すぐ近くにリニアレールのサウスガーデン駅がある。リニアレールは浮上走行なんで、騒音や振動はそれほど問題にならない。
Nice home.
帰るところがあるのは羨ましいよ。
そうだな。うちに帰るとほっとするよ。さあ、遠慮せずに入ってくれ。
Okay. All right. Act 1 is in the books. Looks like the major players are starting to take form. Looks like Sadaoki Tokugawa, Salvatore, even Chris, possibly the captain of the police, all the former Policenauts except for Ed and I. Looks like there's a bit of an issue there. We've also got to deal with this guy who blew up Lorraine was one of the, what are they called? The frozeners who need their dialysis 10 days, change their blood. So lots of moving parts here. But it's been very, very, very cool. I do need to use a bathroom break. There's no way this is 7 acts. Policenauts is divided into 7 acts. Okay, fuck. That's impossible. They get faster, I bet. All right. Wait. Did they cancel my... They cancel my food? Oh, no, it's still coming. Okay. No, they didn't cancel. It's still scheduled for 42 minutes. All right, I'll be right back. I'll see you guys in just a minute. Well, this is a crazy 7 acts. I guess it does take a lot longer because I'm not just reading stuff. I'm speaking through it all. This is a one and done. We're never playing this again. This is going to be a single playthrough. Give me my Snatcher playthrough of 3 acts. PSX version. This is the definitive version. All right, I'll be right back, guys. All right, guys, I'm going to need a minute because I'm going to help him get ready for his bath. Little Zangief. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to go get him ready. Okay. So, two things. One is I have to, when the baby is done in the bath, I have to run and grab him in the towel and carry him to the other room until Yuki gets ready for like to help him do his lotions and stuff. So that'll be in a second. Also, I can't believe this is 7 acts. What the hell? I've learned more about this world than I did every other like thing I ever studied in school. We're not. Okay, they're shortening. Okay, good. Okay, good. That's good. That's all I need to know then. We're okay. We're gonna lock in. Well, these look like the houses you find in San Francisco. Somebody said San Francisco. Nice job.
This is the standard type of house for residential lots here. Doesn't have a garden, but we do have 2 floors. I still have 5 years left on my mortgage. You can't make the lots that big since the surface of the colony isn't completely flat. That's why they're like the houses you see in San Francisco with all its hills. All I have to show for all these years here is this tiny place. Looks good.
Is that over there? Is that part of your house too?
That house belongs to this nice elderly couple. The layout of their place is the same as mine. Their front door is on the other side. They've helped me out a lot since my wife passed away.
Oh, look, nice trees you've got.
Those trees are public property. They're part of the Celeste. They don't belong to us.
Yeah, I see the control plates now.
Well, it's up to us to maintain them on our duties as Beyonds.
What about that one?
That's the house on the other side. I'd prefer that one, to be honest with you. Houses here are built as close as they can get to each other. As you know, Beyond is shaped like a cylinder, so if your house doesn't face the central axis, your neighbors will be able to see inside since their houses are positioned higher up. That house is so close to mine, they're almost touching. The biggest luxury on the colony is space.
Same story, huh?
Well, that belongs to some newlyweds. They moved in about half a year ago. Their layout is 1 grade higher than mine. The previous owner developed return syndrome. They moved here to start a new life in space, but they're having trouble finding stable jobs.
Isn't that crazy? The biggest commodity of a space colony is actually space. So sad.
The entrance says a lot about a house, don't you think? That's the front porch. I remodeled the entrance myself.
You call this a porch?
Well,
じゃ、入ろうか。
お邪魔します。
あらパパ、おかえり。
あ、ただいま。ゼロ時体操の練習だったのか？
新しいユニフォームなの。どう？
ちょっと見えすぎじゃないのか。
もうそんなことばっかり。素材が決め手なのよ。流行の天然複合新素材。汗の吸収力がいいんだって。
俺は中身の方が興味ありだね。
ほら、ヨーナさん、娘だぞ。
パパ、こちらはお客さん？
ああ、今日はパパの古い友人を連れてきた。夕食の用意大丈夫か？
ええ、いつも多めに作ってるから、足りなかったらパパの分減らすわね。
勝手にしてくれ。
アナです。
ジョナサン・イングラムだ。よろしく。
ジョナサン、あなたが。パパからよく聞いてるわ。
マーク、パパの友達のジョナサンだ。挨拶は？気を悪くせんでくれ。マークは精神的な病気なんだ。言葉を持たん。自閉症のようにな。さあな、着替えて飯の支度を頼む。
そうね。このユニフォーム1時以下で試着してると疲れるの。
残念だな。脱いじゃうのか？
まあ、パパの友達は理解があるわ。
アンナ、早くしてくれ。
早くしてくれ。
困った娘だ。親をバカにしとる。
Poor old Ed. He's 3 years off from retiring.
いい子じゃないか。
さあ、ジョナさん、ゆっくりしてくれ。疲れだろ。
I like his house. I'm surprised how clean your clothes are.
Anna does the laundry. She's been doing all the housework since Catherine died. I gotta at least change my shirt every day. Everyone at the station cracks jokes if I don't.
Well, you got a pretty thick head of hair for someone your age.
Ha! Well, actually, this ain't all mine. Sad, I know.
Ah, a little bit of false advertising, huh?
Yeah, I get these transplants every so often. The roots die out after only 4 cycles of cell division, so they get to be expensive. Well, they're my only indulgence.
Damn, he predicted Turkey as well. This is 1996.
And look, the kids don't know about it. Promise me you won't say anything.
Look at the mustache, though. You really did get old, my friend.
Yeah, well, these things haven't exactly been easy the last few years. Cut me some slack. Everybody gets old someday.
You can't see much for the house at the back.
Now, this house was cheaper since it doesn't face the central axis. Not much of a view, but what can I do? A central axis house costs a fortune. Those are ordinary sofas, no chaos, systems, or anything in them. I wish I had something nicer to show people. Take a seat if you want.
Anna の誕生日に買ってやったんだ。あの有名な LS の超高級バッグだ。
そういえばロレインも持っていたな。
Yeah, this is the in thing, apparently. I don't have a clue when it comes to this stuff. Yeah, you get a lot of counterfeits floating around these days. I've had this lamp since I lived on home. You know me, I'm a bit of a pack rat. I had no real reason for bringing it here. I've just never been one to throw things away. Yeah, this is the last bulb. They don't make this type anymore. When it's done, this thing's finished. You hungry, Jonathan? Shouldn't be too much longer. That's a solar chandelier Catherine bought. Food's late tonight. Wonder what's taking so long. That's my wife, Catherine. She passed away 5 years ago. She really turned some heads back in her day. I couldn't do anything for her. I promised her we'd take a nice long trip to home after I retired. Just the two of us. Those were her favorite earrings. Anna has them now. You hungry, Jonathan? Shouldn't be too much longer. I really miss those days. Everything just felt so right.
I've still got this picture too. You made a copy for me.
Look at that stud. Look at you. You look like you walked straight out of that photo. Man, 2010.
Ed's my favorite character. He's a true one. What an awesome guy.
What is it?
She really is a nice kid.
I'm so proud of her. I know I can count on her. She takes after her mother. See that poster on the wall? She's pretty good at zero gymnastics. She gets her athleticism from me. She does everything around the house now that Catherine's gone. I owe her a lot.
Always appreciate a woman who cooks for you and does your laundry.
Mark はエドの？
見ての通り、マークは肌の色が違う。俺の子じゃない。マークは養子なんだよ。マークはある事件の生存者なんだ。その時に本当の両親を失っている。
そうだったのか。
Food's late tonight. Wonder what's taking so long. Yeah, we had this poster made from a photo of Anna. This was when she came in second in the ribbon event at Zero G Gymnastics competition. Nice looking kid, isn't she?
Well, good thing she didn't get her looks from you. Well, it would have been one fugly poster.
Man, you'll be here all week, huh? Look at her. That's my girl. Yeah.
Anna really nailed it with this expression. Does it have like a thing for the... Yeah.
Oh, this is the ribbon you use in the ribbon event. It's designed to open up in zero gravity.
Mark の描いた絵だ。この絵はコンクールで入賞したんだ。
何で描いた？
ああ、子供用のグラフィックノートだ。ピクノ8。これはそのデータをプリントアウトしたものだ。
しかしこの風景は地球のものらしい。
This house? Oh, I'll be right back, guys. Baby's ready. False alarm! False alarm! Baby's not ready yet. Okay. Not yet. I also have to track my Uber. Okay. Okay, wait. It's got wings? Is it supposed to be a Pegasus? Is this a horse? Is this pig flying? This is the moon. It's a crescent moon. Airplanes. Oh, you don't see planes here. What? Oh, be right back. Okay, sorry. So cute. The little had to dry off the baby Chan. All right. These look like skyscrapers. Judging from their size, relative to the mountains anyway. Those are some kind of trees. They look like the ones from home. You don't get these trees on this size at the beyond.
ビルといい、木といい、すべて地球のものだ。
そうなんだ。マークの想像がなんだが、マークは一度もホームに行ったことがないんだ。
マークのような子は地球で療養した方がいいのかもしれんぞ。
そうかもな。
It's kind of sad. Yes, those are mountains. I wonder which ones they're supposed to be. All right, let's go eat.
That's the dining room through there. The first floor's got 4 rooms. The living room, dining room, the kitchen, and the bathroom. Food's late tonight. I wonder what's taking so long. They build stairs steep like this to conserve space. Damn thing gets tougher every year. The kids have the upstairs to themselves. I don't have my own room anymore. One of the sofa pulls out into a bed. You hungry, Jonathan? Shouldn't take too much longer.
Catherine が亡くなった暑い年だった。ナーク中毒者が正気を失って家族を襲うという事件が起きた。中毒者は自分の妻をナイフでめった突きにし、息子まで巻き添えにしようとした。俺は現場に居合わせ、その子を守るために男を射殺した。その子の目前で。ああ、俺はあの時から銃を抜けなくなったんだ。
That's Die Hard.
の一人だよ。
I shot a kid. That's 100% the same kind of almost like similar situation. He hasn't used a gun since then. Poor Ed, man. Ed the goat.
マークはあの事件のショックで口が聞けなくなった。両親が目前で殺されたんだ。あの子のショックは相当なものだったに違いない。
さっき自閉症とか言ってたが、精神的なショックでは自閉症にならないんじゃ。
ああ、正確に言うと自閉症ではないんだ。わかりやすいと思ってな。反目症とかいうらしい。無理に話そうとすると痙攣するんだ。無言症とも言われるらしいが、マークは言葉では自分を表現できないんだ。
それで絵を描かせてるのか。
マークは一日中絵を描いてるか、古い映画を見ているかだ。
マークとはうまくいってるのか。
いや、俺のことを父親としては見てくれてないだろう。
そうなのか。
マークは俺を憎んでる。
エド、いつかは心を開いてくれるさ。
そう思いたい。しかしマークは。
焦ることはないじゃないか。時間をかければ話せるようになるさ。エドはマークを
愛してる。
なら気長に待つことだ。
It's very rare to say I love you in with the aishiteru. Almost always you don't say that. Like never. So he clearly does really care about the kid. He shot the dad. He killed the father of Mark. I was saying that in Die Hard, the main cop, he gives up using his gun because he says, "I shot a kid," and it has the same kind of like imagery that. But I wonder, Die Hard must have come out in the 80s, like 89 or something like that. So, or 80 something. So kind of an inspiration there.
We've been to several doctors, but apparently it's not that easy a thing to get over.
You thought about going to home for treatment? 88. I was close.
Man, we could never do that. I gave Mark a graphics tablet to try and give him a way to express himself.
That sounds like a good idea. That's quite a picture he drew.
You hungry, Jonathan? Shouldn't be too much longer. Yeah, she's the reason I stuck it out here, and I miss her every single day. You saw her picture. Didn't think I'd find a pretty girl to marry me, did you? I met her at the BCP. She was a cop, too. One day she comes along and gives me a ticket for parking in front of the station. Food's late tonight. Wonder what's taking so long. I always hoped you'd get to meet her. She was a great woman. After we got married, had Anna, she quit her job and started working part-time in a weightless area. She eventually developed kidney stones because of it. Part of the calcium that your bones lose in weightlessness collects in the kidneys.
How do you treat something like that?
Well, the only thing they could do for her was a kidney transplant, but there are a serious shortage of organs back then, even greater than today. 80% of people on the waiting list just died before a donor was found.
Oh, must have been terrible to have her die waiting for a transplant.
Are you hungry? Shouldn't be much longer.
用意ができたわ。パパ、どうぞジョナサン。
I hope it's curry or Nyokobe ramen. And also, what's up, Jonathan? I see a Maximilian Dude fan in here. Always welcome.
Jonathan, 飯にしよう。
Wow.
召し上がって。
That's a lot of food. Those are vegetables grown in Beyond's agricultural ring. They're ultra-high pressure sterilized, so they're fresher than heat sterilized ones.
They don't use any pesticides or chemical additives here. They'd end up polluting the Celeste.
They don't need to use them. We have virtually no insects that would damage any crops. That's a vegetable salad. It's really good. I don't mind a good Caesar salad, but this... That's a soybean and seaweed stew. It's packed with calcium. Go ahead, have as much as you'd like. Ah, that's unohana, also called okara. It's soybean curd. Oh, yeah, there seems to be an awful lot. Yeah, I think I made too much. Tempura? This is tempura. Seafood is hard to get here, so it's a little different from the tempura on home. It consists mainly of microorganic proteins. And these look like they just came out of the fryer. Eat up while it's still hot. Well, you're not eating very much, are you? Well, it's hard work keeping a nice figure. I don't want to overeat. Don't worry about me. You go ahead and eat. So what's the deal with these plates? Well, they've got sensors in them that record the number of calories and portion sizes.
Yeah, they beep if you go over the amount you set them to. I feel like a damn farm animal.
This is oden. Basically, it's a bunch of things mixed together. It's popular with the Japanese cuisine boom going on right now. There's a lot of steam coming off it. This is a type of calcium food that made from crushed eggshells. It's a condiment. The average adult on home needs about 1,000 milligrams of calcium per day. You need a bit more than that on Beyond, since spending time in weightless areas leaches calcium from your body. An adult here should get about 1,200 milligrams, and the elderly about 1,700 milligrams. This is artificial salt made with ornithine and taurine. Natural salt contains sodium ions, which are bad for you, but this salt is perfect for eating. Ah, that's calcium milk, one of Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals' functional foods. It's got casein phosphopeptides in it, so it's a good source of calcium. Although, to be honest, it's actually soy milk. All right, give me the main dish. Wait, let me look at everybody. You're really cute, Anna. You look just like your mother. Try telling my dad that. Must be nice having a family, Ed. You look happy.
Yeah? Hey, thanks.
Mark keeps his tablet with him, even at the table.
About the only thing he doesn't have with him is when he's taking a bath. He's always off in his own world.
Hey, it's a neat little gadget. I can see why he has trouble putting it down.
Pictures are Mark's only way of expressing himself.
食べてみよう。なんだこれは。食べてみようか。
Thank you.
まずい。
まずい. Maybe try some of this. Eating salt on its own isn't a very good idea.
よし、一つ食べてみよう。なんだこれ。
Oh, shit.
よし、一つ食べてみよう。そうだな。じゃあこの厚揚げをいこう。なんだこの味。
What is this flavor?
飲んでみよう。なんだこの味。粉乳みたいだ。
粉乳みたいな。
どれ、食べてみよう。なんだこの味。まずい。
Damn, my boy is struggling.
Hey, Ed. Yeah, man, what is it?
What do you think about everything that's happened?
Well, we haven't really got any physical evidence or leads, but I'm with you. The whole thing stinks. Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals is hiding something. Oh my god. We need evidence sufficient enough to allow BCP to open an official investigation.
エド、本当にいい家族だな。
俺の唯一の自慢だ。ただ、マークのことはあるがな。
大丈夫さ。時間が解決してくれる。
だといいが。
You must be busy. What? With 2 kids. I really do owe you an apology, Ed. I got you into this without knowing your situation. That wasn't right.
It's okay. It's time I turned things around anyway. Something tells me he's already dead. That's the feeling I get. Who knows what happened, but Hojo must have gotten in their way somehow. Well, that guy followed Lorraine all the way home. She must have known something too. They wanted to shut her up. Those capsules were obviously worth killing for. But why?
Can't you forget about work at the dinner table, Dad?
You think they'd go after Karen?
Well, it doesn't look like she knows anything. She's probably safe. As long as she doesn't do anything to arouse any suspicion.
Yeah, it looks like this thing goes way beyond Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals. Tokugawa himself has to be involved too.
Oh, he's definitely involved.
This isn't gonna be easy going up against the group like this. We have to think about how we're gonna handle this.
Why don't you guys just try and enjoy your dinner? If that's you done talking, hurry up and get eaten. I don't think he's smoking. I think he just keeps it in his mouth. Oi, Anna, you like the stew?
Anna, 好きな人いるのかい？恋人とか。
おらんおらん。
もうパパったら今まではいなかったけど好きな人できたわ。
こら、こいつはダメだぞ。
どうして？
一緒に同行して分かった。やっぱりこいつはスケベだ。女と見ればすぐに声をかける。エド。
That's funny. Easily the biggest pervert I've ever met. He just can't help himself. You have a job, Anna? I used to be a guide at the Astronauts Memorial Museum until last month. I was majoring in space history before, so it was a good experience for me. Do you always do the cooking? Yeah, I love to cook, but on Beyond, nutritional balance is more important than taste, especially when it comes to calcium. Tokugawa put up recipes on BeyondNet every day. It's not that hard with those around. Tashukani. You like school, Anna? What's your major? You do any sports? Yeah, it's great. I go to UCBC. My major is bioethics. As for sports, I do zero-G rhythmic gymnastics. I've got plenty of friends, all girls, though. Since you know so much about space history, you mind if I pick your brain? How about a story related to food? Well, it said the first person to use chopsticks in space was astronaut Onizuka, who later died in the Challenger disaster. That's true. That's right. That's a real event. Christy McCullum happened. I don't think I was alive, or if I was, it was like '86. But Onizuka was part of the Challenger crew that the Challenger sadly exploded within minutes of its takeoff. It was '86. Yeah, I thought so. I got it right, at least. The interesting thing is, he didn't use them to eat Japanese food. The first people to eat solid food in space were astronauts Young and Grissom aboard Gemini 3. They smuggled sandwiches aboard. How do you like my cooking? Not bad for someone my age, huh? This would be considered space food to someone from home. How does the calcium fit in with your diet here? What's important isn't so much the amount of calcium, but the balance between the calcium and the phosphorus. If there's too much phosphorus, your body won't be able to absorb the calcium. I do zero-G rhythmic gymnastics, so I always try to make sure I get enough calcium. Well, blacks have naturally higher calcitonin levels anyway, so it's not as bad for me. Is this true? I've had to say so many words in the past 2 days that I have zero idea of half the medical terms. It's the coolest sport around. There's friction between the Zero-G Gymnastics Association and Beyond's Board of Education over the calcium loss issue, though. Its critics say it's good for kids since we're all still growing. Yeah, I saw your poster. Don't worry. That thing's gonna take off like you won't believe. It's even better than mud wrestling. There's only one stadium on Beyond. It would be nice if we had some more. With all the advances in science over the years, like organ transplantation and genetic modification, we've entered territory some say is reserved for God. We studied the other issues as well, like artificial fertilization, surrogate mothers, cloning, and the relationship between comas, persistent vegetative states, and organ transplantation. Yuki? Is the food still outside? Oh, shit! Yeah, that is some frozen nachos. Okay.
マーク、なかなか絵が上手だね。地球へ来たら一緒にスケッチしようか。おじさんも絵を描くんだ。今度見せてあげようか。
ジョナさん、マークお前に懐いているよ。普通なら他人と食事は一緒にしない。
そうか？
珍しいことだが、多分そのタバコだろう。
タバコ？
マークはタバコに興味があるんだ。
古い映画なんか見るとタバコ吸ってるでしょ。
はは、映画ファンらしいからな。
マークはあれに憧れてるの。
They are cool, they're just bad for you.
加えた人間を見るのはお前が初めてだろう。
マーク、いい趣味してるよ。
So I hear you always carry that tablet around. I saw your drawing. That's home, isn't it? You know, I come from home. Maybe one day I'll show you the real thing.
Hey, don't put ideas in his head.
You should eat up, Mark.
ドレッシングがいけないのかもしれないな。よし、再びトライだ。
I like when the little sound of the fork and knife.
本当にまずい。一口ではわからない。食べ慣れないだけかもな。もう一度チャレンジしてみよう。
もう一度チャレンジ。
なんて味だ。本当にまずい。
本当にまずい。I'm full. I think I'll stop here. Hey, Ed.
What is it?
I'm stuffed. Why don't we talk about the investigation?
エド、いつもこれを食べさせられてるのか。
まあ、キャサリンが死んでからな。
同情するよ。
なんか言ったジョナさん。
あ、いや、なんでもないよ。
Sweet Jesus.
This is just delicious, honestly.
I've had plenty.
さて、これからどうする？
奴らも動き出すはずだ。徳川の出方を見張ろう。
どうもこういうじれったいやり方は性に合わない。
仕方がない。ここは OLA じゃないんだ。
ジョナさん、どんどん食べてね。冷めちゃったけど。
ああ、遠慮せんとな。お前は俺と違ってまだ30代だからな。
けど。
はい、ブラウンです。え？どちら様ですか？ええ。はい。はい、そうです。お待ちください。パパ、ビデオフォンよ。ちょっと変なの。音声信号だけで、カプセルのことで話したいって。
Victor?
カプセル？はい、エド・ブラウンだ。誰だ？
誰でもいい。あんたらの損になる話じゃない。いいか？よーく聞け。AMM に来るんだ。あの探偵も連れてこい。北条健三のことについて嗅ぎ回ってんだろう。
どうしてそれを？
なことはどうでもいい。来るのか来ないのか。
わかった。AMM だな。
いい話が聞けるぜ。AMM のパイオニアの前だ。
パイオニア？
来ればわかる。俺の名はナインスターズ。じゃあな、ポリスノーツ。
ジョナさん、蒔いた種が芽を出したぞ。種込みだ。
餌にかかったか。どうだ？
AMM 宇宙飛行士記念博物館。
AMM か。アナがバイトしてたという。すぐ乗り込もう。
待って、全部食べてからにしてよ。まだ時間はあるわ。冷めちゃったけど。
アナ、ごちそうさま。美味しかったよ。
ジョナサ
また今度。
ン？もう知らない。
マーク、今度絵を見せてくれよな。
行くぞ、ジョナさん。
誰だろ
う？行けばわかる。しかしあのビデオ本、
I wonder if
見た
it's
ことのある
Chris.
声だった。
いいタイミングでタレコミが入って助かった。アナには悪いが。
お前はいい。俺は毎日だ。毎日わけのわからんものを食わされてる。
エド、お前が作るよりマシだろ。再婚でもするか？
これ以上厄介はごめんだ。
なら我慢するんだな。
我慢するな。
ここが宇宙飛行士記念博物館 AMM だ。
タレコミ屋の指定場所にしては賑やかだな。
週末だから観光客も多い。その方が安全だと思ったんだろう。
信用して大丈夫だろうか。
ここで思案してもどうにもならん。さあ、そろそろ約束の時間だ。指定の場所へ急ごう。
このロケット軍は
宇宙開発に貢献したロケットの展示だ。本物もあるがほとんどがレプリカだ。
地球にもこんな感じのところがあったな。
そうだ。ケネディ宇宙センターのロケッ
The
トガーデン
Donald J. Trump
確か
Kennedy
あそこからも何台か
Air
持ってき
Center
てるんだ。
now.
That's the Saturn V rocket. It launched the Apollo missions.
That's the largest rocket of the 20th century. And it's cool seeing all these. Makes the place look like some space base from an old sci-fi movie.
That's the Russian Proton rocket. It launched the Salyut space stations, among a ton of other stuff.
Space geeks must freak out when they see these.
That's the Space Shuttle Discovery.
Also known as the Orbiter Vehicle 103. It flew more missions than any other shuttle.
It also carried the first Japanese mission specialists into space. That's the Russian Soyuz 11A511.
It played a huge part in space exploration. You know, a lot to it.
Yeah, it launched all of Russia's Soyuz flights. More flights than any other rocket. What's that one there? Ah, that's right. I remember now. That's the Chinese FB-1 rocket. Ah, that's Europe's Ariane 1 launcher.
Now, the Arianes were used a lot for launching business satellites.
That's the H-2 rocket built by Japan's Nazda, now known as the JA-XA.
It was developed solely with Japanese technology.
Yeah, this was before Japan bought up all of Russia's space technology.
It was first launched in 1994.
As a precursor to Tokugawa heavy industry's current domination. It's AMM sign, Astronauts Memorial Museum.
They're open right now. Hey, we're in luck. It says admission's free during the anniversary commemoration period.
This is part of Beyond's artificial sea.
Anything live in it?
You bet. It contains the same amount of salt as the seawater on home. They regulate the water's evaporation rate and salinity by producing waves to circulate the water.
What's inside?
Plenty. On top of the fish, it's got seaweed, all sorts of other marine plants. They let you fish and swim in it if you want. We even get floaters in it every now and then. Those are palm trees selectively bred from Beyond. All plants here are resistant to ultraviolet radiation. and have high photosynthesis rates. That's how we have plenty of air to breathe with so few of them around. That's the Atlas D rocket. It was used for part of Project Mercury.
That's the rocket that launched craft like Friendship 7 and Aurora 7.
And that's the Titan 34D rocket. The building is modeled after the Kennedy Space Center's vehicle assembly building. The scale and interior are totally different, but its outside appearance is an exact recreation.
Yeah, I thought it looked familiar. Launch Complex 39. We went to Kennedy once for part of our training, remember?
There's the main entrance there. That's the AMM. It's like being back at Kennedy Space Center.
それじゃ入場しよう。博物館か。ワクワクする。勘違いするな。タレコミ屋に会いに来たんだぞ。いいな。ここがサンゴホールと呼ばれているロビーだ。
なるほど。でかいサンゴだな。
It's crazy how a series of still images on a game can still be, like, fascinating. Like, that blows my mind. All right. It is 7 p.m. I need to eat dinner really quick. So while I'm gone, if you guys would politely indulge me, I'll set up a video for your viewing pleasure. Because right now we've locked in a solid what here? 6 hours and 40 minutes straight. That's pretty wild. Do you guys want to see a walk and talk or the start of Dispatch? The Dispatch one is 2 hours and 38 minutes. The walk and talk is, okay, it's the most recent one. So don't get mad at me. I will be
Welcome to another thrilling edition of Premiere 2. My name is Peter.
There it is. All right. There's lame ass Pete doing Pete things. The world's biggest city can often feel
I'll see you
quite
guys in a few, okay?
That's why on this walk and talk, I went to Asakusa, one of Tokyo's most busiest areas, at night, so that we could see all of its sight and sounds with relatively few people. Chock full of anecdotes, short stories, beautiful images, and one of the best river walks you'll ever find. This one is sure to hit the spot. And if it's not, then we have like 20 more on YouTube. Go check them out. They're all really good. I swear, this is like they're great. Welcome to another thrilling edition of Premiere 2. My name is Peter. Thank you for joining me on a beautiful night here in Tokyo, Japan. I will endeavor to entertain you for about 2.5, maybe 3 hours as we go on a late night walk and talk. And I must say, thank you guys so much for being here. It's a little bit later than my normal start time. It's a little bit more awkward than I'm used to starting. As you can see above me, the clock says 10:38 on a Saturday night here in the nation's capital. It was rare. I knew I had some opportunities to show you guys a different part of Tokyo than I normally do. So I brought my streaming bag to my event tonight. And then after it ended, I went on a bit of a walk around the area, try to suss out some cool places. And I thought, you know what? This is kind of cool. I'm near the east side, which is awesome because I never get to walk around here. Why don't I bring the gang and see how long this tech can hold for and before I have to go home. So it's perfect. I only need to walk for like 3 hours if the tech even lasts that long, and then I can go home, get some rest. So we are near the Sumida River, which is one of the not early walk and talks, one of the middle ones. So hopefully you guys can enjoy. And I thought, okay, this is also cool because this part of Tokyo is more lit and I wanted to test the low light sensor. So that's it. That's the update. Let's hopefully you guys dig it because we're chilling. I think if we keep walking this way, we will reach the river eventually. Oh yeah, the event earlier was super fun, mega chill. I really like the people that I got to spend time with today. I did not. I had like one can of Highball. I basically stuck to the all freeze this evening. You guys know I love my Suntory all freeze. And then I ate delicious food, had great conversations. You know, after the party wound up, I said, all right, boys, I'm gonna go start work. And they're like, man, you're crazy. What the hell are you doing? Why would you start work? Have I ate? Oh boy, did I eat. Yes, I ate probably way too much food today. I'm not gonna lie, it was a lot. So this walk will offset some of the damage. Pete, I'm not used to this walking speed. Can you slow down? I'm getting nauseous. Listen, I allow all kinds of Robert CD comparisons. But 2 within the first 5 minutes of me walking is way too many. That is way too much. Like, we're getting dangerously close to overloading. I understand Boberto uses his cycle, and I understand that he walks at a sloth's pace. But I'm on a mission of weight loss. And that mission means that I've got to at least move the requisite 0.5 miles per hour.
So are you saying that we should slow down the Rob CD references?
Yes, we need to slow them down, spread them out. We got to do that. No Radio Taiso warm-ups, no need to hit the gym, just a good old-fashioned vibe check. Plus, even before I started streaming, I walk a solid 10K steps a day for the better part of 5 straight years. That's a lot, probably more, like 8 or 9 years now, since 2019. So for 6 years, I've averaged yearly 8 to 10K steps a day, which I know the last walk and talk, my entire argument was that I could live off of less than 100 steps a day. I understand that. But I have done that for a while now. Is my asthma getting better? It is. I think my voice is getting back to its. I can't do all the favorite voices I used to do. All 3 of them. I can't do I can't run the gamut of like high intensity vocal stuff. But the only lingering major issue I've found, and it's really devastating. Maybe if somebody here has asthma, they can shed some experience on it. The single worst thing that I have right now is that almost any time I drink anything, liquor, water, Pepsi, especially in the morning, so liquor, okay, water. Anytime I drink anything, it makes me want to puke because it kind of scratches my swollen throat or something. It's a cool street. Look at that shit. That's cool as hell. This is like Tom Cruise Collateral, give me the briefcase kind of street. Check with an ENT. Is that like the thing from Lord of the Rings that like carried them, the trees fought after? No, that's probably something else. Oh, ear, nose, and throat. Okay, so babies can get hand, foot, and mouth. I can get ears, nose, and throat. Okay, I'm getting all these diseases straight. Oh, look at that, boys. You can see the Tokyo sky tree thrusting into the sky with its pink and purple tip. Look at that. I don't know if you guys can see it on the camera, but there it is, Pog Sky Tree. That does mean we must be getting close to the river. Thank you, DB. Yo, spill any coffee today? Ha ha. Let me think. No. I will tell you about a very humorous, which was not humorous at the time, but I find humorous interaction with my lovely wife. Today we set up the Christmas tree for little Premiere 3, and that was, of course, so cute. He helped grab the star, and he actually grabbed it with his little tiny hand and put the star with me, and then I was like, let go of the star, son. And then Yuki had to come and help, and we're all holding him, put the star on the top of the tree. But while we were setting it up, we have a fake tree that I use every year. And last year it was in the background of the subathon, if you remember correctly. So we pulled it out of storage, and I promised her that I would build it today. I'm a man of my word. So she said, hey, before you go out tonight, can you please set up the Christmas tree? I said, of course I will. That's an obvious thing I'll do for us. And she said, would you like some hot cocoa? That's very sweet. I'd like to have a coffee, but you don't like hot coffee. I'll be fine today. I would love a hot coffee. She knows me well. I love my iced coffees. So she said, okay. And we have more space than most, I think, who live in, central Tokyo, because we live in the far corner of it. So we have like a little living room kitchen that we demolished the wall. So we have a little extra space. So we were deciding, well, I should probably move this extra futon we have, which is like a floor mattress, so that we can have more space for, little Premiere 3. And she
She said, okay. I start setting up the tree. I get about 70%, I got about 6 or 70% through building this tree. And then I go into my office and I see that the tech hasn't been charging correctly. So then I message Oni Bro and I say, hey, I've had a couple of issues. I grab my portable battery. I come back into the living room where the tree is being built. 60% of it's done, 40% splayed across the floor haphazardly. The futon's against the other incorrect wall. And my wife says, why haven't you drank your coffee yet? I said to her, oh, I'm sorry, honey. Let me go ahead and let me get started on that. So I start drinking my coffee and I sit down on the couch and I'm looking at the tree and she's starting to put it together a little bit. And I'm thinking about, oh, I got to message Oni Bro about this. And she goes, hey, what are you doing? And I said, what do you mean? What do you think I'm doing? Because I'm doing all these bits. And I said, honey, what do you think I'm doing? She goes, doing what you're always doing. I said, what's that? She goes, relaxing. I was kind of upset about that. I was like, but you know what? Maybe she meant it. She has it with a smile on her face. She knows I work hard. And here's where I made and then she goes, I said, well, I'm not relaxing. I'm just drinking a coffee. And she goes, well, when are you going to move the futon? Before I could even answer, she goes, are you going to finish the tree? And I said, yes. Honey, I can't do all 3 things at once. You didn't marry 3 men, you married 1. I can barely do 1 thing. And then she said, I can cross here, I think, because there's not any, I'll wait, because I'm a good Samaritan. Oh. Sumida River da ne. Kirei da ne. Sugoi. I hope you guys can see the lights reflecting off the water, the sky tree. We're gonna walk up and down the river a couple times. So I was telling her, well, I'm really sorry, honey. I'm not trying to be mean, but I can't do all of these things at once. And then I made my fatal flaw, as I always do. I joked back. So I was like, hey, little Premier 3, Mommy wants Daddy to do everything. And then she wants to finish the tree, and I start getting up, and then she drops an ornament, and it doesn't break, but it fractures. And then I was like, oh, good damn it. And I said, see, you were rushing. And she goes, you were being lazy. And I was like, okay. Luckily for us, little Premier 3 was able to unite us back. And him putting the little star on the top of the tree reminded us how lucky we are. And we have a lovely picture. No couch tonight. Yuki will be eagerly awaiting because she's a lovely and understanding person who married a big dumb idiot. That's the way I look at it, at least.
So after that interaction, we are now down by the river. You don't have some extra bricks in your backpack, do you? Just checking.
Luckily for me, she would have every right, because I can be difficult. We're dealing with 2 different cultures, but no. I just had to impress upon her the fact that, like, honey, I don't know, if you want me to drink the coffee, I can drink the coffee. If you want me to build the tree, I can build the tree. If you want me to move the futon, I can move the futon. Telling me all 3 in a row is impossible because I'm dumb. But I really appreciate her. You know, when I do these work things, and I've been kind of a social busybody, there's only one person who's been able to take care of all the slack back at home with the newborn baby. That's the super mom. That's her. Well, I hope this story's takeaway was, in fact, that surprisingly, I am not perfect. I talk when I should listen, and I joke when I should laugh. I tell you what though, these are sure fun to walk at night. Like, I think we should stick around here for about an hour walking up and down, because I think at midnight they close off all these lights on the bridge and stuff, and the sky tree goes dark as well. And then we can start checking out Asakusa at the evening. I'm here for a walk and talk, and I miss watching these live. Well, you know, they're not so special. I mean, I love them too. I've grown to love them. I used to kind of despise IRL streaming. Oh, my back. But now I've come to enjoy them quite a bit, because I love the health aspect, number 1. Number 2, I love sharing Japan with everybody. And very, 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 very far down on number 3 is I love to make money doing very little. you know, we can monetize the walks, and then people like the edited stuff on YouTube. So that's a distant third. Distant third. And in fact, I shouldn't even list it. It's somewhere down. If it was, it'd be closer to saying number 3 is like listing number 100 or something like that. Jokes aside, I found like the actual thing is that I found IRL streaming to be kind of tough socially, how invasive it can be when you're walking around. And I love doing the bar crawls with Connor and Rob and anybody, John and Alex and all the folks that Chris, everyone that we've done those with. And I found that it got really tough to kind of navigate those waters. When I was with James about a year and a half ago, I had noticed that a lot of places had been very anti-supportive of streaming in places, and I was like, oh, I kind of feel like a jerk, I don't know what I'm doing, that kind of stuff. So these allowed me a chance to chillax to the max, and so it allows me to kind of like walk and show you guys stuff. We look at cool architecture. I'm hoping that the quality of the camera and the money we've put into the sound and the visuals lead up into a really nice package of cool stuff. Hey Pete, I finally got my spousal visa to Australia, but I'm having second thoughts as my family lives in America and are growing older. How do you manage leaving your mom back in the States? Okay, I'll tell you that in a minute. And look, if you guys are, this is episode 24 of the Walk and Talk specials. You damn well know a Pete special is that all I do is repeat stories. So if you hear some of the same stories as we go over similar topics, relax. You might learn. We might add some. I don't think I can come here, but let's find out. The thing about getting a spousal visa and moving far away is I have 2 thoughts on the matter. Number 1 is the harsh reality of this. It gets worse, then it gets better. Here it is. Number 1 is a lot of the people who you consider to be close friends actually aren't. In a sad way. It's that you're within close proximity to those people, so you're a Look at his little slime. It's so cute. He's got a little slime. Ow. Ow. Look at you, so cute. That's so cute. Hey, buddy. Uh-oh. He's super cute. Look at his little slime. So adorable. Please stop pulling my hair, son. Please. It hurts. Okay. Okay. Ow. Ah! 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 Oh, you.
He actually was so cute. You guys also got to hear him do the that's how Natsuki cuts hair. You guys got to hear his little like sounds too. It's pretty strong. He had my hair in a death grip.
Convenient friend. Now, I'm not saying you don't have close friends, but I'm saying that as you go away, at first there will be a flurry of messages, possibly even a visitation, but you'll find more often than not that you will be the one keeping those lines of communication open, which can be kind of a sad thing to realize. But this opens the door for you to meet lots of new people and hopefully make some very good friends as well. That's the truth though. And there's nothing wrong with those people in your life right now. Hey, look, they've got families, they've got other friends, they've got their job, and a lot of people, you can live your entire life with having convenient friends they'll show up to your weddings, they'll show up to your funeral, they're gonna be ride or die, except for the whole ride or die part. You'll grow distant because it's not convenient. Nothing wrong with that. But having a guy like Cousin Jeff, for example, who I still talk to every day, that can be very rare because of the difficulties of life and stuff. Now, the good news is about the family. Your mother, who's ever older, younger, not younger, but older or younger in age, or your grandparents, I can honestly guess they would rather see nothing more than for you to have your dreams be fulfilled. As a new father, I don't know what my dude's gonna get up to, but if his heart leads him to Spain or Mallorca, Germany, America, okay, not America, Canada, you know, I would do everything in my life to facilitate that to come true. And I wouldn't want them to stick around Podunk, Tokyo, or any town USA to try and take care of me. So that's how I think you should look at possibly dealing with this longing emptiness in your heart when you think you're far from home. You can also come here and it'll be like having a buddy on your computer screen, your phone, your monitor, or your television. What if your family would actually want you to stay with them, to take care of them, instead of moving away? Well, I think in those situations, I would be the worst person to ask because I have no fucking clue. That sounds like a very specific familial issue, but in general, you don't live your life for other people. You get exactly one life, no continues. Might as well make it your best playthrough. We're almost neck and neck with I think the other part of the Sumida River was a little more beautiful, but this is cool. The Sky Tree stands alone as a beacon, as a lighthouse for foreigners to go, oh my God, where are we? Oh, there it is, we're in Tokyo. Hey, Pete, how do you deal with anxiety, especially about future uncertainty? Well, whiskey, don't say that. Depression, okay, they probably have that one too. What can I say? I think that depression is a very natural thing to have. I'm not immune to it, but I try to keep the perspective of the things I love that I have and the things that I have control over. Normally, to be honest with you, my depression is being caused because of my inability to deal with the things that I actually have control over. One of the things that I've been trying to figure out lately is if I have a lot of like loose ends. I'm not like a murderer, but I mean, I have a lot of things that I have not closed off. So I have like a lot of, let's say I have a lot of open tickets and I drag my feet on sending the follow-up message or saying X, Y, and Z or dealing with this or that. And all of those tickets that are open give me massive anxiety. But if I can start closing them little by little, I feel a lot better and I feel mentally free, I sleep better. But the more I keep those tickets open, all right, sirens, if you're fat. See, South and I are the same. I get very anxious.
All right. Okay, guys. Let's lock in for a little bit longer. Welcome back to all of you guys as well. I slammed that burrito about as fast as you could eat something. I will try to keep going for a little bit longer. I was going to do like 12 hours. Holy shit. This is exhausting to do, speaking this much all day. Just like reading. But I'm having fun. You guys have been very, very polite to indulge me. Yeah, he inherited my my strong voice. He did. So I apologize for being slow. This is why you need to get AI Peter up and running. I don't think AI Peter could do the 3 voices that I do. All right, so we're back on Policenauts. We've broken the case kind of wide open. We're trying to figure out where the missing Hojo Kinzo is. It is our main objective in the game right now is to find out where this missing man is. We presume he's dead. He developed a series of drugs that are called DDS, direct drug service. So various different ways and applications for it, but it's making a bajillion dollars. And his new breakthrough, the K9 drug, is something that can be used in weightlessness of space and other sorts of really cool, useful applications. However, he made 100 sets of it, delivered 3 sets to a pharmacy, and 97 are missing along with him. We had 4 capsules delivered to us, some opium, and a request from his wife, who used to be our wife, long story. And we've had a lot of dead ends, but we're on the trail now because we have like a deep throat kind of informant that's similar to the one that they had for Watergate. The one that's like,
come meet me at this place and I'll be able to help you with all of these things.
So they've told us to go to the Astronauts Memorial Museum so that we could. There was also things about Pluto. Yes, he mumbled about Pluto. Lots of still loose ends to like tie. So we're now at this memorial museum so that we can try to find our informant to see where, because right now it's a dead end. We met one of the people in charge of we met the guy in charge of the Tokugawa pharmaceutical company, which pretty much owns this entire space colony. He called himself 9 stars. 9 stars. So let's take a look. With our slow, methodical plotting pace. First, you know me, I like to read and look at everything.
ロシアのミール宇宙ステーションのミニチュアだ。
宇宙長期滞在記録を出したり、日本人を初めて宇宙で迎えたり。よく覚えてる。旧ソ連が崩壊してからしばらく放置されていた。
そうだ。その後、日本の企業に売却された。後の徳川だ。実物はまだ地球軌道を回っている。今では宇宙博物館として使われているらしい。
あの頃は旧ソ連が蓄積した宇宙技術を日本企業に売却するニュースを毎日のようにやっていたな。
宇宙開発後進国であった日本がここまでなったのもあの技術売却があったからだ。
日本企業が初めて宇宙に実質的なビジネスを持ち込んだ。
How ironic that did not last. The almighty yen, which is now being absolutely pounded by every currency on the planet, damn near. So many people came to Japan the past 3 years ago. Well, it's so easy to come here. Wow, everything's so cheap. Yeah, sure it is. The lost years.
That's the Project Mercury's Friendship 7, which carried the first American into orbit around home. Astronaut Glenn's mission lasted 4 hours, 55 minutes, taking him around home 3 times. It was launched by an Atlas rocket, like the one outside.
This one's in pretty good shape for something that old.
This is only a replica. The real one was burned to a crisp when it re-entered the atmosphere. It's a replica of the Friendship 7.
How did people ever cope with these tiny capsules?
That guy there keeps looking around. Maybe he's waiting for someone.
His girlfriend, maybe? I bet a number of people come here on dates.
Well, what's that supposed to mean?
Oh, nothing. I doubt he's the informant. He looks like a college student. He's studying the Friendship 7 replica. Doesn't look like he's the informant. That boy looks like he'd be in the middle school or so. He's looking at that plate. He couldn't be the informant.
It's a map, showing all the areas and how to get to them.
これはホームから取り寄せた本物のサンゴ礁の化石だ。この中にはホームの大気中の CO2 が大量に溶け込んでいる。セレスのシンボルとしてこのホールに置かれている。
セレスのシンボルか。カレンのうちにあったセレスの模型にもサンゴが入っていたな。
そうだったな。
人間には真似できない自然の脅威か。
苦労したらしい。ホームからここまで運んでくるのに。
It's a fossilized coral reef. It's the main attraction in the hall here. This is the only place on Beyond you can see a coral reef. He's an old man. He must be at least 80 or so.
Well, he looks really interested in everything. Maybe seeing here has brought back some old memories.
This is an emotional place for terrestrials.
He doesn't seem like the informant.
That boy must be in elementary school.
I was just like him when I was his age. In love with space. There's no way he could be the informant. Could he?
That's an AMM guide. A lot of them are just school kids working part-time.
So this is what Anna was doing before.
I'm always worried about her. I guess being a guide at a museum's not that bad. She's an AMM guide. That's our informant. It's a young girl. Looks like she's here on her own.
She's looking for something on the information board. She couldn't be the informant.
That's an information board. The building is divided into 3 main areas besides the ones we're in right now.
The Beyond Corner, Moon Corner, and the Space Corner.
Let's just pick one and start from there. It's a guide girl working reception.
We could try asking her about the place that the informant mentioned. It's a kid. Looks like he's asking something at information. Maybe he's lost. I can't picture him being the informant. Oh boy, here we go again. He looks like a middle school student studying the plate. What a knockout. I can see why they don't hide you around back. Thank you? You know what would make this day even more perfect? A personal tour of the museum from someone like you. I wish we could do that, but having so many visitors makes that impossible, I'm afraid. Our hairstyle's got personality. It's a pretty unique hairstyle. With a lady like you around, it's a wonder anyone can concentrate on the exhibits. Now, be sure to look at the exhibits too. That coral over there's got nothing on this work of nature. Oh, I must disagree. I have nothing on such ancient beauty of the natural world. Don't. That uniform really stands out here with the dim lighting. Our uniform is very popular among girls my age. To be honest, I applied for this job just so I would get to wear this. That's a girlish kind of design.
Listen, may we talk to you for a second?
Feel free to ask me anything. AMM gives you an up-close view of the history of mankind's colonization of outer space and the fruits of these labors. We have over 8,000 items on display here. Some of the larger exhibits had to be temporarily disassembled in order to be brought inside.
And where can we find the Pioneer?
Pioneer 10 is on display at the Space Corner.
Let's go take a look.
Must be tough, being on your feet for so long. Yes, it does get quite tiring. I guess it's been good 3 hours or so I've been standing here. Wow, the demands they put on you.
Anna always talked about how tough the job was.
That's what I'm saying, man. Twitch is even harder. Imagine sitting for 8 hours plus, reading. How many hours you work each day? I'm here from opening to closing, so a full 9 hours. 9 hours? They do give us breaks, of course. So, what time do you get off? I'm sorry, but we're not permitted to date visitors.
Yeah, I like that rule. Good to see they enforce it too. I probably didn't need to worry about Anna when she was here after all.
So, that's a no? Please don't take it personally. It's one of the rules here.
And you're trying to hit on a guide at a museum?
Oh, the Policenauts? We have an exhibit on them here, of course. I'm sorry, but are you by any chance Policenaut Ingram? It just so happens that I am. No, on second thought, I guess that couldn't be possible. I'm sorry I brought it up. Is there anything else I can do for you? No, thanks. That was all we needed. You're very welcome. Come see me again if you need anything. Oh, fuck it. Now that's a cute hairstyle. That boyish kind of hair looks good on you. Oh, you think so? I've been thinking about growing it out, but maybe I won't. That's a cute haircut. They really are doing the museum a disservice, sticking such a head turner in the corner like this. Thank you. That coral over there has got nothing on this work of nature.
Man, you're gonna try that. You're gonna try your luck with that line again, huh?
Oh, I disagree. I have nothing on such ancient beauty of the natural world. She's working off the same script as the same girl over there. Wait. Do they actually give you a list of responses like that or something?
You know, maybe dragging your ass around beyond ain't so bad after all.
I like that uniform. The ribbon, it's a nice touch. I'm a fan of it myself. Damn it!
Excuse us.
How may I help you? The museum is divided into 3 main corners: Beyond, Moon, and Space. Here at AMM, you'll find a thorough retracing of space exploration and development from their beginnings to the present day. The theme of our exhibition is Beyond, a gateway to the stars.
Yeah, where can we find a Pioneer around here?
The only Pioneer we have is Pioneer 10. We don't have Pioneers 1 through 9 or 11.
And where is Pioneer 10?
Pioneer 10 can be found at the Space Corner.
どうやらパイオニアは一つしかないらしい。
タレコミ屋の指定場所はそこだな。
ああ、パイオニア10号前だ。
Must be tough, being on your feet for so long. It is. We get a break every 2 hours. But still, you're right. My legs are getting sore again. The demands they put on you. So, what time do you finish? The museum closes at 7 p.m. No. Not that. I mean, when do you finish? Oh, so that's what you were thinking.
Come on, man. What do you think we came here for? I'll need to keep a closer eye on Anna in the future with guys like you out there.
When did he let you off? Why, are you planning to break in and steal something?
You had that one coming.
I'm hurt, Ed. I'm genuinely hurt.
Man, she gonna get mad if you keep it up. I'll need to keep a closer eye on you. Yeah, I already said that shit. Okay.
Boom, 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 boom. Boom. Let's go to the moon corner, even though we're not supposed to.
ここは
Whoa!
アポロ計画を中心に月面関係が展示されているコーナーだ。月面のセットがそのまま再現されてる。
The fake moon landing.
That's Surveyor, the lunar probe that was used to scout for landing sites for the Apollo missions.
Surveyor 1 got there several years before first humans did.
Yeah, well, the Surveyor program ended with Surveyor 7, 18 months before the first manned mission. That's the lunar EVA suit used during the Apollo program. Look at that stuff they had to wear back then. Must have weighed a ton.
And today's suits look much easier to move in.
This is the so-called Genesis rock that Apollo 11 brought back from the moon. It's not as special now as it was back then, of course.
Is this the real thing?
Yeah. Moon rocks are a dime a dozen now, but I suppose you could call this first edition moon rock.
I saw them selling them at the spaceport in OLA. And it just sucks all that was special right out of them.
Lunar regolith was once heavily sought after for experiments, since there was so little available then.
Yeah, that all changed with the 21st century.
People would even go to the trouble of making their own regolith. That's how valuable it was. That's the lunar roving vehicle that was taken aboard Apollo 15, 16, and 17. It was electric powered with a top speed of 14 kilometers an hour on a flat surface.
Kind of like an imps for the guys back then.
And that's another second generation lunar EVA suit.
What's the foil for?
Well, it was to provide protection from the heat. It's aluminized, capped and foil used for insulation. It's the American flag. The Apollo astronauts planted one on the surface after each landing.
Now, when you think about it, planting a national flag in space like that does seem pretty ridiculous, even if it was smack in the middle of the space race.
Man, that was back when America was still a superpower. She needed a way of flexing her muscle.
Space was dominated by a handful of countries in those days.
Yeah, and now business dominates it. It's the Stars and Stripes. It was planted on the lunar surface after each Apollo landing. This is the replica of Apollo 11's lunar module, the Eagle.
July 20th, 1969. Who could ever forget that day?
The ascent module was recovered and brought back to home, but the descent module is still out there. The Saturn rocket outside is the same as the ones that launched the Apollo missions. This is the lunar module's ladder. Astronaut Armstrong's famous words were broadcast as he stepped down from the 9th rung to the lunar surface.
This is one all man for mankind, one small step for man, one leap for mankind. That's the one. Who knows? If that bottom rung had been a little higher, his words might have been different. Why am I doing all this?
ここがビヨンド関連の展示コーナーだ。あ、エド、俺たちポリスノーツの人形が並んでるぞ。驚いたか？このビヨンドコーナーではポリスノーツであった俺たちはヒーローってわけだ。この若さで歴史上の人物とは。そう言うな。俺たちも宇宙開発に少しは貢献したんだ。光栄じゃないか。少しはか？
Why am I doing all this world building? I guess that's the essence of the game, though. Look at how much stuff that they wrote for this game. It's insane. This is truly the 5 hearts under one galaxy.
ユーリーが積載していた脱出用ポッドのサバイバルボールだ。コールドスリープの機能も搭載している。実物はもう少し大きいがな。
俺はこの中で30年間も宇宙をさまよっていたんだ。そのために宇宙不適応者になった。
ジョナサンの生命を30年間維持し続けたんだ。よくできたカプセルだよ。
コールドスリープとしてはまさに実験段階だった。救出された時は寝たきり老人と変わらなかった。
今じゃ筋肉の低下もあまりない。
俺は1年以上も歩けなかった。
Wow.
クマの冬眠の研究の成果だ。
クマ？
人間は筋肉を使わなければ3日で衰える。しかしクマは冬眠中半年以上も筋肉を維持できるんだ。
なるほど。クマの方が宇宙飛行士に向いてるようだ。
今やこのコールドスリープをクマの冬眠と呼んでいる。
It's a survival ball, the escape capsule you used.
A time machine that brought me 25 years into the future.
This is a replica of the Yuri, the forerunner to the modern EMPS. Its emphasis was on mechanical work outside the colony, so its armor's thin, and it's only lightly equipped.
Totally different from today's setup.
It was hailed as the successor to NASA's MMU. Hard to imagine this is where combat imps evolved from, huh? Still better than the suits at the moon corner, though.
You can't really compare this to the old lunar suits.
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
This is what I had my accident in. Nearly sent me on a one-way trip to nowhere. Can't stand the sight of this thing.
Yeah, you had that little survival ball with you, too.
Good thing I did.
Yep. After all, the Yuri didn't have its own life pod.
He made me take it, just in case, she said.
The Yuri by itself would only have kept you alive for 3 days. Yeah, this is me in my younger days.
I'd never recognize you.
Oh, come on. I hate it when people say shit about my age.
Look, these are really well done. They're like our doppelgangers.
They got the best in the business on these. They were given every piece of data they had on us. Body measurements, hair samples, everything.
They knew us better than we know ourselves.
I remember them going over our bodies with a fine-tooth comb when we applied for the Policenauts. I heard they're going to replace these with animatronic robots soon.
They're going to have us moving around like idiots?
Yeah, using hydraulics and air pressure, yeah. And we'll even talk. The same Japanese company that made those animatronic dinosaurs is going to make them. You know, the ones I mean, right?
Who will decide how we move?
They already got all the necessary data. They're working with ISPA on them. They'll end up being some live-action show, almost indistinguishable from the real us. It's my figure.
They did an amazing job with these. It's scary.
Oh, this is your figure. I think it's slightly better looking.
Look at how they've got me smiling. I never smile like this, goddammit.
Minor details aside, they did a good job on these. It's a figure of Tokugawa. Sometimes I forget he used to be one of us.
Now he's practically some kind of god.
He knows what he's doing. He used the Policenauts to promote the group a number of times in the past. It's a figure of Salvatore. Looks a little bigger for some reason.
Well, he's the kind of guy who seems smaller than he actually is.
Yeah, that's true.
Sal's made some mistakes in his life, just like us.
Ended up better off than us. At least he's got a decent job. It's a figure of Gates.
Of the 5 of us, he was most likely to end up chief.
Yep, now he's my boss.
このビヨンドの位置が記されているマップだ。
ラグランジュポイントの L5。
そう。この地球と月の重力バランスの均衡位置にコロニーは浮かんでいる。
ニュースで見たんだが、このコロニーも傷んできてるんだろ？
もう30年も経つからな。
疑問に思うんだが、なぜこのタイプのコロニーは作られないんだ？
これには技術的な問題もあるだろうが、コロニーの建築業者が絡んでいるんだ。
政治的な問題？
まさに今、コロニー建設のシェアは徳川建設が独占している。もともと徳川のコロニー技術はトーラス型のものだ。ここのオニール型は欧米の技術。
つまり癒着。徳川がオニール型を排除した。
そうだろうな。徳川が自社のトーラス型を売り込んだ結果だろう。もちろん大型オニールコロニーの欠陥も発見された上でのことだ。
ビヨンドがオニール型の欠陥を自ら証明した。
そこへうまく徳川が介入したんだ。
道理でコロニー老朽化をバンバン宣伝してるわけだ。しかしこのコロニーを作った欧米企業も黙っちゃいないだろう。コロニー建設といえばオリンピックより儲かる。
それだけではない。オニール型のコロニーを推し進めていた欧米企業もコロニーの部品を徳川に依存していたからなんだ。
徳川抜きではコロニーは作れない。
そういうことだ。最近ではこのトーラス型を徳川型と総称するらしい。
Shit. He's got his fingers in every pie. At least it's not at L3, the other side of the sun. Is that true? Is the L3 location on the complete other side? Oh, sorry, I had my voice on. This is a small monument built in honor of the Policenauts. It's even got our autographs on it.
Oh, it does. Makes you feel kind of stupid, don't it?
It's a monument to the Policenauts. Oh, I already read that.
That's crazy. What's this piece of shit?
ビヨンドの模型だ。
Oh.
俺たちが今いるコロニーのな。
世界で最初で最後のシリンダー型コロニー。
The thing we're currently standing on. Okay, so wait. Yep, L1 is between the planet and the star. L2 is the far side of the planet, and L3 is on the other side of the star. L4 and L5 are leading and trailing locations in the planet's orbit. That's very interesting. Thank you. It's time to meet 9 stars.
宇宙探査に関する展示がされているコーナーだ。
The pioneer informant mentioned the pioneer the informant mentioned should be around here.
That's one of the Viking landers. There were 2 landers that landed on Mars as part of the Viking program. This is a replica of the Viking 1 lander, which touched down in Planitia on July 20th, 1976.
Yeah, I saw what was left of it when I was there. The media dubbed it a reunion.
Inside this case, they have on display some messages, I suppose you could call them, that were sent into space to any extraterrestrials that might be out there. They were loosely related to the SETI program on the US conducted for a while. They would attach them to the probes as they were being sent out to space. They have the metal plaque that was on the Pioneer probes, and the gramophone record. I knew about the gramophone record, and the gramophone record that was on the Voyager probes. The case contains messages from mankind to extraterrestrials. This is a hologram of the solar system. A lot of the information used to make it come from this craft to display here. It's a shame there isn't as much exploration going on these days. That's the Pioneer 10 there. It was the first spacecraft to make a close encounter with Jupiter. That's only a replica, of course.
Yeah, the real one left the solar system a long, long time ago.
Yeah, back in 1983 or something, before either of us was even born.
It's my birth year. So, this is the pioneer the informant was talking about. Where is he?
Man, you know what cases with the SCTI stuff in it? You know that case with the SETI stuff in it? There's a plaque, same as the one carried on Pioneers 10 and 11 inside.
Think there's some kind of message from him?
Let's take a look.
Where?
The Voyager 1 traveled to the other planets Jupiter and Saturn. It discovered Io's volcanoes and Jupiter's rings, as well as new moons around Saturn.
It'll be making its way through the far reaches of the heliosphere about now.
Inside that display case is a copy of the gramophone record carried on Voyagers 1 and 2.
I thought we were supposed to open this thing up.
That's a replica of the Galileo spacecraft. It's famous for launching a probe into Jupiter's atmosphere in 1995 and performing an analysis of it.
Yeah, it then did flybys of the 4 Galilean moons. I remember watching it when I was a kid. Now that was exciting. I missed where I was supposed to go. I thought he said there was replicas of the gramophone. I got it.
パイオニア10号、11号に積まれた ET へのメッセージ用プレートだ。
何もメッセージらしきものは見当たらんな。
考えすぎだったが。
The man's raising his right arm as a sign of friendship. You can also tell its shape, the way it would move, and the number of fingers on the hand. The radial diagram shows the location of the sun relative to 14 pulsars.
Yeah, with this, you'd be able to locate our solar system from, well, anywhere in the Milky Way.
I don't know the details, but apparently this represents the spin-flip transition of a hydrogen atom. This gives you a certain universal measurement that play into other parts of the plaque. This shows the 9 planets of the solar system and how the spacecraft came from the 3rd planet from the star. The distances between the planets are expressed in binary numbers.
So this is what a woman's privates look like.
Please, don't start. Please. The heights of the man and the woman are expressed in binary numbers, with the unit of measure being 21 centimeters. An intelligent species could derive that from the transition of the hydrogen molecule shown here. This is a drawing of the Pioneer spacecraft behind the 2 people. You could deduce the size of our species with this. The case. This is the golden record that was on the Voyager probes.
I remember learning about this. It has like Chuck Berry or some shit on it. Not that I like Chuck Berry, but like they sent, I think it's or it might have like Beethoven. I don't know. I think it's cool that of like the greatest minds of our species sent music to space. And they were like, I don't know, fuck it, maybe. I can't remember what's on the record, but I think that's awesome. A golden record.
It's a 12-inch gold-plated copper record containing greetings in nearly 60 languages, animal calls, nature sounds, and a wide variety of music, everything from classic to folk. They also included a cartridge and a stylus for playing it. It's the record that was placed on the Voyager probes. I thought it was Johnny Be Good. Shit. The distance between the planets. Okay, yeah, I already did that. It's the naked body of a man. Let's try Pluto, yeah. I thought I clicked Pluto. Maybe I was clicking the sun. That's the sun right there, right?
So this is the sun. All right. Let me use my big brain. Oops, I don't have one.
Answer corner だ。
あれ？この宇宙服は何だ？月面服がどうしてこのコーナーに？
ジョナサン、中に誰かいるぞ。
これは動く展示物か？
そうじゃなさそうだ。ようやくデートの相手に会えたようだ。
お前が電話の男か？顔を見せろ。
静かにしろ。そのままの格好で俺の話を聞け。騒ぐと怪しまれる。
うまく考えたな。音声も書いてある。
お前だな。俺たちを呼び出したのは。
そうだ。さすがはポリスノーツ。すぐに分かったようだな。
こんなところに立ってや子供でもわかる。
あんたら
Used to be a normal word.
北条の行方を知ってるのか？
どこにいる？奴は生きてるのか？
一人ずつ順番に話せ。いいな。
Just like, you know, they also said it in Final Fantasy VII, if you remember correctly. All right, let's see here. Oops. Look at this guy. Calls us out here, then turns up in this.
It's a spacesuit from the Apollo program. The museum probably uses it for events.
It'll be easier to move in than the displays in the moon corner.
Yeah, the real ones weigh well over 100 pounds. It's a reflective faceplate. You can't see his face at all.
They must be pretty desperate to conceal his identity. There's a tiny guy in here who looks like you.
That's my reflection, Jonathan.
Wow. Did your legs just shrink a couple of feet? Who's this handsome devil?
Just give it a rest already. You've fallen in love with yourself? I wish you'd just grow up for once. It's a replica used for events, so it must be relatively lightweight.
Meaning it'd be a simple process of getting it off of him. Why does my identity matter so much, honestly?
There's the American flag. All right. What have you got for us?
Why can't you tell us who you are? Whose side are you on? I can't reveal my identity. Not yet, anyway. My life is in danger. As I said before, you can call me 9 Stars.
9 stars?
I can tell you I know a lot about both of you. You'll know who I am soon enough, provided we survive that long.
You expect us to just accept that and move on?
There are some things you're better off not knowing. Do you not trust me?
Of course not. We don't know who you are.
Is my identity really that important? I've got information for you.
What happened to Hojo?
He betrayed them, started selling it behind their backs.
Them? It? K9. Tokugawa K9.
So where is Hojo?
He was eliminated a long time ago. That's what happens when you cross these guys. And I'm going to end up just like Hojo and that woman.
You're saying Hojo's dead? Who's them?
I can't say. Not out here anyway.
Is it Tokugawa?
Is Holmes Mafia involved?
It's not that simple, okay?
We saw a politician at Tokugawa's party. Are guys like him involved too?
Were Hojo and Lorraine killed by them?
Yeah. Screw with them, screw with these guys, and you're done. Done! You can't even begin to imagine. You'll be hearing from them soon, I'm sure.
Who's that woman?
Hojo's wife. I think her name was Lorraine. Nobody's safe with these guys.
Why was Lorraine killed?
Hojo probably told her something he shouldn't have. You have no idea what these people are like. They will kill absolutely anyone.
What's the it you mentioned?
Narc. The synthetic drug. They've been using DDSs to develop Tokugawa pharmaceuticals to circulate Narc. That's the real purpose of the K series. To get Narc out there without authorities knowing. The newest one is K9. It's nothing more than a vessel for Narc.
I thought the selling point behind K9 is the even distribution of a drug and weightlessness.
That's the official story. But a capsule with an osmotic pressure design is nothing special. K9's real purpose is concealing Narc. Hojo and I started selling it on our own. It was my idea. Everything was going to plan. Nobody should have ever suspected what we were doing.
We don't believe you. We didn't find anything in the capsules we got from Hojo.
And who's to say your deals couldn't somehow be tracked back to you?
You guys aren't seeing the bigger picture. Look, I don't want to end up like Hojo, all right? I'll point you in the right direction. I'll let you in on the secret behind Narc. To be precise, where that secret is. Hojo made a copy of the CD-ROM containing a video on Narc. He created the original to show to the Mafia and other organizations. It explains the trick behind the capsules in plain English.
CD-ROM?
So this CD explains everything about them.
Right, including how to use them.
Why a CD in this age of optical computing?
That's the point, to limit where you can read it.
It wouldn't stand as evidence in court either.
That's why Hojo used a CD. It's an archaic data format. Load the CD, and it'll explain what you need to know. That's all I can say for now. If you help me get to home, I'll tell you everything once my safety's been guaranteed.
The CD-ROM is at his house! Where is the CD-ROM?
Hojo would have stashed it somewhere. I bet they don't even know what the copy exists. If I had to guess, I'd say his house.
there was that CD that didn't have any music on it. Could that be it?
The CD can only be read on a T-Gear 99, Tokugawa's network terminal. In addition, it works off a special boot method. You can't load it on any other read device. The CD uses state-of-the-art encryption, too.
Even BCP couldn't read it?
And you guys get most of your technology from Tokugawa, don't you? Whatever you have, they're already on something better.
Yeah, that's true. Almost all our equipment is patented by Tokugawa.
They own the know-how as well. None of it's public. You'll need to get to a Tokugawa facility to load the CD.
Well, we can't just waltz in there and expect them to help us.
Who says that we're gonna ask?
There are a few steps you have to go through to get into the system. You'll need a Tokugawa ID card and employee ID codes for this. First, it'll do a card check.
We already have Hojo's card, so then what?
Then, it'll run a check to see if the person using the card really is a Tokugawa employee. Every employee has an ID code given to them based on family crests.
You mean those Japanese things?
Right. Select the ones it asks for, and you're in. After that, insert the CD. This is how they protect their data.
So you can't access any of their files if you're not an employee, supposedly.
Exactly. If you don't clear the checks, you'll be staring at a blank screen.
いいか、覚えたか。カモンチェックで T ギア99が使用可能になる。それから CD ロムをロードする。また連絡する。俺を信用しろ。言っておくが、俺の後をつけたりすんなよ。
待て、まだ聞きたいことがある。
北条の剣は氷山の一角に過ぎん。奴らはもっと恐ろしいことを行ってる。
もっと恐ろしいこと？
奴らはあんたらが思っている以上に根が深い。BCP にも仲間がいる。用心するんだな。また連絡する。じゃな。
帰っちまったぞ。尾行するか。
待て、ジョナサン。まずは CD ロムだ。あの男の言っていることが真実かどうか。あの男の正体についてはそれからだ。ホームなまりがなかったとすればビヨンズだ。ビヨンズならどこにも逃げやしない。しかし、
どうした？
タバコ臭いな。ひょっとしてお前タバコ吸ったか？
いや、手違いで火がついたんだ。もう消した。
危ないな。先折りタバコか。
ああ、先を折るだけで発火する。消すのも簡単だが。
気をつけろよ。人に見られたら通報されるぞ。
マークには一度見せてやりたい。
バカな、許さんぞ。ま、それはいいとして。
情報の真意の確認だな。
The plot thickens! The tip of the iceberg! Ah! Time to move, boys! Well, we've got no choice but to trust what he told us.
How about we get over to Hojo's house and look for that CD?
Well, no sign of him.
Wherever he is, we better keep a closer eye on Tokugawa. I'll get Meryl and Dave on it. Hojo's house it is.
You think that's where it'll be? Okay. Okay.
北条家だ、ジョナサン。
タレコミ屋が言っていた CD ロムを探そう。
These windows are made from adjustable glass. You can't see in it at all.
And why don't you fill your house with these windows?
Well, I mean, this place faces the central axis. They have a reason for them. My place doesn't have a view anywhere near as nice as this. The front door to the house. You ready? I'll ring the doorbell.
Oh, Jonathan. Ed, how's the investigation going? Come in. Make yourselves at home.
実は借りたいものがあるんだ。
ええ、何？
She looks exactly like Lorraine at her age. Wait. Let's take a look at the TV first. BBC.
Konnichiwa. ニュースオーダーの時間です。本日の太陽フレア予報です。昨日から今日にかけて大きな太陽フレアもなく、今日一日大量の放射線の心配はありません。放射線量も微量で安定しているでしょう。シールド注意報も解除されています。以上 BBC からお伝えしました。
わかりました。I wonder how long you can fool everybody. You want to listen to some music? No, we didn't come here for no sound test.
The CD the informant was talking about should be here.
Which one was it again?
Try to remember. It was definitely here. I want to hear Snatcher, though.
Whoever would have thought I would have gotten such use out of these fake cigarettes?
There's no title on this one anywhere.
This is a present from me to you.
My man, Wispy Frost, thank you so much.
Thank you. We're still grinding this out, boys. We have been streaming for damn near 8 hours of power. I've gone through 2 all-frees, venti, 2 venti coffees, 2 teas, and a partridge in a pear tree. That one's gonna have music on that one, actually. And 1 single fake cigarette that I've been expertly holding in my mouth, just like the main character. Honestly, if they're going to do a live version of this, at least cast me because I've mastered this thing. Right? We even had a moment earlier where I had it dangle from my lip out of surprise when we saw a beautiful woman that I can't recreate. All right. Yeah. Oh, my voice. Sorry. Yeah, it was just a bunch of noise, too.
This symbol is the Hojo family crest. This is what the informant was talking about.
You mind if we put this on? No, not at all.
エド、これだ。これが CD ロムに違いない。ほら、見てみろ。ケースの表面に家紋が書いてある。
北条家の家紋だ。
My Hojo。
どういう意味かしら。
カレンさん、これを少し貸してもらえないかな。
ええ、どうぞ。役立つのなら。
よし、これを持って徳川製薬へ急ごう。
社員 ID の家紋表も見たことだしな。
これで ID チェックはパスできるだろう。
That's why I was so thorough. I did like 99% of the stuff, because I was very thorough with it. Karen, what's up? There was a call from a woman saying my dad had borrowed a CD from her. When I told her I didn't know anything about it, she hung up.
She asked for a CD. The timing's a little too convenient.
It was a woman. You have the call data? No, it was encrypted. Plus, it was a voice-only call. What? That's what people tend to do if they've got some ulterior motive. I wouldn't call this a coincidence.
You think they found out about it?
Well, it's a good thing we found it before they did. There's been nothing out of the ordinary besides that phone call.
You know this CD-ROM? Well, we need to know about the family crest to load it. What does your family crest look like? Your kamo.
Come on? Oh, our kamo. The traditional Hojo crest is 3 triangles arranged in a larger triangle. Why do you ask?
We found that Tokugawa uses family crest for an employee passcode system.
Well, that's the first I've seen it. You really think that belongs to my father? Can't believe he had that. Do you know anything about this CD-ROM? I can't believe my father had that here. I had no idea he had that.
I hope you don't mind me asking, but how are you planning on paying for the transplant?
Well, part of it was going to come from money Dad borrowed from his company. Maybe that's what started this whole thing. So, Hojo was looking for money. I can think of one way to get it.
There could be a connection, yeah. It gives weight to what the guy said, too.
So he was trying to get money. He was trying to get money for her bone marrow transplant. So he started selling narc. So to your knowledge, you only have music CDs. Yeah, Dad's collection. His CDs are on the shelves there. Perhaps that phone call has something to do with it. And we were right about Hojo hiding it among his CDs. The couch has changed.
Man, those things at my house are an embarrassment.
They're cute, don't you think? Got a date with the ghost. Karen, I'll find your father, I promise. I believe you, Jonathan. I'll put my feelings about you behind me for now. You can count on me for help. She doesn't like me, she hates me. It's time to go to Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals. Oh, I almost spilled my beer. Fake beer. Okay.
Tokugawa 製薬に着いたぞ。よかった。誰もいないみたいだ。
こんな時間まで会社で残業してるやつなんかいないぜ。
そうとは限らん。日本系企業はそれで当たり前なんだ。24時間体制で働いてる。
じゃあ今日は
ビヨンド30周年記念の準備で休みなんだろう。
まあいい。早く作業を済ませちまおう。
ジョナサン、北条の CD ロムをロードするだけだぞ。絶対に無茶はするな。
分かってる。長いはしないさ。
Do I think Ed will betray John? I don't. Chrysel, what's up, Peter? Merry Christmas to you and the family. Policenauts, such a great game. I've definitely enjoyed it very, very much. Very, very much. Japan in general is getting bodied in this game. Oh, there's light coming from the lamppost.
Try to stay away from the lamppost. We wouldn't want somebody to see us.
We can go in any time with Hojo's ID. It's true. It's been a very, 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 very long story, and I feel like we're just kind of getting past the exposition. Very, very memorable, though.
いいか、ジョナサン。徳川の連中にこんなところ見つかるとことだぞ。どう見ても不法侵入だ。
見つからなければ問題はない。だろ？
昔そういうセリフ何度か聞いて失敗しなかったが。
じゃ、エドはここにいろ。
わかった。行こう。お前を野放しにする方が危ないからな。フロントだ。ガードマンはいないぞ。
It's the security booth. Power's off. And we probably wouldn't be able to work it anyway. Don't step in front of the camera. They'd have proof we broke in here.
Pictures of me never turn out well.
You really are one psycho son of a bitch, you know that? This is the room Hojo worked from.
I don't see anybody inside. Try Hojo's card in the door.
よし、ロックシステムに ID を差し込んでみよう。ID を差し込んで。よし、開いたぞ。入ろう。DDS ルームだ。暗いな。
早いとこ例の CD ロムをロードしちまおうぜ。
そうだな。俺もこういうところは苦手なんだ。
エド、見ろ。端末がなくなってる。
What? なんてことだ。危険を冒して忍び込んだのに。
そういえばどっかにも同じ T ギア99があったな。
そうだ。あそこへ急ごう。
Hospital. Please don't let anything be out there. Think this will open with Hojo's card?
Man, I doubt it. Security's several levels higher than the DDS room. We're outside Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals. Let's get over to the BCCH and try the pharmacy's computer.
Hospitals are bad enough during the day.
That's funny.
Man, we don't have a choice. This can't wait.
Thank you very much, Chrysel, for the 5 on the 5. Thank you so much. Hope you're enjoying this playthrough. I'll try not to fuck it up if it's one of your beloved games. Very generous. Thank you. All we gotta do is get through Chris now.
Doors open. We can enter through here.
How can something like this happen with the place supposedly run by computer?
いいか、病院へ入るぞ。
令状もないんだ。見つかると大事だ。気をつけるんだぞ。
もし見つかっても大丈夫だ。
どうして？
エド、どっか具合の悪いところあるだろ。この際だから見てもらえ。
入院するくらいなら捕まった方がマシだよ。
さあエド、行くぞ。
BCCH のロビーだ。誰もいないな。
その方がいろいろと都合がいい。
こんな時間に捜査の許可が出るとは思えんしな。
Light at the reception are off.
It's a direction board. Lights are off.
It's an electronic board. It's off.
You know, I get the feeling this place is fucking closed.
Only the main lobby. The hospital runs 24 hours a day like any other. The rest of the place is still operating like normal. We'd have some serious explaining to do if we wandered into the wrong area.
「薬局には理事長室を通らないといけなかったな。
クリスには悪いが無断で入るしかない。
よし、行こう。クリスさん、いたんですか？
ちょっと残業してたものだから。それよりもどうしたの？こんな時間に。もしかして不法侵入？
申し訳ない、クリスさん。
どうしても調べたいことがあったもんで。それに扉が開いてた。
理由はどうあれ、これはやりすぎね。
クリスさん、どうか署には通報しないでください。お願いです。
そうはいかないのよね、経営者としては。
クリス、こんなことがゲイツに知れたらますます立場が悪くなる。
本当に黙って侵入したりしてすいませんでした。
そうね。私に捜査の立ち会いをさせてくれるなら許してあげようかな。
本当？
ちょっと私も興味あるのよね、こういうのって。推理小説みたいでしょ？
わかりました。じゃあクリスさん、
Bad idea.
捜査に立ち会ってもらえますか
There's a nice smell. Didn't expect to find you here at this time of night. What a pleasant surprise. Boy, you can turn that on like a faucet, can't you? As great as you looked in that dress, I have to say that the lamp coat is more... you. When I have this on, I forget I'm even wearing it. It's like a part of me. Light, easy to move around in, but it comes with a lot of responsibility. You look tired. You must be really busy if you're working this late. If I don't stay on top of things, I end up falling behind before I know it. The nice smell. Perfume reminds me of home. Wearing perfume or cologne is taboo on Beyond, but I just can't stand the smell of drugs. Sorry, we tried to sneak in here like this, Chris. There was something we had to check. Yeah? You told me. So what's going on? I'm sorry, Chris. I just had to see you. I just can't stop thinking about you. You expect me to believe that?
実は CD ロムをロードしたいんだが、ここに徳川の T ギア99は？
T ギア99は徳川グループ独自のネットワークコンピューターの端末よ。この病院のコンピューターとは異なるわ。そうね。でも薬局にならあるわ。石田が薬の管理を徳川とネットでつないで行ってたから。
閉めた。これでやっとロードできる。
We definitely have one in the pharmacy. You want to load the data on that, right?
Chris, T ギア99を使わせてほしいんだが。
大至急、重要なことなんだ。
そう。捜査令状か何かある？
No!
もちろんない。
そう
もちろん
言われると
ない。
わかったわ。私、見なかったことにするわ。
ありがとう、クリス。
いいのよ。私、あなたたちを見てると昔の頃を思い出して、ずっと昔のこと。さ、ついてきて。ロックを解除するわ。
But that's definitely a joke that was missed.
石田はいないわ。
ジョナサン、CD
On the translation team, you have a warrant, right? もちろん。ない。
Of all the... It's a calendar. Wait, the year on this is 2047. That's 7 years from now.
He told me he got that as a prize from somewhere. I don't know the details. But apparently you mailed in these tokens, and the company would send you that or some other prize. That's right. I think it had to do with some video game.
Yeah, that crowd does this kind of shit a lot. Collect all the tokens in a set and they give you the stuff in return. Why do you think it's for 2047?
An attempt at postmodern art?
Hey, check out the guy in the middle. He kind of looks a little bit like Jonathan, don't you think? If you changed your hair and the clothes.
Yeah, Ishida's way of sprucing up the office, huh?
DDR99 だ。
使い方は分かってるの？
I think it's
この端末は
Snatcher.
徳川の人間にしか使用できないって聞いてるけど。
任せとけ。偉い先生にじっくりと個人授業を受けたからな。
宇宙飛行士のな。ジョナサン、端末を使おう。
Does Snatcher take place in 2047? And it kind of looks like Gillian here, and then the little 3 chicks, but I don't know if maybe that's random Hajil. Doesn't matter.
Chris, じゃあ見ててくれ。今から面白い魔法を見せてやる。
ワクワクしちゃう。
ジョナサン、電源を入れよう。
Thank you, Rezier. Okay, first turn on the power.
There's the Tokugawa crest.
That's the kind of machine you can picture Tokugawa making. I expected the logo to be a bit bigger, though.
This looks like the power button.
よし、電源を入れるぞ。
ID カードを入れてください。
It's the slot for inserting a user ID card.
ジョナサン、北条の ID カードを入れるぞ。
ID カード確認。
よし、ID カードのチェックをパスしたぞ。次はこのカードの使用者が本人かどうかのチェックが入る。
なんだかドキドキしちゃうわ。
社員コードのチェックを行います。次に挙げる人物の徳川社員コードを順に選んでください。指示された人物の徳川社員コードをモニターから選び、該当する家紋をクリックしてください。
いわゆる徳川社員しか知らない暗号ってわけか。
社員コードなんて あなたたちわかるの？
多分。
任しといてくれ。予習済みだ。
At least they have Yukimura Sanada. So wait, I thought we only needed to know Hojo. Takeda Shinjin. Is it this one? This one? Wait, maybe Yuki knows. I doubt it. I studied this in college. I think it's one of these three. It's like one of these. That one? Could be this one. It's the flat diamond? Shit. Mori Towers. Kokoni? I feel like this one's Mori. That's Mori? Ah. Tokugawa. This one, bottom right? It's either bottom right or next to Takeda. I thought Tokugawa, it's the comb? Yeah, it's bottom right. We've seen it a million fucking times. Ishida. Kore? 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 No. I think it's this one. I had that one right then. I had that one right. Kataoka. Kore? Kataoka, kore janai no? I would have taken notes, but first row second. Oh, really? I did not remember that. I guess this last row third. Uh-oh, we're getting two different opinions here. I thought they just needed us to know the Tojo crest. I would have gone back and read them all, because we did earlier. This is Kataoka? You know the Kataoka crest in Japanese history? Can you take a look at this picture? Kore, Kataoka. Shiranai? Your dad would know. Don't need to. Oh, my voice. Whoops. I see.
Damn right. Funny. I don't see it. First row, second. Fuck it. I don't remember seeing this one though, but whatever. Hojo. Hojo is the Triforce, right? Hojo is definitely the Triforce. Kore. Yo!
徳川グループ社員として認めます。
やったわ。嘘みたい。
見せ物はこれからさ。
それでは CD ログを入れてください。
I can't believe they don't have an Iron Mouse PC.
That's the touch pen. With the widespread adoption of this pen, most of the industrialized world became virtually a paperless society. The ID card's in the slot.
It's a CD player.
Where do you put a CD?
I thought it'd be here. Ah. This is where I was trying to push the button. This is where we insert the CD.
Hojoの CD ロムを入れるぞ。
徳川製薬 DDS チームプロパー用ディスク極秘 K9-00150
I got it. Thanks.
CD を読み込んだぞ。やるぞ。見ろ。
これまで徳川は皆様に数々の麻薬偽装輸送システム DDS を K シリーズ中心に提供してまいりました。 K1 から K8 までさまざまな DDS を使った麻薬の偽装に精力を注いでまいりました。しかし残念ながらこれまでの商品はナーク麻薬を公に販売、誰にでも入手可能な DDS を作り出すというコンセプトを満足させる結果には及びませんでした。しかし今回の K シリーズの最新作 DDS はこれまでのそういった問題を全てクリアしうる可能性を秘めた商品です。ナーク麻薬を安全に、そして自在に売買できる、それが徳川の新製品ナークカプセル K9 なのです。 では K9 の優れた偽装システムをご説明しましょう。ナークカプセルの特徴は、薬剤を包むカプセルのゼラチンの中にナークをプログラムしているところにあります。ですから新薬大衆薬を問わず、デザイナーズフードや機能性食品といったあらゆるものに偽装流通させることが可能なのです。つまり内容物を変えることで流通経路はどのようにもなります。病院、薬店、スーパー、内容物にあった公の販売ルートがいくらでも広がるわけなのです。ナークカプセルは封入式ではなくキャップ式になっていますので、個人でも簡単に中身を取り出すことができます。そしてもう一つの偽装安全策を用意しております。いくらカプセル側にナークをプログラムしたところで公的な市場で流通させるにはあまりにも危険です。そこで徳川の最新テクノロジーはナークそのものを科学的に2つに分離することに成功。これらを別々のカプセルにプログラムすることにより、これらのカプセルを同時に服用して初めてナークの効果が得られるようにしたわけです。
That's why they all came back normal.
私どもではこれをバイナリー麻薬と呼んでおります。カプセル自体へのプログラム A、B2 つのカプセル同時服用という2ランクの安全システムにより偽装効果はほぼ完璧となります。
That's why the leaf was cut in half.
これでもう麻薬取締りによる妨害も損失も恐れる必要はなくなりました。しかもナークカプセルは無重量化でも均等に素早く溶解する性質を持っております。宇宙での使用も問題ありません。それでは次に A、B の分離されたカプセルの見分け方をご説明しましょう。その見分け方はいとも簡単。それぞれのカプセル表面には製剤識別コードを兼ねた目印がつけてあります。この徳川のマークが目印となります。
Of course, that's why they were missing a piece.
徳川の三つ葉葵の一部が欠けているのがお分かりでしょう。
Yep.
この欠けた部分を持つカプセルを割り符のように対にして服用するとナークとして作用する仕組みとなっています。これらはそれぞれ片方だけを服用してもナークの作用は全く現れません。したがって危惧される一般市場での事故は心配ありません。組み合わせのキャッチは徳川を一つにです。そしてこの形態ではあらゆる麻薬探知機にも反応しません。現存する探知機ではこれらを探知することは不可能なのです。いかがです。これが徳川のハイテクノロジーが生んだ DDS、K9、ナークカプセルです。我々はナークカプセルを自信を持ってお送りします。どうぞこの K9 をあなたの取
I think having a visual display like that,
皆
though,
様の良きご理解を期待しております。
does make it pretty obvious to law enforcement. There's no way that, like, a drug user is going to spill that. Get my boys.
なるほど。あのカプセルはやはり麻薬か。ロレインが預かったあの葉はこのトリックを伝えるものだったんだ。
徳川め、うまいこと考えやがったな。
こんなバカなことって。
これは一致製薬会社だけの犯罪じゃないぜ。ましてや北条の個人プレーなんかじゃな。大きな組織がついてる。徳川にマフィア。
証拠がないぞジョンさん。相手が徳川となるとそれなりの切り札となる証拠がな。こんな CD なら誰にでも作れる。
証拠ならあるぜ。鑑識に預けたあのカプセルを調べ直そう。今度は中身ではなくカプセルの方をな。ロレインが命がけで守ったものだ。
この CD の内容が事実かどうか、もし本当なら大変なことになる。
It said that all of
大
the
変だわ。こんな麻薬が私の病院から大手を振って売買されてたなんて。なんてことなの。この CD が事実なら病院だけじゃなくて
あらゆる薬にナークを隠すことができる。
薬店や薬局で売られたら止めようがないわ。
徳川とマフィアの狙いはそこだ。クリス、K9 のサンプルがないか調べてみてくれないか。
わかったわ。でもここに置いていくほど彼らはバカじゃないと思うけど。
石田もグルだろうか。
可能性は高いな。北条側か徳川側かは分からんが。
どちらにせよ、ここにいれば K9 の正体を知らなかったはずはない。
問題は石田が北条の共犯だとすれば、徳川もマフィアも石田を消しにかかる。
BCP へ戻ろう。カプセルを調べ直すんだ。 BCP に帰ったぞ。監視課へ急ごう。
おお、おかえり。どうした、そんなに慌てて。
ビクトル、例のカプセルのトリックが分かったぞ。
カプセル？ああ、あの風邪薬か。
中身ではなく、中身を包むカプセル自体にナークが仕込まれていたんだ。ゼラチンの中にな。
なんとカプセルにか。それは思いつかんかった。
しかも A と B のカプセルを同時に服用して初めてナーフとなる仕掛けだ。片方の服用だけでは作用しないんだ。
バイナリー麻薬、そんなことが可能なんじゃろうか。
それを今から証明するんだ。ビクトル、例のカプセルをもう一度分析し直してくれ。
残念じゃがそれはできん。アモカプセルも AP が持っていった。あいつじゃ、あのレッドウッドとかいうフローズナーじゃ。
なぜ AP が？
あんたらがあいつらに頼んだんじゃないのか。わしはてっきり。
おかしいな。あのカプセルのことは AP には言ってないはずなんだが。
エド、AP へカプセルを取り返しに行こう。
取り返したらわしにも見せてくれ。
So, okay, there's a couple of, it's a cool idea. So the actual pill themselves is regular medicine. And then the gelatin capsule is what, when you combine it with two different gelatins at the same time, the gelatin creates the narc. I think that the two problems with their plan here was, one, having, I mean, you could, okay, there's three problems. One, the visual part of creating this like 3/4 Tokugawa thing. If that is so different from the rest of their narcotics that you would already know something's unique. The second problem is that Victor said that they have not used these kind of medicine in like 20 years. Like no one uses this kind of capsule. So it'd be reintroducing this weird pill to the system. Now, let's say you could get by with both of those. You could say like, yeah, well, we're introducing a new generic cheap drug that is like, you know, these kind of capsules, and it's going to have these kind of medicines, and we're trying to help people. I just find it very hard to believe that when drug dealers, pushers, undercover cops, anybody who is trying to get access to this, and they find out that the way that you can identify it is that you need to put two pills together to make a narcotic, they would just crack down on anything that looked like that immediately. Because that would be spilled within, like, ASAP. I think. So I'm curious. What a cool premise, though. I can't believe it was in the gelatin. You take a couple of pills and you get your narc fix. If they're on the market and begin to sell in a big way, then no laws could be passed to stop it. For the end drug users who consume narc, they'd have to buy two different normal drugs, throw away the contents inside, and then eat both capsules at the same time. Yeah. Well, I mean, you can still take the inside stuff. Also, did the CD said that all of the K series was a long time standing of like ways to take narcotics? I think it said it was like for the long standing time, all of our K series has been used to take narcotics. Which might explain why Chris at the hospital was so afraid of the mosquito that was flying around her office, because she might be hopped up on drugs now. I kind of like the idea, I guess the big one of, okay, so the other ones are cool. I mean, they're drugs. But I guess the big sell of this one is that it's the whole weightlessness thing. So that you can take it in like any single situation. Cool. All right, let me see if I want to keep playing. Seven acts? So, yeah, I think that the legitimate use is for Frozoners. Which is why Dickhead Redwood stole it. 7 acts? What does Narc do?
Narc, a semi-synthetic narcotic that is part natural, part synthetic, part hallucinogen, engineered through supercomputer-aided drug design. Made by combining opium produced from black poppy pods with the pethidine-based synthetic drug, and to this, adding a hallucinogen containing lysergic acid derivatives obtained from ergo alkaloids, or ergot. Mixing this potent genetically modified opium extract with the chemical structure non-existent in the natural world produces narcotic and hallucinogenic effects never before seen with any drugs. Once popular mainly among astronauts seeking to relieve the psychological strain of outer space activity, it spread quickly with the start of the long-distance space flights to the completion of bases on the Moon and Mars, with users looking for a way to cope with extended periods of time and space. The drug is so potent that even a few milligrams can be fatal. This makes it difficult to detect in drug tests, as users take it in extremely small doses, meaning it does not become very concentrated in the body. Narc also attaches to opioid peptides, natural opiates produced by the body, doubling the effects of the morphine it contains. It has been speculated that the mafia is responsible for narc. Nearly 20% of adults on Beyond Coast have tried at least one illegal drug, a rate second only to the United States. Still fighting its war on drugs. Oof.
Yeah, they fucking got us. We're still fighting it. Okay, I'm gonna play a little bit longer, guy. How long to beat says the game is 12 hours, but up to 18. Okay, here's the problem. We're forgetting how long to beat is never applied. I'm reading and voice acting every single thing. Do you know how fast it is to just read that shit? Like every every description we look at in the game, I'm talking it. I wonder if my name's in here. Peter. Poggendorf. Okay. How about this? I'm gonna make a quick coffee. I think I can do a little bit more. Can't believe it's been 9 hours of this game. I thought we would actually make a big chunk. I mean, we did. We had a lot of fun today. But like, holy shite. All right, I'll be right back. I'll be back. Too much today. Yeah. Okay. Yuki has informed me that it's probably in my best interest to stop soon. Just go to sleep so that you can give your throat a rest and continue tomorrow game. So Peak, if you don't stop now, it's over. Well, yeah, I don't want to get sick, that's for sure. No shame in my game of doing this many hours. Yeah, it's about 9. Yeah, you know what? I didn't want to do it. But that might be sensible. Well, we can talk for a second. I think here's the plan. What a cool game, right? How fun is this, though? Like, Snatcher still for me is, you know, a special place in my heart. But this is pretty neat. We're starting to uncover it, and I heard that a lot of the later chapters are a bit more, you know, more conducive to action and stuff. But I hope I was going to do a walk and talk tomorrow, but I'll probably just do this again. I don't know what time I'm going to go live. I'm going to listen to my body because I have my family visiting in like 2 days. And I really do not want to get like sick right before they get here. But I like the voices that I gave the characters. Ed's my favorite character. I like playing Jonathan. I think that it's been really neat. I don't think it's the AC because I barely used it. I think it was, I just read a book for 9 hours out loud. That's what I think it was, Yuki. I'm 95% sure it was me doing terrible things to my voice. So I'm going to go and recover. And I'm sorry about that. I know that a lot of you are used to me streaming all through the night. And I'm kind of just denying you that. My bad. But I will be back. Give me a second. What a sick game. What an actual shame that this thing never got moved to America. But thankfully, there's a really great, dedicated bunch of people who set up a fan translation. very thankful for that. Do you guys want Fear and Hunger? Do you want a retro game or do you want Teddy's Heaven? Fear and Hunger retro or something Teddy? I need... The guy who's doing retro is a nice guy. He's a, I don't know what he's playing, but he's a, he's another fellow in Japan. And we'll go say hi. His name is Waffle Smacker. Big fan of him. I need to catch up with him. He's pretty cool. Like, I think you guys would like him. I do. I think he's a great community member. And 'tis the season to spread the love. Of course, we love Mouse and Kuroken. I misspelled full. I should go to bed. I will be back tomorrow for more Policenauts action. Here is your updates. We streamed for 9 hours of power with an average viewership of 1,795 and a max viewership of 2,300. 26,000 unique viewers. Count them if you ain't got nothing better to do. Thank you to the 856 unique chatters who explored Policenauts and retro gaming with me today, and to the 43,597 people who were just kind enough to come and go. 95 new followers, big ups, and 179 new subscribers. Thank you to everyone who took the time and on their holiday break to come say hi and enjoy this retro classic. Much appreciated. Thank you to everyone who subbed through in a donation, a bit, or follow. Thank you to the mod team, and I will see you guys tomorrow so we can continue this crime drama. Peace.